bunge, no? Tuanze tufanye 3, 2, 1. Tuanze. Ngoja tuanze kwa pamoja. 1, 2, 3, tuanze. Baadaye tena, lakini thank you very much. Have your seat, please. So I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the heads and representatives of key partner organizations, and these are Clouds Media Group, Smart Codes, and TMSA. This is a key partnering organizing team. I'd also like to recognize partners and sponsors. That's APC, Hill, Fan, SBL. The speakers were here, the invited guests, news and reporters, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, so a bit of my introduction here is just to open the momentum of this event and just provide the reasons why we're here today. Just to recognize about 30 years ago, that was the first publication, which was written by Robert Keith, 1960, and he introduced something called the marketing revolution. From that 1960, it set the motion into what we call the modern marketing today. 30 years later, after the introduction of the revolution of marketing, we had something that entered by sneaking in the ecosystem, and that was something came in 1989, and that was the internet. And from early 1990s, we started having the application part of the internet in the sphere of marketing. And that slowly started changing our perspective of the field. Definitely there wasn't that much part of the rigor, and that was not, but of course, late and early 2000, we started having coming into the picture. I was having a bit of a discussion with Beda Buswalo, who's one of the speakers today from APSA. We have been discussing a bit of the journey of digital marketing here in Tanzania, and it gave me quite interesting reflections. And he told me, how he started the first digital marketing company, and how it was being perceived. It was something that was naive. It was not something that was practiced. And back then, I also remember, my journey into this space. I remember back in 2006, I was employed in one of the internet-based companies. If you remember, there were only few of those. Basically, they were only using satellite. And I remember one of the meetings we had a meeting. It was a corporate meeting we had with my organization in Nairobi. And back then, the teleco used to buy internet from a company. For those who remember AFSAT, I was there. So there was something that was coming in the picture. And I think this opens up a bit of an understanding why it's important to keep informed of what's happening in the field. We had this meeting and we were discussing the survival for the next phase of our company back then. And we had the information about, fiber optic connectivity as a new move from just normal satellite communication to fiber optic based. And of course, the story which were coming in the picture was that the fiber connectivity is going to change tremendously. First is on the cost and the ability to connect. So we are a bit more traditional approach in terms of understanding that the digital, the satellite will always be there. And key part of that discussion was that we shouldn't fear really about the coming of fiber. And some people say we just have to do our business as normal. Fiber is not going to be a threat. Just as how marketers talk today that AI is not a problem. But just understand 30 years along the line, from 1990, 30 years along the line, where we only basically approached internet as a tool, but back to early 2020, internet is not just a tool, it's just a part of the algorithm of marketing. We just assumed that the trend will continue where we use marketing as a tool. But this moment, we're not talking as marketing as a tool. It's a part of the algorithms, and it's important for marketers to understand. So back in the story of connecting to the fiber story that I had in Nairobi, when I came back, one of the issues that I realized myself was that I'm going to the new era where I have and there was a threat of what's going to be a future of our business. And my concerns were echoed 5 years later along the line. I think 5 years after the first meeting in Nairobi where we discussed the future of fiber optics, the company actually went bankrupt 5 years along the line. And this tells a bit of a story of why you're here today, that the transformations which are happening in the industry are not something that we take for granted. These are things which are important for us as ecosystem members to think around. So what are the key facts around the digital marketing and why these facts are important for us to reflect? First of all, one of the factors is size. As we are talking at the moment, according to research that was done by Statistica, we have 5.19 billion users on internet, and out of those users, 4.88 billion are actually on social media. It's a big population, almost 80%. But now, another important feature that we need to understand is that average user who are actually in these internet and social media platforms uses or spend about 6 hours and 40 minutes daily in that space. You have a huge and massive space. It's a lot of people there, and they're spending a lot of time. Most of their life, almost half of the day they're there. So that's an important space that we cannot ignore. And secondly, it's the future of business transactions. A research which was conducted recently. An important issue, of course, of significance. I think most of the speakers here are going to reflect several dimensions, and I just have to unpack a little bit of this concept of Octopus. It's a multidimensional aspect of the digital. And this space, or this thing you call digital, is actually very dynamic. And the dynamics includes the web marketing parts of it, the content, the email marketing, the social media marketing, search engine optimization, affiliated marketing, video marketing. And all these different dimensions, they are not actually applied in a singular. They have to be applied in a balance. Of course, not in a balance in terms of those tools that we're using. It's actually a balance in terms of considering our space is also partly traditional and partly digital users. So how organizations balance by reaching different groups. So these are the issues that we need to take into account. But of course, luckily we understand also the dynamics that are driven by these tools are making even the organization's growth to be much more easy today than several years ago. Just take an example of TikTok. Only 5 years, it grows from 0 users to more than 1 billion users. Of course, the same time that Facebook took to grow the same number of users, 4.9, about 5 years, the same number to grow to 1 billion users. So we need to prepare ourselves as marketers, as the people who are working in the digital space, to understand the trends which are shaping our world today, and taking these trends seriously, because they're not only determining the futures of how we do our business, they're actually going to shape the way we even understand our consumers. Kind of few recent trends which I have to just remind you is the content creations possibilities. Things like code, possibilities for coding our product on the webs. The EEAT, which is experience, expertise, authoritative, and trustworthiness. So the consumers are not only downloading or just operating the sites based on the fact that they're reached, but there are all these dimensions that they're looking for. So we gather here as marketers in this summit, and there are things which we have to take as a take-home, as we are actually going to debate and hear different issues. One of it is the challenges of which digital marketers are facing right now, and this is how to set themselves apart in the world which is oversaturated with digital ads and other distractions, but how to structure and balance between digital and traditional marketing, and what basis for creating that balance. But again, we also have to understand the concept of inclusive marketing. And inclusive marketing is that even though the digital space provides us with tools and capabilities, but of course it also provide us some dangers if you're not going to be careful in terms of optimizing. Research which was created recently by Niels show that almost about 60% of black populations who are using internet are actually buying product based on the people who relate to them. So this is actually an important issue for us as marketers and people in the digital media, digital marketing space to consider in terms of strategies. But again, as we understand, our country, Tanzania, has made a bit of movement over a few years right now, and this movement provides us with big opportunities, but of course, big challenges as we're balancing them. Having said that, I thank you very much for all and individual marketers who are here, digital marketing experts who are here. We really take this moment to congratulate you and appreciate you for taking this opportunity to come here. You're a valuable member in this ecosystem, and we believe jointly no village is actually made up of one person. Every contribution and every single presence here counts a lot. So I also recognize our steering team from Clouds Media Group, Smart Codes and TMSA. Your support and the teamwork is really of a tremendous applaud, because we couldn't actually be here having the second time doing our digital marketing successfully without your partnership. But I also have to take this opportunity to recognize and appreciate our partners and sponsors who are APC, Hillwater, Fen Marketing, SBL, and Cellcom. Baada ya kusema hayo, niseme karibuni wote mabibi na mabwana, shughuli yetu imefunguliwa rasmi, mjisikie mko huru, mko nyumbani. Asanteni sana.
How come everybody's down today? What's going on? Maybe we probably need some one-on-one chats after this, right? Come on now, guys. Your marketing campaign hasn't flighted. Don't worry. Let's chat with 24 is on the corner. Wow. Guys, before I introduce the next speaker, I just want to also just bring it back again to recognize our sponsors. I'll start off with Smart Codes. Also, a round of applause to them, because it would never really happened without all these sponsors and all of you beautiful, lovely people up here. So, Smart Codes, APC, round of applause, guys. Thank you for working with me, guys. So, Smart Codes, APC, Clouds Media Group, Fern Marketing, Hill Group. I'm definitely going to try out this new sparkling water. I think it's flavored. Really good stuff, guys. Now I would want to pivot to introducing the next speaker, who's going to be Beda Biswalo from Absa Bank. Mr. Beda, karibu sana. Guys, come on now. Let's do it. Let's give it up for Beda, right? Karibu sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, marketeers. Do we have marketers in the room today? Let me see a wave of the hand a little bit. Great. Do we have digital marketers in the house? Let's see the hands again. Wonderful. Do we have content marketers in the house? Right? Wonderful. Then I guess my job is easy here today, because I'm here to speak to you about content marketing. And when I was thinking about how to bring it home, I was asking myself quite a number of questions in terms of what is it that people want to hear about content marketing that they don't already know? Especially when you're speaking to an audience that is practicing content marketing. So what I've set out to do here this morning is basically remind ourselves of what we are doing in terms of our practice as content marketers and see the opportunities that are still there for us to capitalize on. So where do we start? Do we start by defining content marketing first? Maybe we should, right? So there's this dictionary definition of content marketing, and it goes something like this. Content marketing is a type of marketing that involves the creation and sharing of online material, such as videos, blogs, social media posts, that does not explicitly promote brand, but is intended in stimulating interest in its products and services. Can we all agree that this definition is quite there, right? Do we agree? Do we agree? Okay, here's I see some bit of nods here and there. So I think this is the thing about these general definitions. Sometimes they're not adequate enough to define, help you, to assist you. But when they go, oh yeah, that's a nice shoe. Did I ask you if it's a nice shoe? Our consumers, our potential customers, and the brand and the organization. Something that your typical advertisement campaign may not really be able to deliver for you, because content marketing draws on the interest of your consumers, of your audience. And that is the glue that brings, that keeps these people together with you for the long run and not for the short term. But another thing is, content marketing is cost effective. If you look at the budgets that organizations are using today to drive their marketing campaigns, whether it is on the digital platforms, whether it is, your money. But content marketing gives you an opportunity to cut down on that cost and is still remaining relevant and measurable. So that's for me, that's very, very fascinating. But also, again, the impact on the bottom. Content marketing has got huge potential to impact your bottom line. Do we all believe that content marketing can impact our bottom line? Show of hands. We do? Oh, that's a lot. That's a few people. Are we sure we're all marketeers in here? All right. So, how does content marketing help us to improve our bottom line? The first thing that I'm looking at is content marketing can help us establish or build awareness around our brand and our products. Through your content marketing, if you do a proper good content marketing strategy, then you should be able to create awareness on your product and your brand, and as well as your overall organization. So that is, for me, the entry point in terms of how it starts making an impact into your business. And then content marketing can help you with great content, can help you establish yourself or your organization as an expert or an industry leader in that particular segment or that particular industry. And this is very important, especially in this very competitive world. You want to position yourself as a leader in a specific aspect or a specific project or specific, area. So content marketing can help you establish that. If you do it correctly, it's a very good platform that can help you establish that authority in the market. And then, of course, content marketing can help you generate leads. And these leads, when converted, definitely will go into delivering sales, and that's the impact on your revenue. Now, if most of you do not believe this, I want to give you a very simple example. Simple enough for everybody to understand, but complex enough that it is applicable in almost every single situation. And this is a little story about Shambani farm. So Shambani farm is a goat farm that belongs to this gent that is speaking before you. I started this farm in 2008. I knew a few goat farmers in the country, very few, not more than 10 people. And I learned quite a bit from them. and I set up to start a goat farm. When I started this goat farm, I set myself some few goals in terms of from the business perspective, but also in terms of what I want content marketing to do for me. I set out to develop a brand that is going to be known within the goat farmers fraternity in Tanzania. And I wanted to create a market for my goats, particularly a breed of goats that I imported from South Africa called Boer goats. So in 2008, if you ask anybody in Tanzania about Boer goats, I will definitely guarantee you 90% of the people, goat farmers in Tanzania, did not know what a Boer goat was. So I set out my goals, and I observed that there were an opportunity in there in terms of, the loopholes in the market, that there is no content marketing around goat farming, and a lot of farmers were hungry for this type of education. So I set myself to provide that kind of content for them. And most of my content, I decided 90% of it was going to be educational, because that's what I observed was the missing piece amongst the goat farmers here in Tanzania. I decided that I'm going to start a YouTube channel, then followed by a Facebook, and followed by WhatsApp group. Forward to today, Shambani Farm has got 15K subscribers on YouTube, and one of it of this sort, even the quality itself is really not that great, to say the least, has got million views across the world. For me, this is really fascinating, especially considering there is no budget that is put aside to promote any of that content. Everything is organic. Thank you. Shambani Farm today has become a household name among goat farmers here in Tanzania. If you pick 10 goat farmers here in Tanzania who are serious and ask them about Shambani Farm, and they'll tell you they do not know anything, they have not encountered anything about Shambani Farm, tell them they're lying. Because that's the truth. Because Shambani Farm, from that establishment, later on, it helped the establishment of TAGOFA, which is Tanzania Goat Farmers Association, which is a growing association in the country that is promoting goat farming here in Tanzania. Today, I am not able to fulfill the demand of Boer goats for the goat farmers who are constantly coming to me asking for Boer goats. In fact, I have one of my phone that is dedicated to goat farming. Sometimes I have to leave it for hours because there's constantly calls coming in, constantly messages, constantly WhatsApp communication. Boer goats, this and that. I've gotten demands from buyers from all across the world, UAE, Comoros, Uganda, India, what have you. Everybody is calling out. If you go to YouTube and search for Shambani Farm, it's going to come almost immediately. If you search for goat farming, it's going to come almost immediately. If you go to Google and search for goat farming, it's going to be among the top 20 searches. If you search for goat farming in Tanzania, it's going to be the first. Why is that? The content marketing strategy that is behind it. And ladies and gentlemen, today, I want to tell you that the secret to any success when it comes to content marketing is what you set aside as your content marketing strategy. For me, that is the blueprint. So I want us to discuss a little bit about, how to go about creating your content marketing strategy. And this is a little bit different from your typical marketing strategy or your typical organizational business strategy, in the sense that is deeply focused on the content marketing aspect of things than the overall marketing objectives. So the number one thing that we're going to look at is how to define your goals. In essence here, you want to have a clear goals that say exactly what you want content marketing specifically to do for you, for your brand, for your product, or for your organization. And this could be your typical goals in terms of maybe increase revenue, or create awareness about my product, or create awareness about my brand, or position my brand in the market in a certain way, or build the authoritative voice in the market, whatever it is. But it is very important from the onset, you are very clear in terms of what you want your content marketing to do for your organization. So that's the number one thing that you really need to crack at. The second thing is you need to define your target market. And this is very fundamental. All of that, you really need to have a clear definition of what your target market is. Who are they? What is their age range? Where do they live? What do they do? What do they like? Where do they hang about? Build your customer persona that it's so clear in terms of who that customer is. And that is very important because it's going to define a lot of other aspects of your content marketing strategy in terms of what you're going to do and how you're going to do in order to address that kind of audience. And then it's important to also conduct your SWOT analysis. Now, as marketeers, we all know the typical SWOT analysis, looking at your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. It's the same. However, this has to be very specific to delivery of your content marketing strategy. And what do I mean by that? So when you're doing your SWOT analysis, the focus should not be about your organization and the opportunity in general, but it should be on specifically how your organization is set to capitalize on content marketing, right? So when you're looking at your strength, start looking at, do you have the internal capabilities to deliver proper content marketing? When you're looking at weaknesses, what are your weaknesses? What are the things that will pull you back if you try to implement a content marketing plan? If you're looking at the opportunities, what are the opportunities existing in terms of content marketing? So we saw at Shambani Farm, the opportunity was that the farmers in Tanzania were lacking educational content about goat farming. That was an opportunity that I saw, and I took advantage of that opportunity. When you're looking at the threats, what is the threat? How easy is it for somebody else to come in and play in the same space that you're playing in relation to content marketing, right? So here what I'm trying to hammer on is it has to be specific to content marketing and not your general SWOT analysis for your organization when you're doing your marketing plans or business plans, etc. And then the next thing that you need to come up is develop your content plan. Now this is, in broader term, you have to have a clear plan on how you're going to develop your content. And I want to delve a little bit deeper into this, but I'll first proceed with the rest, and then we're going to go into this in detail. So then your measurement. Like any other marketing strategy, communication strategy, business strategy, whatever, you must have measurements, right? But in this case here, these measurements have to be, again, specific to content marketing, right? But they must definitely link into the goals as well, because you set yourself to achieve certain objectives for your organization. Therefore, when you're doing your measurement, you're doing your KPIs, you're looking at your metrics, these metrics must speak to the organization goals, but must speak again to the content marketing strategy. And what's really important here is you can break down these matrices or goals, or measurements across the different channels that you're going to be using. So for example, if YouTube, you're looking at, maybe you want to look at the number of subscribers. You want to look at the length of time people are watching your videos. You want to look at the number of views per each videos. You want to look at maybe where these viewers are coming from, the number of likes, etc. But if you're on Facebook, different parameters, different metrics is all together. Yeah? So it has to really be clear in your strategy in terms of what are the key metrics that you're going to focus on and how those key metrics connect with your goals for content marketing and the overall organizational goals. That's very important. The next thing that you need to look at is developing your resourcing plan and your budget. Now, it's very important when you're doing your resourcing, and I think a lot of us marketers do not take time to really look at what kind of resources is required for us to be able to deliver real great content marketing strategy. So it's really important as marketeers that we have a look into this space and say, what kind of resource do I need? For content curation, do I need AI? Will I need an external resource like a digital agency? You know, in terms of technology, will I need certain specialized softwares? Will I need email marketing tools, email chimp or whatever? What is it for analytics? What will I need? So you need to look at all the different elements of resources from the people, technology, and financial resources in order for you to be able to deliver a great content marketing strategy. So I think I've summed up in terms of how to go about developing your content marketing strategy. And as I mentioned, I want to look a little bit deeper into developing your content plan. And the reason is because I think that's the piece that really drives the revenue. It's got massive impact on the bottom line because of how you're going to be running your content. So for me, when I look at content marketing, in terms of how to relate it with some other real-life examples, I look at how newspaper operate. So try to get yourself into that context. How the newspapers operate, it's in this way. They have a certain audience. They have content of value they dish to that audience that audience finds it so valuable, they'll buy that newspaper every single day. I'm a fan of the Citizen newspaper. And it's not because I worked there before, but their slogan, it's the content that counts, sums it all. They've got this investigative way of delivering their news that I love. Some other newspapers do not take the same approach. They have a different approach, but I like that approach. So they have hooked me in because I find value in what they give to me. And that's exactly how we need to do it as marketeers. Developing something of value that we give to our audience that makes this audience glued to us. They'll come continuously and become loyal audience to our channels or to our platforms. So, looking into this, what are the few things that you need to look at when you're developing your content plan? And I think the next speaker is going to delve deeper into the nitty-gritties of the curation of that content in itself. But this is a strategical view on how to go about planning for your content marketing. So the first thing is, you need to be clear in terms of what you want your content to do. Do you want your content to educate your audience? Do you want it to inform? Do you want it to entertain them? Do you want a mix of all of those together? But if you want a mix of all of those together, then the question will be, what is going to be the percentage share? Is it 90% educational, 5% inform, 5% entertain? What is it going to be like? So you need to be very clear, because it's very easy along the journey when you're going to completely just flip in whichever way that happens to be. Because if you do not have a clear strategy in terms of how you want it to roll out, anything that comes, and business will, most of you marketers know, they'll come with all sorts of demands and say, hey, do this for us, do this for us. And if you do not have a clear strategy, you'll jump into doing anything that they want you to do. And that is going to be detrimental, definitely for your content marketing strategy and your organization overall. The format of your content, again, remember you looked at your audience and you're very clear who they are, that information. So if it's educational, is it text-based that is going to be helpful for them? Or is it video? Is it audio? Is it images? Is it webinars, live webinars, Q&A sessions? What is it that is going to really answer the question that the consumer has? So you really need to be very careful in terms of how you articulate this plan, in terms of the content format, based on your understanding of your consumer. And then, of course, your platform. Now, your platform, again, is informed by your audience. Remember, one of the things that they said we need to look at is, where is this audience sitting? Where are they chilling? Where are they having their good time? If goat farmers are not in Instagram, what are you doing in Instagram? Or goat farmers could be in Instagram, but in Instagram, they're not interested in learning. They're there to have fun. So you need to be sure where you're dishing this content, your consumer must be there and ready to consume your content with the same intent, which if it is to educate them, then they must be ready to receive that education. So the format is very important, but the platform is also very important. So that also has to be looked in. And a lot of us make the mistake to think that if you be everywhere, that's it, you've done it. And I'm here to say no. The key thing is to pick a few platforms that have got huge impact for your business. That's the most important thing. You can be in one, but if that one is powerful enough to give you what you need, and that's it. You don't need to throw your eggs in all different directions. All right. Then content curation. Now this is very key, and I think this is where the next speaker is going to delve a little bit much more deeper in. But you have to have a clear plan in terms of how that content will be curated. Where will it come from? Who is going to... What research needs to be done in order to come to a place where you say, this is the content that we're going to dish out to our consumers? A few key points that I would like us to consider here. So number one is that content must address the pain point of your audience or their interest. All of us here, we check at content for only those two reasons. It's either it addresses our pain point or it's something we're just interested in. I'm interested in soccer. I'll go to these soccer channels every single day and listen to, Fabrizio Romano talking about the new transfers, Manchester United, Chelsea, or whatever. I'm interested in that. Or I will go into this channel talking about oils and fat and whatever because I'm interested in health matters. If I'm suffering from something, let's say, for example, then I'll go to certain channels that give me a solution towards that something that I'm suffering from, right? So typically, as human beings, we are geared to go towards the things either we are interested in or the things that are solving the problems that we have. So when we develop content, that is very important to look at. You need to also make sure that you link that content creation with your brand personality. Because this is how you want to embed your brand and bring out your brand values, the culture, ethics, and all the kind of stuff. So the content comes from Shambani Farm. It's not from anybody else. It's theirs, right? They need to be able to identify the quality that you bring to the table. And that's very, very important. That's what will help you set yourself apart and make you appear as an expert in that field. Your content has to be search engine optimizable. This is very important. And this happens at the curation stage. You don't come to do content search engine optimization later. From the minute you have researched about the topic you want to discuss with your audience, make sure that you've researched the keywords that are very important, that are going to help you be foundable in the web, and hammer on those. Build your content around that, right? So that's why if you go and search, in YouTube or in Google search engine, you can easily, for me, I've set myself as goat farming or goat farming Tanzania is my very key and important keywords. So easily, because my content throughout the whole channel is optimized towards that, that's why you can go there and when you type goat farming Tanzania, immediately Shambani farm will come into the fore. So that's very, very important. You need to do your A/B testing. Now, I'll tell you, I did quite a lot of testing on the videos. The reason why I decided to use different channels, including WhatsApp, was because at times I would create content, and I'm not too sure it's going to be received well on the YouTube, and I'll circulate it among my fellow goat farmers and ask them, what do they think? And they'll come back and be like, you didn't talk about this thing here. You didn't cover this aspect here. You didn't take at this angle here. And I'll go back into the drawing board, and I'll do that video afresh. And when I dish it in there, online, then pop, it receives the kind of audience, the kind of welcome that I wanted to achieve. One thing to really take care of is avoiding copying stuff from somewhere else and bring it to you. You need to stand out uniquely. There's a lot of content out there. What is the single thing that is going to make you stand out from the rest of your competitors is making sure that, one, you research your content very clearly, having a defined approach, a defined way that is specific to your brand, to your organization. And that means you're not going to go around copying from everybody else and what they do. When you do it, even if it's the same content, you do it differently. So for me, what I did was I looked at what other competitors were doing, and I could do the same video, the same content, but I just do it differently. This other guy is sitting and is being recorded live, standing himself on the camera. The same topic, I will do it, but I'll go into the farm and look at my animals and do it while practicing on the animals and speaking on the animals without showing my face. Because I realized, okay, this content is valuable. That guy received a lot of viewership. I want to receive the same, but what can I do differently that will make the audience much more engaged? I realized people are not really interested in seeing my face. They're interested in seeing the content that they want. So that's the approach I had to take in terms of the curation of the content. You need to consider the stage of the funnel where you are at. Are you at the top of the funnel with your audience? Are they middle of the funnel? Are they bottom of the funnel? Content for each of those different levels is completely different. So for example, when they are at the bottom of the funnel, the CTA is very important. A lot of us believe, because we're talking about relating content marketing with like how the newspaper is, just this the news or this content that people are interested in, then you shouldn't put your sales pitch, or you shouldn't put your call to action. The call to action should be there, but where does it come into the picture? Where is your audience in terms of the funnel? At what stage are they in? At what position are you putting this audience in to say that, I want to give it a try? So after you've established a lot of this positive rapport with your audience, when the audience is really engrossed with you, trust me, you can sell them almost anything. And that's the point when you throw in your city and say, hey, by the way, I do have boar goats at my farm. If you're interested, you're welcome to check them out. Because one, they have trusted you. They have seen all these things that you've shown them. They believe it's true, it's real, and it's quality. And now you're saying, hey, I have a few for sale. I tell you, one time I announced a sale of one of my boerbuck. A boerbuck is a male goat for 2.5 million shillings. I didn't even announce it on the main channels. I only did it via WhatsApp. Within 10 minutes, the buck was sold. Within an hour, this person had already sent 1 million shillings into my account. That's the power of content marketing. Because when you build that rapport, when you show that value to your audience, and they trust in you, you can tell them to do anything. You tell them to jump, they'll jump. Right? Content publishing, and this is also a very important aspect that you need to look at, is you really need to be clear, and that clarity, you only get it by research, trial and error. So for example, I determined when I publish my content in the morning, it takes long for that content to reach my audience. So I learned, okay, these guys are goat farmers. Perhaps in the morning they're busy at the farm doing all the sort of things. But when I publish the content from 6 onward, it will receive immediate hits. So you need to research, you need to understand. How does your audience engage with you, with your content? And take that to your advantage. Dish your content at the right time when your audience is. How often do you want to dish this content? So I'll put my hands up and say I failed in that aspect, because I think the last time I did content on my YouTube channel was about, last year. That's how terrible it is. You know the busy lives of bankers. But again, consistency is key. You need to be very clear in terms of establishing the frequency of how you're going to be dishing this content, because your audience will need to be accustomed to your culture, to your values, and that speaks about your brand. If you're going to just be doing things anyhow you feel and what, they will not relate with you. They will not understand your brand. What is your brand culture? What is its ethos? What is its promise to them? If you're promising me you're going to do a video every week, do a video every week. Right? So that is very important. And then content promotion. As I was saying, for my case, I spent zilch on promoting my content. Every piece of that content was promoted organically. So I'll take it from my YouTube, and then I'll go to WhatsApp. And I say, guys, hey, there's a new video. They'll click a link, they'll go and watch the video. I'll take it from YouTube, I'll go on Facebook. I'll post it there. So on Facebook, I started 2 groups. I started one group specific for Shambani farm, and I started another group for goat farmers in Tanzania. The goat farmers in Tanzania, I made it open. Anybody can post their content there. And that of course, received a lot of followership, because people feel free. They come, they post their comment, they post their content, they post whatever it is. I've left it open. And they feel they are part of it. So they have become part of the content curation process themselves. They're helping me run that channel. I don't need to do anything. I simply put an administrator there, who also again is a goat farmer, just volunteered. So I do zilch. But it's a platform that I can use to communicate my products and services. So it's very important to see how you're going to promote your content, where you're going to promote your content. And I think the key here is to look at, when you're doing your promotion of your content, whether it's organic or paid, think of the customer journey. Because you could promote your content out of platform to your email address or whatever that then they need to contact you. And then you're promoting it on, let's say, Twitter or somewhere else. So the customer journey, you can imagine is quite a bit cumbersome if you really want this person to come and email you at the end of the day. So they have to come from wherever they are, come to Facebook, and then from Facebook, come to your website, and then from your website, then drop you an email. The journey becomes a little bit long. So you really need to consider there, what is the journey that you want to take your customers on. And that journey has to be short from the perspective of, the action, but in terms of the real journey of connecting to the brand, it's a long journey because you want to keep these people for life. Therefore, that connection has to be a long-term kind of connection. The management of your community. So you've built this wonderful community online. How are you going to manage it? Who is going to be managing it? It has to be very clear. If it is within the organization, which particular individual or which particular team, and how are they going to do it? That has to be clearly defined. So here I'm talking about having things like standards or guidelines or policies that govern that process. Because if we just leave it open, anybody will do anything at any time, and you'll not have a lot of control in that space. So it needs to be very controlled. If you're talking about anytime there's a comment or there's a post, we need to respond to it within 10 minutes. Then it has to be within 10 minutes that is responded. When do you consider this is a query, this is a comment, this is a kudos, whatever it is. It has to be clearly defined, and what is the process of handling questions or queries from our customers? That has, again, to be clearly defined. If there's somebody who is going to be there addressing those questions, they have to be equipped with the tools, with the guidelines, with all the material that they need, the Q&As, for them to be able to respond accordingly in line with your brand guidelines. And I believe once you do all these things that we have discussed here, you will see an impact on your bottom line from content marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to Mr. Beda Biswalo, Marketing and Communications Manager at ABSA Bank. Now, I'd like to introduce Mina Ali to the stage. Karibu sana. It takes two to tangle, guys.
Thank you, Henry. It's nice to join you on stage. Jamani, habari za leo? Wazima? Mmependeza sana. Nondo za kutosha. I'm very happy kuwa sehemu ya siku ya leo. Mr. Beda ameongea vitu vingi sana. Na hivyo Henry, ningependa kuuliza swali kwa audience. Okay. Kutokana na ile mafunzo ambayo tumepewa na Mr. Beda leo. Ni mtu gani ambaye anatengeneza maudhui ambayo wewe binafsi unapenda sana maudhui yake na unadhani yamepita kwenye njia zile zile za Mr. Beda? Please Henry, naomba nisaidie kupeleka microphone huko, mkono tafadhali. Kama kuna tangazo, content ambayo unaiona mitandaoni na unaipenda sana, I would like to know which one it is.
Labda turudie swali kidogo.
Aha. Kama kuna mtengeneza maudhui, if there's content that you see online, if there's content you've seen on TV that is very well made, it doesn't even...
Joe Master, yani kila nikiangalia content zake, whether it's commercial or non-commercial, nafurahi sana.
Comedian, okay.
Asante sana.
Nice, Joe Master. Mwingine? Kule kulia kuna mkono. A content creator or a certain content ambayo umeiona online, umeiona kwenye digital, that you think, hii hapa huyu ni noma sana. Which one is it?
Okay,
Unaitwa nani kwanza mrembo?
Vela Swai. I like Grace Maltika or Cherry Mars. Pia na Dico by Mona Lisa. Content zao ziko vizuri.
Nice. Makofi jamani tafadhali. Inatueleza wewe ni mtu aina gani, unapenda urembo na vyakula na comedy kidogo. See? Nice. Kuna mwingine, kuna content ambayo huwa unaiona mtandaoni and inakufanya ujisikie vizuri. Sasa leo nimecheka, leo nimefurahi.
Mpata mwingine huku.
Okay, Henry, twende.
Okay. Naitwa Elia Sereka, ni digital marketer. Mimi nampenda sana Kevin Kibenje kwa kweli, kwa sababu ni moja kati ya watu ambao walinivuta na nikaingia katika hii tasnia. Na 1 million yangu ya kwanza kutengeneza mtandaoni nilitengeneza nikiwa katika mikono yake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asante sana. Nice. Kwa hiyo kupitia mitandao tunakuwa inspired, tunatengeneza na sisi. That's really nice to know. Naomba usogee mbele Henry kwa Ruben Chakali, na yeye alinyoosha mkono pale. Atuelezee ni content creator gani ama content gani anapenda.
Okay.
Wa kwangu ni timu ya mpira. I think wanaitwa Mashujaa. Mashujaa kwenye IG. Anytime there is a game happening, najikuta nakimbilia IG kuona their caption, kuona the artwork that they'll put. Na I think ni kati ya team za awali kutumia AI artwork. Na their context in terms of posting. Wakiwa kuna wakati walikuwa wanacheza na Prisons, I think. Wakaweka caption ya a gorilla breaking out of the prison. Walikuwa wamewafunga. There was a time walikuwa wanacheza na Mtibwa Sugar. Wakaweka gorilla anatafuna miwa. Kuna wakati walikuwa wanacheza na Shinyanga sijui, wakaweka gorilla ameshuka stendi. Kwa hiyo I feel yes kuna clubs kubwa, lakini Mashujaa wananikosha every time that they post anything, na wana uwezo wa kubalance between taarifa na entertaining content.
Thank you very much. Naomba makofi tafadhali. Asante sana, na ni engo nzuri na unique kwa sababu they're really doing great. Na nadhani jamaa yao wa graphics ndo mtu ambaye anatakiwa apokee credits nyingi sana sana sana. I like the fact that you mentioned AI kwa sababu kwenye ulimwengu ambao tupo sasa hivi hatuwezi, na tunavyoongelea technology hatuwezi kupita bila hiyo. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the second Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit. Ya mwaka jana ilianza pale Superdome Masaki. Tulikutana, tuliambizana. Kuna namna ambavyo tumekuwa au kuna vitu tumejifunza. And I'm hoping today we'll learn more and more wakati tuko hapa. So coming up next, lakini kabla hapo Henry, hebu tukumbushe wale ambao wamepartner na sisi kuhakikisha hii inatokea.
Yes, asante sana. I wanted to obviously acknowledge Clouds Media Group, TMSA, Smart Codes, APC, Fern Marketing, Hill Water Group, and obviously Cellcom, the official payment partner with TDMA 2024.
Thank you very much. Now coming up next, nadhani tuweke macho kwenye screen na tujiandae kumtazama Emron Alemu, yani Chief Creative Officer wa The Collective, and anatueleza kuhusiana na content creation in general. Naweza kujifunza. So makofi tafadhali kwa Emron Alemu.
Sisters, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alemu Emron. I am a lover of creativity. I am a lover of Africa. I'm a lover of writing, having started out my career as a copywriter. I am the founder and the chief creative officer at The Collective, which is an assembly of creative talent from all over the continent, all the way from
tunaiongelea tech na tech yenyewe inatuambia nyinyi acheni hizo mambo msinizoe. Okay, I hope the issue can be sorted. Watu wetu wa technology vipi huko, tunaweza kumuona Bwana Emron?
Hello, greetings and blessings everyone, my brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alemu Emron. I am a lover of creativity. I am a lover of Africa. lover of writing, having started out my career as a copywriter. I am the founder and hello, greetings and blessings, everyone, my brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alemu Emron. I am a lover of creativity. I am a lover of Africa. I'm a lover of writing, having started out my career as a copywriter.
Okay, sasa kwa vile technology imetu technology nilikuwa naomba ni tuwape team ya technology time kwa ajili ya kuweza kufix hiyo, kwa sababu naamini hayo madini ni muhimu tuyaone na tuyaone kwa ufasaha. So maybe later tupate nafasi tena ya kuona. Henry, mina kitu before we move to our next speaker.
Okay.
Wakati hiyo inarekebishwa, nina kitu ambacho nataka kuuliza.
Ndio.
Yeah. Every time tukipata nafasi ya kuja kwenye Digital Marketing Summit, huwa last time tulikumbushana, na mara hii ningependa tufanye hivyo tena. Kwa sababu hii ni industry ambayo ilianza zamani, ilianza kwa uchanga, lakini we've seen a lot of art kupitia marketing industry. And I like to pay respect to that and to the people ambao wameweka kazi zao humo. So, naomba upitishe microphone. Nataka tena kwa mwaka huu nifanye tena hilo. Mtu anikumbushe tangazo lake ambalo hata lisahau, ambalo limewahi kutokea, la mtandao wa simu, kuna mrembo pale amenyosha mkono, la mtandao wa simu, la kampuni yoyote ambalo unalikumbuka, hata kama ni wimbo ambao uliishi kichwani kwako rent free kabisa. Tukianza na kujitambulisha.
Asante, naitwa Boaz Mazigo kutokea kampuni ya uendelezaji joto ardhi Tanzania chini ya TANESCO. Mimi ninakumbuka tangazo la Kilimanjaro ambalo lilikuwa na Miss Odemba, lakini na jina langu ni jambo kubwa, wewe hapo unaitwa nani?
Mimi naitwa Jambo Ndogo.
Asante.
Na wewe je? Makofi tafadhali. Jambo katikati, jambo ndogo na jambo kubwa ilikuwa yenyewe. Na nadhani pale tuliona animation, na kipindi kile ilikuwa so mchongo sana kuona animations kwenye matangazo. So big respect to them. Haya, mwingine?
Huyu hapa.
Okay, my good names are Neema Loti, na tangazo langu ambalo lipo kichwani mpaka leo ni Ongea Daily. Ila alifanya Diamond Platnumz, I think. So limekaa mpaka leo. Kabla kupanda kwenye stage wanafanya sala. That one.
Makofi tafadhali.
Makofi.
Okay, nyuma kule kuna mkono. Tena amenyoosha ile ya teacher me. Teacher me. Mambo vipi kaka?
Bwana salama kabisa, naitwa Barnabas Mbunda kutoka AirPay Tanzania. Tangazo ambalo nalikumbuka lilikuwa la Max Malipo, na lilikuwa linaenda kama ifuatavyo. Nasema, mimi naitwa Max, nimezaliwa pale kwenye familia ya mzee Malipo, watu wengi wananitambua kama Max Malipo, na kuendelea huko mbeleni.
Thank you very much. Asante. Mwingine tangazo ambalo unalikumbuka hutolisahau?
Ngoja niende kwa kaka pale.
Kuna mkono. Yes. Okay. Kuna matangazo mengi sana ambayo tulikuwa tunaishi nayo. Kila sehemu yapo kichwani. Na hiyo ndo sanaa ya kutengeneza matangazo mazuri, kufanya branding nzuri, inaishi milele kwenye masikio, kwenye macho, kwenye vichwa vya watu. Twende bro.
Asante, mimi naitwa Filipo. Tangazo nalolikumbuka mimi na sitolisahau ni lile la Tigo la wimbo. Dumi, 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 dumi.
Sijakusikia vizuri. Hebu rudia upi?
Kuna tangazo moja la Tigo. Walikuwa wanaimba ile.
Wanaimbaje?
Dumi, 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 dumi.
Hivi ni doli doli kweli? Au unamaanisha lile la dum 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 dum?
Yes.
Safi sana. Hilo tangazo kama unakumbuka lilikuwa linahusu nini? Kampeni yao ilikuwa ina promote nini hasa?
Ilikuwa ni promotion tu za line yao na huduma yao pia.
Okay. Sawa. Asante. Twende kwa mwingine. Twende sehemu nyingine. Kuna mikono upande huo katikati Henry. Hujasogea.
Okay.
Yes. Our next speaker is going to be Ronald Baraka Shelukindo. I am telling you, itakuwa bonge moja la session. I am looking forward to learn. Kwa hiyo tuchangamshane kidogo, tufurahi kidogo kabla ya kwenda hapo. Twende.
Ni nini siri ya mafanikio yako? Sio siri, ni Revora. Revora peke yake.
Asante Abdul. Juma pale.
Mimi naitwa Agnes. Tangazo ambalo sijawahi kulisahau ni tangazo la magodoro Dodoma. Lile ambalo babu alininunua mpaka mjukuu analitumia.
Nice. Asante. Mwingine?
Yes, mimi naitwa Ibrahim Maximilian na represent Via Service Tanzania. Tangazo ambalo siwezi kulisahau ni lile la chai jaba.
Linaimbwaje?
Siwezi kukumbuka vizuri lakini
nakuanzishia.
Okay.
Chai jaba.
Milele chai jaba. No, that is chai bora. Chai jaba ilikuwa lina animation fulani.
Okay, hiyo ni chai bora, milele chai bora.
Yes.
Chai jaba lilikuwaje?
Yes, chai jaba nzuri. Something like that. Nilikuwa bado mdogo sana lakini siwezi kusahau.
Nice. Nakumbuka vikatuni vya chai jaba walikuwa na midomo mikubwa, si ndio? Kwa hiyo ukiwa na mdomo mkubwa unaitwa chai jaba. Kuna mtu anakumbuka tangazo la maybe HIV and AIDS, maambukizi ya virusi vya ukimwi au kitu chochote kuhusiana na afya? Kuna mkono pale.
Wapi?
Henry. Kushoto kwako. Mrembo hapo.
Wapi? Tangazo la Naitwa Viola. Mimi nakumbuka tangazo la It Begins With You ambalo lilifanywa na marais pamoja na wake zao. Lilikuwa linahamasisha watu kupima virusi vya ukimwi. Wanaongea alafu wakimaliza wote wanamalizia na It Begins With You.
Thank you very much. Sema wewe ni wakishua. Sogea mbele hapa. Sogea mbele hapa. Henry. Sijui uanze na yupi, lakini you pick from the three hands hapo.
Namuona brother hapa.
Yeah. Okay, mimi naitwa Godwin Mweteni kutoka SportPesa. Tangazo nalikumbuka ni la ndugu yetu marehemu sasa hivi anaitwa Ephraim Kibonde la baba Fanueli, wabaki njia kuu ile. Lilikuwa linahimiza watu wabaki njia kuu. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Asante. Malizana na mrembo hapo alafu tusogee kwa Ruben tena. Au ambavyo how you see fit. Yes.
I think Ruben alikuwa anataka kusema langu.
Kwa muwai.
Nakumbuka ilikuwa ni tangazo lakini wimbo ile usione so sema naye kusubiri. Malizieni.
Nice. Nipigeni makofi.
La kwangu sio hilo. Kuna tangazo la mtu na mpenzi wake wameingia gesti. Wanataka kufanya michezo ya watu wakubwa. Alafu mwanadada anajaribu kumuhimiza blaza kwamba vaa kinga. Alafu kuna kunguru huko nje analia. Vaa. Kwa yule dada anajaribu kumsihi jamaa, jamani wewe msikilize hadi kunguru anasema vaa. Ilikuwa tangazo la PSI nakumbuka. Na kati ya vitu ambavyo niliona wivu uliotukuka na nikatamani ingekuwa ni mimi nimebuni ni hilo tangazo la kunguru na shawishi ndugu avae mipira ya kiume.
Nice. Makofi tafadhali. Haya, mmoja wa mwisho tupate. Harry, can we get one last person? Huku kulia kwangu.
There's a lady hapa.
Hapo.
Yes.
Okay. Basi wawili kwa sababu ni warembo.
Okay.
Kimaliza huyo na yule wa mwisho.
Habari, naitwa Sabrina Rubama. Mimi nakumbuka ile tangazo la haki elimu ambao most of time alikuwa anatumika Kayumba, unamwona na hangaika kusoma kwenye giza, lakini at the end of it ana succeed. Na imani watu wote tunalikumbuka.
Haki elimu, Keben.
Iko na haki elimu. Something of such kind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Na wa mwisho ni mrembo pale. Henry.
Kwa jina naitwa Rosina Sylvester, natokea APC Hotel and Conference Center. Mimi nakumbuka lile tangazo la ukimwi pia ambalo msichana alikuwa amevishwa nguo za shule, alafu walikuwa wanaongea baki njia kuu, epuka mchepuko.
Yeah, nice. Thank you. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Nice. So, nadhani kwa haraka tu tumejifunza ya kwamba great marketing lives forever in people's minds. It lives as an inspiration kwa sababu pia hata wao wakitaka kutengeneza kitu kipya, they reflect back into that. Lakini pia inakuwa kama sehemu ya childhood experience, kama kaka pale anasema nilipokuwa mtoto, bado anaikumbuka amebaki nayo. And zamani ilikuwa ni marketing ambayo inafanywa kwa nyanja tofauti, but now we have one big thing, the digital era. And at first, wakati digital era inakuja, kuna watu walikuwa hataki kuadapt, hataki kuiaccept, lakini wale waliowahi kuikubali ndo ambao wanafanikiwa, si ndio hivyo? Tujipigie makofi kwa kuwa sehemu ya watu ambao tumekubali, we've decided to learn, na kila siku tunafanya mambo makubwa. So, okay, before we move, nilikuwa nisogee kwa head of marketing wa MultiChoice, lakini nimeambiwa ile video teknolojia imekubali. So, wacha tuende hapo kwanza. Emeron Alemu, Chief Creative Officer wa The Collective, na hii ni kuhusiana na content creation. Once again, tumpe nafasi tena tumsikie.
Hello. Greetings and blessings, everyone, my brothers and sisters. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alemu Emeron. I am a lover of creativity. I am a lover of Africa. I'm a lover of writing, having started out my career as a copywriter. I am the founder and the Chief Creative Officer at The Collective, which is an assembly of creative talent from all over the continent, all the way from Senegal to Cape Town. Allow me to start by thanking you very much for the honor, for the privilege of being invited to speak in front of this amazing audience. I truly feel humbled. I'd also like you to allow me to apologize for not being able to make it there physically. As it is right now, as you're watching this video, I am miles away, somewhere in the south of France, at the Cannes Festival of Creativity on jury duty. If it wasn't for the fact that I was away, I definitely guarantee 110% I would be right there with you. Everyone who knows me knows that Dar es Salaam is indeed one of my favorite cities to be in. Beautiful people, beautiful scenery, beautiful food, beautiful music, beautiful everything. And next time, I hope I'll be able to catch up with most of you when I'm in your beautiful city. As it stands, I was given another privilege, the honor to choose the topic of which I would discuss with you today. And this being a digital platform, one of the topics of discussion was content creation. And as I said, as a lover of writing and storytelling, I felt it best to talk about content creation. And still, while trying to figure out what to discuss with you about content creation, there's a bit of a struggle because there's a lot of different topics that can be brought up when it comes to content creation. And of course, most of you are very, very, very knowledgeable on content creation itself. And many of you are also amazing content creators. So I thought what I'd bring to the table today is learnings from 3 conversations I had recently. Allow me to share the content of these conversations and the findings and the learnings. The first conversation came from a rather unexpected meeting. Not too long ago, I had the honor and the privilege of joining the team at Black Market Records in Nairobi, Kenya. Now, if you do not know Black Market Records, these are the guys behind the upsurge of Gengetone and Urban Tone and the youth music underground music movement going on right now in Nairobi and most of the cities within the country. I got the privilege of meeting Vic West, Harry Craze, Saru, Buttress, all young creative minds who are shaping the culture ecosystem in the country and in the region. And one of the topics that was brought to the table was about trends, coming up with the trends and chasing trends. And the interesting thing, considering these are people who are setting the trends of what people are listening to and what the lingo is in culture and what the dance moves are, what they told me is it's not about chasing the trend. In fact, they said, never ever chase the trend. You'll never catch up with it. And if you do catch up with a trend, what will happen is you'll create something that's just in the moment and has no longevity. Now, I know a lot of content creators are stuck in a space whereby they feel a need to follow, figure out the trends, keep up with trends, catch up with trends. But these people who are trend setters say, no, 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 no. Don't do that. Don't follow the trend. Don't try and catch up with the trend. What you do is you listen. You listen to society. You listen to what's coming. You have conversations with people. And they say by going out and talking to their consumers and having conversations, a two-way conversation, they then find out what to create that then will go on to set a trend. So if indeed you just want to be a trend follower, go ahead and do that. But if you want to be a trendsetter, have a two-way dialogue with the people you're creating content for. And also, one of the tricks I've always told a lot of creators, something I did for a long time as a content creator, as a writer, is people watching. Go out, watch people interact, have conversations. If you're sitting in a cab or Uber, have a conversation as you're on that ride. If you're at the market buying vegetables, have a conversation. You will be collecting the knowledge that you need to be able to create content that is actually setting trends as compared to jacking trends. So maintain a two-way conversation. Keep listening into society. Feed off society to collect the stories that will inform the content that you will create, rather than chasing trends. Another interesting thing that came up, and this was brought up by Vic West himself. And again, remember, Vic West, together with all these guys, has produced big hits like Kuna Kuna, Kuda Day, which is one of the biggest trending songs right now. Buttress did the big Africa-wide hit Angie, which took over multiple markets. And I'm talking to these guys about failure and knowing how you've gotten it right. And I said, look guys, do not be afraid to fail. And I think that's where a lot of content creators struggle. They're like, okay, if this is something fresh and something new, how sure am I it's going to work? They said, forget about that. Just create. And one thing that I found very amazing that Vic West said, for someone who had so many hits, he showed me a catalog of 100 failed songs. He said for every 20 hits, there's 100 failed songs. And they don't hide them. He said, go and look at our socials. You will see in there the videos that didn't work, the content that didn't work. Create without the fear of failure. You're not going to get it perfect every time. You're not going to know exactly what is going to work. So if there's one thing I learned from this conversation, or well, two things I learned from the conversation. Don't chase the trends, chase society. Listen to people, learn from them, and you will then be able to set the trends. 2, do not be afraid to fail. Create the content, put it out there. Some content is not going to be as great as the last content, and you'll never know where your next big hit is coming from. So that was the one conversation with the amazing talent at Black Market Records in Nairobi. The second conversation was with a gentleman from Lusaka, a filmmaker, Mr. Kenny Mumba, one of the most prolific filmmakers right now on the continent, also very familiar with creating content for Tanzania, for Uganda, for Kenya, for Zambia, for South Africa. Amazing, brilliant mind who's creating not just commercial content, but content that is going onto Netflix, and actually had Zambia's first ever Netflix film. And in this conversation, we discussed a very interesting topic. We discussed the art of storytelling and the key tenets. And if you recall, when you think of all your conversations around content creation, everyone's talking about the beginning, the middle, the end. And a lot of content creators are always looking for that little clever twist to bring at the end to surprise their audience. And in our discussion, we unearthed a new space where we said, look, maybe it's not about that ending that you're looking for and trying to figure out how to surprise your audience, but maybe it's about starting with a very clear picture in mind of exactly what emotion you're trying to pass on. So instead of writing an ending, write a feeling. Do you want people to cry? Do you want people to laugh? Do you want people to just smile? Do you want them to feel riled up and rally behind a cause? Be very intentional about what feeling you're trying to communicate. So the conversation with Kenny Mumba was simply around that, and that very interesting learning that don't focus on writing an ending. Focus on writing a feeling. Be very clear the emotion that you want to communicate. The third conversation, what you're doing, because simply put, no one understands you better than yourself. You've lived with yourself your entire existence. And in the conversation I was having with myself, the struggle in my mind was this. We as a continent, as a people, as creators, as creatives, are focusing heavily right now on the Afrolution. And what's the Afrolution? The movement to take Africa to the world. And the question I kept asking myself is, if we are working on appealing to a group, and it dawned on me in that self-conversation that is imperative. It is probably one of the most important things. In whatever you are creating, whether it's for a local audience, whether it's for a nano audience, whether it's for a micro or macro audience, remember this, be your true self. Don't try and create what you've seen someone else create, going back to the whole thing of jacking trends. Don't try and be that which you are not. Be true to yourself. Be authentically you. Sound like you would sound. Tell stories that you've encountered. Speak like you'd speak to people every single day. In your creativity, you can find within yourself that which people would find intriguing. So what I'd like to give to you and leave with you today from the 3 conversations that I had. 1, do not chase trends. Chase society, listen, have a 2-way conversation with them, and you will start setting trends. Do not be afraid. Put out the content. Not all your content will be great, but you will not be able to put out the amazing content if you're consistently afraid of putting out content. 3 is be as authentic to yourself as you possibly can. Be truly who you are. Be yourself when you're putting this content out there. And 4, as per the discussion with Kenny Mumba, be very clear and very intentional about the emotion that you want your audience to feel. Write a feeling and not an ending. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for your time. My name is Emron Alemo. I hope to meet most of you when I'm next in Dar es Salaam. I hope to meet many of you when you come through to Nairobi or Kampala or wherever I'll be at any particular time. But once again, thank you very much for this privilege of having this conversation with you. And I hope to hear feedback. And if there are any questions, obviously I can't take them right now. But then if the questions are sent in, I can figure out how to get the answers back to you. Blessings. Have a great day. My name is Alemo Emron from The Collective.
Thank you very much. Naomba makofi tena kwa Emron. Kweli tungekosa video, Henry, tungekuwa tumefeli sana because that was very, very insightful. Na sijui wewe umechukua lesson gani hapo?
I think the biggest lesson ambayo nimechukua is write a story. I think that's something ambayo I feel like I even hold very deep into my heart as a creative mwenyewe. Anything that I do has to, like, really merges the brand, even the people who are sort of like trying to target.
Nice.
Yeah.
Mimi nimechukua hii don't chase trends, chase society.
Okay.
Mara nyingi tukitaka kutengeneza vitu tunasema kwani nini kina trendi sasa hivi? Hapana, that's not the way. You need to fikiria kwenye hii society kuna nini ambacho mimi naweza nikakiweka. Lakini pia ile authenticity.
Yes.
Kwa sababu kama binadamu tuna relate kutokana na emotions za mtu mwingine na jinsi ambavyo yuko. Kwa hiyo inabidi kuwe na uwewe, uspecial ambao ni utofauti uko nao kwenye kila kazi ambayo wewe unaifanya. So I think that was a very, very special session. Asante sana kwake. And now, ladies and gentlemen, up next, ama ulikuwa na kitu?
Yes. Before we pivot to the next gentleman who's going to join us, I would like to again appreciate the sponsor partner that is Cellcom. Let's give a round of applause to our sponsors for their invaluable contribution. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, speaking on influencer man, Baraka Shelukindo. Makofi tafadhali.
Habari ya mchana. Good afternoon. I must be honest, energy asubuhi kuanzia wakati Dr. Chao anapanda ilinivunja nguvu kidogo. Sasa sijui ilikuwa ni breakfast au ilikuwa ni kitu gani. Ameingia rafiki yangu Beda akashusha nondo hapa. Naona kidogo energy imekuja sasa. So please, let's have a session that is interactive. Sifa kubwa ya marketers, wengi wanaambiwa kwenye zile colors, we are yellow. So we are very open to, talking, expressing ourselves, and just being us. So let's be us. Okay. So when I was called and asked the topic to present and talk about, it was a lot. But for me, digital influencer marketing was the most favorable. And I expected this topic to have been taken, but Dr. Chao was quick to say, fine, go ahead. Now, with the runarounds that we have every day in our workplaces, until yesterday I didn't have a presentation. So Dr. Chao calls me and says, actually SMS me, said, can we have your presentation? That's when now I had to find time and to put something up so I can share with you. And as I said, it will be more of a discussion. Okay. So first of all, for me, we need to understand what is this thing called digital influencer marketing. Because if we cannot define it, possibly we'll be going all over the place. This is influencer marketing is a strategy where businesses collaborate with popular social media users to promote their products or services on social media platforms. That is simply put. One of the things that I'm super proud with our country, Tanzania, is that we have embraced this space very much. And I think we can give ourselves a round of applause because we've not been shy in embracing this. So how did this come about? Because it did not just, all of a sudden came to use. And I think Dr. Chao spoke about it as well in his opening speech, is that there are a lot of factors that are actually happening every day, especially in our fraternity as marketers. And I'll just delve into a few of the things that have actually pushed all of us to have influencer marketing in our strategies. It has become almost, a must to have. So the biggest thing is that this came about after the explosive growth of social media platforms. Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, and X, formerly as Twitter. They have become our day-to-day lives. There's a lot of information that people consume because of the digital transformation. But we find ourselves, all of us, hooked into Twitter, into YouTube, Instagram, to gather, learn, and get some, current news, things that we like. And as such, businesses have had to look at how do they communicate with their intended target audiences. It is believed by last year, there were over 4.8 billion social media users. This is by Statistica. And these platforms, as we know, they've provided influencers with a space to reach and engage with millions of users. The other thing that was mentioned, I think Beda mentioned, and even Dr. Chayo mentioned, is that there's a big shift in consumer trust. So there's a lot of skepticism in advertisements or advertising. We always talk at MultiChoice that gone are the days where you just put an advertisement. Consumers these days, what's the catch? Because it is known as hard selling. You're trying to sell, you're trying to lure me. And as such, with this shift, it has actually forced all of us to think what are better ways to actually convince or sell our products and services. They say 92% of consumers trust influencers, recommendations over traditional ads, and for authenticity. People want things are original, that are authentic. And I think Beda spoke about it in his content creation, that he had to be himself. He had to be him. A good example is influencers sharing daily routine, personal stories, and unfiltered moments. So I was listening to what Beda was, as he was speaking about these goats. It was so real, so original, to a point where even the content itself was actually taken in a farm. And that's what people like. And we've seen that can become a very good example, that within a very short time, to have over 1 million YouTube subscribers is not a joke. Okay? One of the reasons is also, again, enhanced targeting capabilities. This has also been spoken of. Business now, they found that they have an ability to actually target niche audiences effectively. You're not throwing a stone in the darkness, hoping someone will say, for you to know Mempata. You actually going specific for people that you have identified. We spoke of personas. You've created a persona, you know who these people are, their age groups, where they live, what they like, how they consume their information, etc., etc. And that has actually prompted us to go into that space. Brands can work with influencers who have followers that match their target demographics. You use relevant influencers for relevant product and services. A good example is a fitness brands partnering with fitness influencers to reach health conscious. So you're not going to choose an influencer that is speaking music, for example, while you are speaking fitness. Could be a bit far, but you want to speak to someone who's speaking balanced diet with fitness because they speak to each other. Okay. One of the other things that has actually prompted business to go into this space is the effectiveness. Influencer marketing, first of all, very cost effective if you compare with our old traditional advertising. They say even a small business can afford to collaborate with micro or nano influencers. And we've seen people now sell their stuff. A small shop in Kinondoni, someone partners with a nano influencer, they promote and they actually can sell. And they can actually deliver effectively the campaign that the business drive. So in terms of effectiveness, it is believed that businesses earn up to $5.78 from every $1 that they spend on influencer market. This is by the Influencer Marketing Hub. So you can see, at the end of the day, it's all about the bottom line. Now, return on investment is a song that we hear every day in our organizations, but also as individuals. So whatever you do, think about what you're putting in and of course what you are getting at the end of the day. And influencer marketing has actually proven that every dollar that you spend, you're getting a lot more. And of course, another reason that pushed influencer marketing to come into play is the high engagement rates. So again, influencer content tends to have high engagement rates. Posts from influencers receive more likes, comments, and shares compared to brand posts. So DStv will put a brand campaign post on its social media handles. And you go and have a look, the engagement, there or thereabout. Few likes here and there, hardly shares. But when an influencer does a big shift, we've seen this, it's tested, it's proven, and it's working. Says an influencer post have an average engagement rate of 5.7% if you compare to a brand post of just 1.1%. So there's every reason for all of us to go into this route. And then something else that has been mentioned by the previous speakers is the favoritism that the algorithm does. So the algorithm for social media is actually favoring content from individuals than the brands. Now that's a fact, and it's a reason why we are where we are. Influencers' content often appears higher on the user's feeds, leading to greater visibility. And Instagram and TikTok promoting user-generated content are more prominently available on these platforms than the brand advertisements. And then, of course, alluding to the previous speaker, Beda, the rise of content video. People want to see things. People want to see real people. So increasing popularity of video content on platforms like YouTube and TikTok. This content, high engaging, you can share, you can comment, you can discuss about it, you can put reviews, and that's why very popular is what people want. Okay? Are we together? It's super quiet. Okay. So after all is said and done, do you just go and pick anybody with big numbers to be your influencer? Facts say no. So selecting the right influencer is crucial for the success of your marketing campaign. So we cannot just go out there and pick anybody. And I think there's something that Mina mentioned about trend. We always have a tendency of jumping into a trend without looking at the final outcome. So key factors to consider when you're making a choice over and above budget and compensation, because in most cases, you will always think about the budget. How much do I have? And what do I want of this budget? So apart from that, there are more factors, more things to look at when you're choosing the right influencer. So the first one is relevant to your brand. You must always ensure that the influencer's content and the audience that they have align with your brand values. To come back to what you said, the products and the target market. If you have a person that's aligning with you, this is a short-term measure, but it will always come back to bite you. And I gave an example of a fitness brand where you need to always, look for influencers who also speak about health, wealth, and fitness. Because fitness and health, they go together, and as always, this will last. It will be authentic, so to say. What you always have to look at as well is the engagement rate. So we have a tendency of looking for influencers with big numbers. But who is the numbers that brings about the outcome that you're looking for? You may find an influencer with 50,000 followers, but they have 10% engagement rate, while you can have a 200,000K influencer with just 1% engagement. What does this mean? You need people who are interested with that influencer and the content that they put up because they trust, because they believe in, and of course, whatever you put in there, it will align with your product and services, and as a result, it will be easy to convert. You also have to look into the audience demographics. You must analyze the audience and demographics to ensure that they match with the targeted customers. This should be in terms of location, gender, interest, as I said before. Because a good example, a beauty brand targeting young women should partner with an influencer whose audience is predominantly young and females. And we've seen that. We've seen how Fendi was introduced with Rihanna, how relevant it was, and of course, in terms of the revenues and how she pocket who has and can create a genuine content, and they've actually established trust with their audiences. And this you can actually measure, going back to Beda, with how they communicate regularly, how they post, how they engage. It's difficult to have a person that spends weeks without having any post or without even engaging with their audiences to be a credible and authentic as an influencer. Okay? Things you may want to check before selecting the right influencer is previous collaborations. Information is out there. You may want to review their past partnerships, and then of course you can gauge if they align with your campaign goals. A good example, an influencer who has successfully collaborated with a similar brand and delivered results that you can actually authenticate. Key for me is compliance and professionalism. You must always look at this and pick an influencer who actually follows industry regulations and maintain this throughout. Here, it can even go sour in terms of PR. Imagine you pick an influencer does not align with your company goals. It can actually turn to be a disaster. So you always have to make sure you check previous collaborations, but you must also check in terms of his compliance and professionalism. Some of the examples of these mega influencers worldwide: Cristiano Ronaldo, 630 million followers on Instagram. Kyle Jenner, 390 million followers. Dwayne Johnson, 395 million followers. I think in our audiences here, it will be interesting to see our own people. Who else? Diamond Platinums. Everything he touches now turns to gold. 17.6 million followers on IG. Millard Ayo. Authentic. You know, some names, when you hear them, when you read them, who follows her. Okay? Now, you've done all this. It's highly important to also know, you know, at which stage you have this influencer create correct content for you. We know you will have a campaign where you're driving awareness. So it's very important to actually make consumers be aware of what you're trying to push. Because at the end of the day, because of their reach, you want as many people as possible that you've targeted to be aware. So the content must actually drive that awareness phase. And when you've reached a stage where you feel now your audience is aware, they're actually considering the content that the influencer needs to be pushing out there for you must be a content that drives your unique selling proposition to actually make this target audience now consider to acquire the service, because that content will actually be speaking to the solution, to their problems, just like what Beda said when creating content. And of course, at the end of the day, the final content that they do is the content that will simplify that call to action where now a transaction can actually happen. You may combine all this at once, depending on what you're trying to achieve with your campaign, but it's always good to actually segment the phases and have messages that drive these three spaces of a campaign. Now, in terms of the format, we all know that this matters a lot with what the influencers are doing. Number one, videos. These are termed to be the best formats for influencer marketing, simply because they're engaging, entertaining, educating, and they drive the value point of a brand and not bringing that hard sell messaging that I was speaking about. There's a few examples of people on the audience who said who they like. I think for me is Leonardo. Is it Leonardo? The comedian. You actually and listen until the very last part of the content is when now you realize, actually, this was an advertisement. And that's what you want. Can you please give a round of applause for Leonardo, wherever he is? I am super impressed with how these guys are actually doing their content. And then, of course, number two is product review, which can also be a unique way of content format for influencer to curate and tailor a message of your brand to the targeted audience. Some potential customers like to see how a product has impacted someone, and through product review, messaging can mean an easy penetration of your brand. So, and we know, not only content created by content creators, influencers, but even when we go shopping now, most of the online shopping, majority of people will first look at reviews. Check on the reviews, you see how the user experience is, and that's when you make up your mind and purchase the product. Similar to the content that you want to ask your influencers to do, is something that will engage the audiences and, of course, reviews, and, of course, that will drive them to be converted. And the last one is the collaborative content. This is where you sit together, you create that content on both your brand handles and the influencer handles, and, of course, you get advice on your platform. But again, we need to also understand some of the challenges. So finding the most relevant influencer can be challenging depending on your product. We know for a fact there's a lot of bots and fake followers. So sometimes it's even difficult to, and you can actually, if you spend time, you can check. Some of the influencers with big numbers, you find less engagement. And that can actually tell you that numbers are actually fake. Something else that is also difficult, but it is manageable, there's a lot of agencies now are doing this, is managing that influencer relationship. Because you may end up as a business spending more time dealing with an influencer as opposed to doing your actually core work. So that can also be a challenge. And some influencers are very difficult. Creativity, freedom, and developing unique creative contents. That can also be difficult. Sometimes when you leave them free, then there's an element of risk. But when you sort of control, it is also not so good, because now you're taking away that authenticity to them. Some of them strong on this platform, not so strong on another platform, so you need to be careful where do you want to drive when you're recruiting them. Of course, calling the return on investment quickly is not as easy, even though, of course, a lot of advancement has happened at the moment. And of course, the algorithm keeps on shifting on social, which means what was relevant now might not be relevant in the near future, or at the time when you are recruiting, it's not relevant anymore. And of course, the investment in terms of tools of engagement is not that cheap, okay? So for me, I just want to end with a conclusion to all of you to say, go for it. We've seen it, it's happening, and it's not going anywhere. I thought I should put an image of this gentleman. For those who you know, this is a guy who lost his job during COVID, and he decided to sort of share his issues on TikTok. All of a sudden, he became a social media phenomenon with over 79.7 million viewers on YouTube, on TikTok, and 81.3 million on Instagram. As we speak, he's a multimillionaire. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron. Before you leave the stage, though, sorry if I caught you off guard, I would actually like to move the focus to the floor for questions. We really need, we really actually wanted to make this a
Henry, before the questions, I'd like to share something which I think will be interesting as well.
Okay.
So, for many years, multi-choice with DStv, we've been struggling to change the perception that we are actually affordable. Actually affordable to all segments of the market. I think all of you know that for many years, when you speak of DStv, that perception. And it was always difficult. I can see Furaha nodding. Now, we always think price is something that can actually change that perception. So we introduced different bouquets with affordable pricing, but it was still, when you go and check on the brand health tracker, you know, it comes back that you're still perceived expensive. So some of the things that we use included changing our communication, but not only communicating ourselves as a business. It was more being communicated by influencers. This is where we recruited the likes of Adija Kopa, Riyama Ali, Joti, the comedy and all these people, and we gave them the mandate to go and speak to the people that they trust, to the people that they understand, using the language that they also understand. And I can tell you, the minute we started that, that perception completely shifted. This is something that I'm always proud of, because initially it was very difficult to kind of convince the business to go in that route. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Naomba makofi tena tafadhali. Thank you. Sawa, naruhusu. I'm allowing 2 questions real quick before we move to our next speaker. So kama una swali kutokana na presentation hii, tafadhali weka mkono. Hapana, klasi imeelewa yote. Ule pale.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Imani Mketema natokea AirPay Tanzania. What you spoke about ni kitu ambacho watu wengi hapa tunafuatilia. Kampuni nyingi zinapenda sana kutumia influencers, especially sasa hivi when we're in a digital era where social media is the current trend. Sasa kuna kitu umezungumzia, nitaka kidogo ufafanuzi kwenye swala zima la who is the right influencer, kwa sababu unaweza kuangalia mtu kama Cristiano Ronaldo was banned from TikTok na YouTube for creating his own account, kwa sababu anasema ile algorithm ya TikTok alidestroy in 3 days. Watu wakashindwa kunaniliu, it was all the focus ikahamia kwake. Wakamwambia pia on YouTube within 3 years atafikisha almost 200 million subscribers. Sasa who is the right influencer kwa a specific labda kampuni or whatever the thing you are doing? Kitu kama hicho ili tuweze kupata ufafanuzi zaidi.
Yeah. So nafikiri kama alivyosema mwanzo, cha kwanza ni kuangalia what you stand for and what you're trying to drive. So if we were pushing something that relates to, let's say, tourism, the right person will be wale watu ambao wanapiga picha wanakwenda. There's a photographer, famous photographer, Fahad Ford. If you're speaking tourism, Fahad Ford is the right person because ana live his everyday life akipiga picha za maeneo haya. Sasa huo ni mfano mmoja ambao unaweza ukawa hauko karibu sana na Cristiano Ronaldo. What I'm trying to say is, as a business, you always want to align ambaye atakwenda kwenye ile segment ambayo unataka kuiaddress. Kwa mfano, mimi nataka kuzungumza na segment ambayo ni mass. Segment hii ni ya vijana, labda miaka 25 kushuka chini. Segment hii ni mass, iko maeneo fulani. Naendaje kupata attention yao hawa? Au naendaje kuwa influence hawa vijana ambao wako huko? Lazima nitafute influence ambayo wanaweza ku-relate nao. Ndio maana unaona at some point kama product inakwenda kwa watu hao, unaangalia mtu gani ambaye anaweza kuwashawishi hawa na wakamtrust. Unachukua mwimbaji wa singeli ambayo ndo zinachezwa huko kila siku ya Mungu. Watoto wakiamka asubuhi, vijana hawa singeli singer mkubwa kama huyo. For argument's sake, labda Dula Makabila. And you'll see the numbers because, again, as I said, depending on the stages za unachotaka kukifanya. Kama ni awareness, you go with one with huge numbers, so at least you can leverage the numbers in terms of awareness in that specific area. Lakini kama unataka a portion ambao ni niche, utakwenda kwa yule ambaye possibly hana namba nyingi lakini relevant again in that segment. I can only simply put that way. In the case of Ronaldo, hawa mega influencers wanakuja na mambo yao. We've seen I'm not sure if I responded correctly to your answer, but I will stick to your values, what you're targeting, what you want to drive as a business, and then of course I will align with that.
Asante. Nadhani maswali yametosha kwa sasa. Wanafunzi wamefurahi. Asante, makofi tena tafadhali. It was such an insightful presentation, and Mr. Ronald, and I take to note, ama kama ulikuwa hujasikia vizuri, hizi ni baadhi ya key points ya vitu ambavyo amezungumza He spoke about influencer marketing, and one of the most important things he touched on was choosing the right influencer and the key factors to consider. You have to see relevance to your brand from the influencer. You have to see engagement rate, influencer ambayo unamtaka, audience demographics, authenticity. It pops up again. This is again and again it's been popping up today. And of course, previous collaborations, whether this person is respectful enough, whether they're good to represent your brand, and when and where to use influencers. I think in this generation right now, it is put on is a very, very big lesson. Kwa hiyo, asante sana, sana, sana. And now we know that videos are one of the most effective form. Coming up next on stage is our next speaker. He'll be speaking on influencer management and how it affects the bottom line. Naomba makofi tafadhali kwa Vice President wa Indahash Kenya, and that is Francis Karuga. Makofi tafadhali.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Tanzania's Digital Marketing Summit 2024. My name is Francis Karuga. I've been working in the advertising and marketing scene in East Africa for the last 14 years. And for the last couple of months, I've been working at Indahash as the vice president for this region. And at Indahash, we power influencer marketing through technology and data. And I'm really excited to speak to you guys today virtually. And the topic of influencer marketing is always very interesting for me because I've seen it grow from, it being very rudimentary with a lot of human bias. And now we're in a space where we're using technology to remove that human bias from the selection of influencers and, more importantly, the management and the measurement of those influencer activities to make sure that we are always on track and we're up to date with technology and the trends. Now, influencer marketing is largely built on two key pillars I like to explore. The first one is authenticity. Authenticity in the sense that we're finding an influencer partner who is fit for brand, who speaks and walks the values that our brands live by, an influencer whose content is constantly driving engagement reach. So we're not looking at someone who's a one-hit wonder, it's someone who's constantly doing it. And that authenticity is what helps us get the right influencer. Secondly, influencer marketing is largely based on persuasion. Without persuasion, your influencer marketing will not work. And persuasion obviously is very hard to measure, but it's based on someone's content. Does this content move you towards an action? Is what basically we always look at. And people always ask, does influencer marketing affect my bottom line? And yes, it does. Look at it from this perspective. So if you're looking, we obviously set out to achieve different objectives. We're looking at increased brand awareness. An influencer who's going to give you mass reach is going to deliver that for you. They're going to get that increased reach from this influencer. Also, credibility is really important. An influencer who is known for being authentic with the choices or with the picks that they give their audiences gives you that credibility, and that credibility also builds onto your product, builds into your product and helps your product scale higher than your competitors. Also, more importantly, engagement rates. If your product is getting higher engagement rates, you're getting more visibility than your competitor, it will affect your bottom line eventually. Also, we look at, let's say I've set up conversion as a metric. So in this conversion, I'm either tracking it, let's say I'm running an e-commerce platform, or maybe signing up to a database. I'm trying to grow my database. So if I'm running an airline campaign and I want to grow my database so that in the future I'm able to speak, drive my direct engagement to different users via email, via SMS, and I'm trying to build that database. That's a sales metric that you can look at, and that will affect your bottom line as well, because that means if I build a strong database through this influencer marketing campaign, in the future, I'm going to have less costs, less engagement costs for consumer marketing activities. Also, if I'm looking at driving basket value for influencer marketing activities, I'm able to see that in real time. And that also helps you now. Am I going to start realigning the message to ensure that the message is working harder for me to get more conversions going on? So that's another metric that can end up looking at affecting your bottom line. Also, for the accountants in the room, influencer marketing has budget planning, or even if you have a budget constraint and you still want to use influencers, there are different clusters that you can help unlock. Again, you're looking at, have you been able to impact your NPS score because of the recommendations the influencers have been driving, the conversations, the positive conversations the influencers have been driving around your product or service? How has that impacted your NPS score in the long run? Also, you're able to then start calculating things like web traffic and looking at the growth of your social media platforms and the engagement rate as well. You're able to track from day 1 to day maybe 20 when the campaign started. How has that been going? And you're able to then measure out against the activities the influencers are looking at. Influencer marketing is changing, and there's a lot more technology baked into it. So there's a lot less guesswork now. If you look at what we're doing at Indahash, where we have created around 20 unique filters for influencer selection. So before you even get to work with an influencer, you've put in about 20 filters, and these filters help you look at different metrics. You're able to see engagement rates. You're able to look at the follower strength. You're able to look at the audience interest. You're able to look at that the content creators' interest as well. You're able to filter through your competitor keywords. You're able to check if that influencer is credible. Is their following credible? Or do they just go off and buy bots on the internet? You're able to check things like brand safety. Has this person been involved in a scandal before? It is helping us at Indahash to help you filter influencers before you even get to commission them. And obviously, post that, there is the major component of reporting, which a lot of people struggle with. Reporting in real time is a struggle because you have to sometimes ask the creator to send you the metrics. But at Indahash, we've baked into a dashboard real-time reporting, so you're able to see all that on one dashboard once the campaign kicks off on every published piece of content that has gone out. And also we're looking at social listening. It's very important. You want to know what are people saying about your brand when a campaign is going on, and able to tell you what are the influencer audiences saying about your brand as well. Is it positive? Is it negative? And more importantly, are they talking about your brand when they see the influencer content that's relating to your brand? If someone posts, sometimes people will post photo influencers as opposed to your product, and the product completely disappears. Now, with this feature, you're able to know what percentage of that content, of those comments rather, speak about your product. And this helps you to quickly speak to the creator and say, I think the next one, we need to slightly tweak this message to ensure that we are on vogue, or we're making sure the product is the star of the campaign. So that's how basically I would look at influencer marketing and how it affects businesses, and how we need to move forward with technology to ensure that we are efficient and effective with our influencer marketing campaigns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asante sana, Mr. Francis Karuga. Makofi tena kwake tafadhali. Thank you. Sawa, najua wote kuna namna tunahitaji break, and njaa pia, lunch, si ndio? Haya, but before that, one specific comedian has been spoken about today on this stage. And for me, let's just say, facts are, he's one of the biggest comedians in the country at the moment. And luckily, he's here with us today. So before we have our lunch, please welcome the outstanding comedian, Leonardo. Makofi tafadhali.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Habari za mchana. Okay, naitwa Leonardo, ni comedian. Nafurahi kuwa hapa. Kuna wataalamu wengi wa marketing. Na mimi sijasomea marketing, lakini natangazwa, ni influencer. Kwa hiyo nadhani naweza nikashare a thing or two from my experience. Cha kwanza kabisa ninachofocus nacho mimi binafsi as an influencer ni utofauti. Unamtongoza. Kama unavyofahamu, mtu kwa siku unakuta anatongozwa na watu 7, 8. Kwa hiyo lazima uje kitofauti ili ya kuelewe. Huyu kaomba namba, huyu kaomba namba, huyu kaomba namba. Wewe njoo kitofauti. Mfuate binti, unamwambia habari za kazi binti. Hata kama ana kazi, hadi yeye atashangaa, kumbe nina kazi na sijui. Unambambikizia habari za kazi. Baadaye unamfuata, naweza nikapata tovuti yako. Umeshamchanganya. Kazoea kuomba namba huko. Kama una tovuti nipe hata barua pepe hivi inanitosha kabisa. Yeye mwenyewe atasema sina hivyo vitu, naomba simu nikuweke password. Unasema okay, ngoja nitoe nywila. Umemchanganya. Utofauti. Uniqueness. Muhimu sana. Muhimu sana. Lakini kingine ni value. Mimi nafanya stand up comedy, nafanya ads, lakini okay, sijisifii, lakini binafsi napenda ku-add value kwenye stand up, kwenye kila sehemu nilipo. Kuna kitu cha utofauti najitahidi kuweka. Me and my crew, obviously. Sasa tuchukulie mfano hapa Mlimani City hapa. Venue safi kabisa, carpet safi, ipo vizuri kabisa. Ukienda chooni pia safi, kila nyanja zina value. Kule ni washroom jamani. Unajua kuna washroom na msalani. Washroom kama jina lilivyo, washroom, chumba cha kujisafisha, kujiosha. Msalani kama jina lilivyo, kwanza lazima ukute msala kule. Usipokuta msala utauacha wewe. Lazima kitokee chochote. Na washroom au msalani ukiingia, reaction yako inatokana na zile herufi za kwanza za washroom, msalani. Umeingia washroom, neno la kwanza unasema wow. Umeona inavyopendeza. Lakini ukiingia msalani, herufi ya kwanza ni nini? Lazima useme value. Kwa cha kwanza utofauti, cha pili ni value, na add value. Lakini kwenye swala la influencer na relationship, kuna chemistry. Lazima kuwe na chemistry kati ya influencer na brand yenyewe. Mna act vipi? Mnaingiliana, ile seamless ipo? Muhimu sana. Ni kama kwenye ndoa tu. Wanasema Mungu atakupa kufanana naye. Sura. Ni vitu fulani hivi. Sometimes watu wanaforce ndoa, wanakuja wanaachana. Ushanipate? Unakuta mama mzuri tu, mama lishe. Anapika vizuri kabisa. Amefunga ndoa na mtu anafanya kazi fire. Ndoa itafeli kwa sababu huyu anaamka anaanza kuwasha moto, huyu anaamka anaanza kuzima moto. Kweli kutakuwa na chemistry? Amna. Lakini kingine as an influencer naangalia kuchange. Kwa sababu nashukuru sana Mr. Shelukindo, umeniongelea vizuri sana. Thank you. Thank you very much. Kwanza kifurushi changu kimekata jana. Tutaongea baadaye kidogo. Kubadilika. Kama ile anavyosema, unaangalia video unakuja kugundua mwishoni kumbe ni tangazo. Lakini nafahamu kabisa kuna siku watu watasema ili tangazo hili. So I need to change. Inabidi niwe creative zaidi kila siku kubadilika. Hizo utotoni kwenye hesabu tulikuwa tuna find x, tafuta thamani ya x, ila sasa hivi serikali inataka ipige vita X. Kwa hiyo mambo mambo ya kila lenye mwanzo alikosi kuwa na mwisho. We need to change. We need to change. Nifika hapa nimeona speakers wote wanaongea Kiingereza, nimeogopa. Nikasema naenda kuongea nini pale? Lakini mimi nimesoma shule hizi za Kayumba hizi. Mwanzo mwisho sijasoma Kiingereza. So it was really tough for me to learn English. It wasn't easy at all. Why? Meanings. They're too nice to have those meanings. Like the word promiscuous. Promiscuous. I thought it meant someone who keeps her promises. I was walking around bragging about my girlfriend. Yo, my girlfriend is so promiscuous. They're too nice, very innocent. Only Nigerian pastors can use dangerous sounding words and put them into beautiful scenarios. You know, especially when they're praying in the church. They'll be like, dear Lord, attack us with your blessings. Destroy us with your overwhelming love. Let the Holy Ghost fire explode in us. I said, what the hell? Lakini, tumejifunza, sasa hivi tunafahamu. Sio kila mtu anafahamu. Unajua, lugha Kiingereza ni lugha ngumu ndugu zangu. Tuseme tu ukweli. Because I have an uncle, one of my hobbies is enjoying seeing someone who don't know how to use English very well speak their English. I love it. I have an uncle who can't use prepositions very well. He will call me, oh, yo, Leo, are you home? And I'm like, yeah, I'm under a bus, I'm coming. Cool, but sometimes I use a wrong preposition at the right time. I remember one time I was at his place, we were watching TV, and then he stood up, he's like, yo, Leo, I'm going to the bedroom, I'll be within your aunt. He was wrong, but he was right at the same time. So as an influencer, I have to thank technology. Na wote wataalamu wote wa IT, computer nini wanatusaidia sana. Sisi ndo kula yetu ipo huku. Vijana wenu tunakuja mbele zenu. Sisi ndo tunakula huku. Kiukweli, and technology is developing sana. Because I remember when I was young, I'm that old, yeah. When I was young, I didn't know how to turn on the TV until I was like 10 years old, because I wasn't allowed to touch expensive stuff, you know, African parents. But now things are different. You find a 2-year-old who knows how to turn on the TV, they can turn on computers, they can turn on Catholic priests. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leonardo.
Thank you, Leonardo. Before you go, naomba niruhusu maswali kwa Leonardo. Because we've been speaking about influencers, we've been speaking about content creation, and now we have one who's a content creator and an influencer. So if you have a question to Leonardo, tafadhali. Tuanze hapa.
Thank you very much. Leo, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
I hope you'll be able to pick my English because Swahili yangu ni ndogo kabisa.
Swahili yangu. Kenya?
Uganda, so.
Uganda.
Yeah.
Okay.
Leo, we've been talking about influencers here and there. Now, given the chance that do you accept every company that comes to you in case 10 companies come to you, what do you best want to say, okay, no, I won't go with this, I'll go with this? Or have you experienced that?
No, I don't work with just any company. First of all, my price will cut some off. Yeah, and second, it's not about where I'm going to take you as a brand. It's also about where you're going to take me as an influencer. So, yeah. I think I've answered that quite well.
Umemaliza. Okay? Sawa. We've been speaking about influencers today, about content creation, and we have one on stage. So if you have a question. Ni huyu? Sio wewe?
Okay, cool. I think first and foremost, thanks Leonardo for the talk. We have enjoyed to be your form of payments, because, and this could come as one of the challenge on Shelukindo's list, is like we marketers experience a lot of difficulties in terms of scaling up what you bring to the brand versus how your costing is, because at the end of the day, the conversation on the table should always be how best can you grow and grow with the brand together, as opposed to how much the work is versus how much you're supposed to do. So how do you bring that in terms of proper scaling? And if I'm to ask a second question on top of that, the way you work with your brands, do you work with the brand, to complete the scope, or you work with the brand with a lot of passion and looking at it in terms of, being part of the brand's success story?
Okay, first of all, how do I scale my prices, right? I think it all comes to value. Yeah, it's all come to value. Like I said before, I'm a stand-up comedian and I'm a brand influencer shooting ads. So the way we scale our prices it depends on what I can offer for you. As a brand ambassador or as an influencer, those are two different things. So they separate. My prices on brand influencing is different from I being an ambassador. That's one. Two, it depends on activities. If I just shoot ads and that's it, that's another thing. If I have to shoot ads and come to your activation activities and appearances in your event, that's the thing. Right? And what was the other question? Growing. Scope. Something about scope? What was it? Can you come again?
Move closer to the question. Yeah.
Yes. So I think the second part is I was looking into how best do you involve yourself with a brand in terms of being part of its successful story?
Okay, first of all, you have to know the goals of the brand, the history, and what they want to achieve in the near future. That's the first thing you have to do. And that's why I advise whoever I work with that we shouldn't just do a single ad or a 1-month deal. I think it's best if we could do 3 months or 6 months or a year, so that I can, as I'm doing the ads, I'm also learning the culture of the company so that we can grow together.
Nice. And I think that's a perfect direction to go as an influencer. Henry, kuna swali jingine?
Yes, kuna swali jingine liko hapa. Guys, we're in Tanzania. Maybe the questions could be a bit more digestible. Karibu sana.
Asante. I'm John from Poppins Creative Agents. Leonardo, you're doing well in terms of content creation, apart from just being an influencer. My specific question is, what is your inspiration behind the content pieces you create?
Okay, aside from money?
yeah, sure.
Okay, what can I say? Okay, I'll start with, the person who inspired me to get into comedy is Eddie Murphy. I love Eddie Murphy, and so aside from stand-up comedy, he also did movies. He's still doing it, doing them. But inspiration. Okay, aside from, at first it was about money, I have to admit that, but now as like I'm being approached by so many brands, so it's not just about money, it's about how am I gonna grow myself from being an influencer to a brand. You know. Growing. So my inspiration is growth as a stand-up comedian, as a brand influencer, or as a person. Growth is my inspiration. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm giving a chance to one last question. Halafu tusogee. And I
There's a
see
question here.
Huko, sawa, tuanze huko basi.
Bili zinazoshindana na ulitumia kigezo gani kuchagua moja ya kampuni kufanya nayo kazi?
Kama nilivyosema hapo awali kwenye price pale mafuta yatajitenga na maji, price pale, lakini pia nishai kupiga show wiki hii na brandi hii, afu kijayo nikaingia deal na brandi nyingine, lakini ile ilikuwa ni show tu, haikuwa as a deal, haikuwa deal. Sijawahi so far sijafanya kazi ya muda mrefu na competitive brand build tofauti. Nashukuru Mungu kwa hilo. Kwa mnaweza mkaja tukaendelea kufanya madili jamani. Bado mimi ni mchanga. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. All right, last question from Ruben.
Langu sio swali pase, kwa sababu theme yetu ni Unpacking Marketing as an Investment, na speakers ambao wameongea wamegusia swala la content creation, swala la kuwa na digital strategies, influencer marketing. Tumebahatika kupata kijana ambaye amejikita kwenye being a brand influencer, anaelekea kuwa brand influencer, na wengi wamesema kuna muamko wa Tanzania kupokea influencers, na ni sehemu kubwa kwenye kujenga brand na kusaidia kwenye bottom line. Basi rai yangu au ombi kwa sisi ambao ni marketers ni kuanza kuwa treat influencers like important pieces of the business, kwa sababu mara nyingi nimejikuta kwenye pande zote mbili. You're in agency, you're in media, you're working for a client, lakini the prevailing treatment ya influencers mara nyingi is come or go. Yani wewe ndo unatuhitaji zaidi, sisi kama brand hatukuhitaji kivile, tunakusaidia, tunakupa hela. But since we are all having conversation about watu hawataki matangazo ya kawaida, they want content. Hawa wanaotengeneza content, interaction yao ni tofauti, influence yao ni tofauti. Kwa hiyo sisi kama brands that are working with influencers, it's high time tuwape the same value that we give when you're buying operating systems. Tuwape the same value that you're giving when you're buying technical know-how. Tuwape the same value that we want to be given na makampuni yetu in the offices. Ili tusiwe na cases nyingi za nichokupa na kama utaki, ondoka nitamtafuta mwingine. If we take them to be an important cog kwenye kusaidia sisi kutufikia malengo yetu ya kibiashara, then the treatment and how we structure our contracts, how we structure our negotiations, how we structure the meetings that we have, zitabadilika across the board, whether it's a media house, it's a telco company, it's a financial company. Tuwachukulie the same way we take when CTO is going to buy a new technology. Anakuwa na umakini sana kwenye kuchagua, na hata contracts zinavyokuwa zinakuwa signed with extra care. Kwa hiyo tuwekeze zaidi kwenye kuwaheshimu na kwa pamoja tusaidie towards kubadilisha the bottom line of the brands that we work for.
Makofi jamani, makofi. Thank you. Asante sana.
Asante sana. That was it for now. Thank you, Leonardo.
Thank you.
Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Makofi kwake tafadhali. A very nice presentation kwa influencers wa Tanzania na comedians pia. When we come back today, tutapata nafasi ya kumsikiliza Doreen Kwayu kutoka Head of Operations, SportPesa Tanzania. And we'll also have a panel discussion on stage, lakini pia sessions on industry case studies from Shambani Walwa, Head of Marketing, Cellcom Tanzania, and of course performance marketing na social media case study. So there's still a lot more to learn, a lot more to enjoy. But as for now, I would like to request, kabla hatujaenda lunch, kwa dakika 10, that you meet and speak to someone you've not met before. Sawa? Hiyo ni muulize anafanya kazi wapi. Network for 10 minutes, because this is why we're here, to get to know each other. We're the ones pushing this industry, and so we need to socialize. Within 10 minutes, we'll go for lunch. But as for now, please meet, socialize, exchange numbers.
Yes.
And hopefully it results into some really good business. Naona mmeanza kusocialize tayari.
Yeah.
Kabla sijamaliza kuongea.
Na basa.
Fantastic, guys. Thank you very much. I guess.
Don't tell no one. Got enough to touch. Keep it all in no secret. What they don't know won't do them no harm. We can
Thank you. Thank you. Truly appreciate
Warmly welcome, guys. So lunch is ready, but there's about 3 or 4 booths outside, just to remind you. Like, there's a Cellcom booth outside, there's the Smart Africa group outside booth, which has the Reefly app. There's the Cellcom booth outside as well. We have APC Hotel and Conference Center outside as well. Go grab your flyer if you can. Also, don't remember, all the photo of this event have been uploaded. You just need to scan, and it will direct you to a website where you will be able to download your photos for free in full high resolution. Yeah, I would also urge everybody to just please remain now seated as we sort of like moderate filing for lunch. Thank you. Hello? Right. If we could go back to, so that we moderate how we move to lunch. Thank you, everyone. It's such a great networking session. Hello? Yes, if we could go back, if we could remain seated. It's such a great session to network. Yeah, network not endelea. A lot of handshakes. Yes, if we could just remain seated for now as we moderate lunch. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our ushers are coming to take you from your seat, heading to the lunch buffet. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much. Ushers will be passing around to escort you to lunch.
unpack what is the digital octopus, what does it mean, and what does marketing actually mean in terms of looking at it as an investment. Before I welcome the next shout out to to our sponsors for their invaluable contributions. I will start off with APC Hotel and Conference Center, Clouds Media Group, Smart Codes, Fern Marketing, TMSA, Hill Water, and last but not least, Cellcom, the official payment sponsor for the Tanzania Digital Marketing 2024. Right, so without further ado, I would like to welcome Ms. Shambani Walwa, Head of Marketing.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. That was not the energy I received when I was mentioned. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Very much. My name is Shambani Walwa, Head of Marketing from Cellcom, Tanzania, and I'm here to share with you a story to businesses, the duka shop that you have, the wakalas, and etc. My intention is to ensure that we do all that we do, but what is next? So first of all, I will start by asking, okay, I think technology is technologing, like what Mina said previously. Anyway, first of all, I'd like to start by asking, why do we do what we are doing? And why do businesses invest in marketing? In the world that I'm coming from, and I believe to most of the marketers in here, marketing is being considered as the most spending function in the whole of organization. I hear you, my previous boss. And most of the time when there is a necessity and the need to cut budget, marketing will be the first function or department to be given a first consideration. Cut it from marketing. Media spend, cut it. Now we're talking about investing on influencer marketing. Ruben aired out his views in terms of we marketers, how do we value the influencers to the level that we value other media channel that we invest on. When you have the budget enough to do that, it's always good. But when you don't have that budget, you become like my friend Abdul from FEN, Denso, when he was asking, why do you charge what you're charging? So it's all because investment has to speak as the return that we are going to give to our organizations. But again, if you cannot justify it, that's when marketing are being asked to cut down their budget. So back to my question, why do we do what we are doing? And what is the ultimatum of the activities we do? We are now talking about digital octopus. We are now here speaking about how well can we invest in digital marketing to provide an impact that is very much fruitful and successful to our businesses. But at the end of the time, what is that and why, and all of those questions. So what I wanted to ask again is, after all the successful advanced advertisements, promotions, content marketing, influencer marketing, campaign awareness, traditional marketing, and all that we do, after doing all those for over 20 years in this industry, in this market, has been serving as a financial technology solution for over 20 years, has more than 100 partners, local and international, providing financial solutions, and has been very much successfully to ensure that the channel and distribution he has, that all these partners are actually deciding to invest or to work with the business, become more and more and more, because he has done a very good job. I'm speaking of Cellcom Tanzania, as a case study for our Digital Octopus subject that we have. Thank you. Now I can go ahead with my presentation, please. All right, so us, especially from our day-to-day lives, we'll be asking ourselves, who is Cellcom? And I think from back in life, before the Luku issue, buying Luku from Wakala was not stopped, most of the time we would engage Cellcom with Luku buying. But who is Cellcom, to be honest? How long have they been in the business, and what do they do? So I'm here to answer that, but again, I'm here to give you a case study from the business perspective and from the marketers that we are, why Cellcom exists and what do they do, and why does it become an impact to us. So number one, Cellcom, as I said, is a Tanzanian-owned private company founded in 2001 as a prepaid distributor for Celtel in Tanzania. When it started, it was just a small segment doing just a small function. But again, for over 20 years, it's been existing. Why? It focused on pioneering the role of a vibrant and diverse financial technology sector. Cellcom is a Tanzanian Communication Regulatory Authority and Bank of Tanzania licensee, recognized by the Bank of Tanzania as a leading enabler of mobile banking and payment service provider. As we speak right now, Cellcom is banks. And I'm sure for all of us, we are using more than 20 banks, maybe. If I can just start counting what bank are you using, what bank are you using, we'll just end up having 20, even 30, even the 40 that I've mentioned. Tell you what, over 40 plus banks are working with Cellcom. Why? Why are you not using your bank is actually using Cellcom? I'll get to that. Cellcom works with all the mobile network operators that you know in this market. Mobile network operators, I'm speaking of the Vodacom, the Tigo, the Airtel, the Halotel, the etc. Cellcom works with those operators. Why? I'm going to answer that. And Cellcom will soon be working with you after I'm done with my presentation, because there's a value that we see out of them. If I continue, in our daily lives, we deal with small businesses and big businesses. We have restaurants, we have nearby shop that we call Dukalamangi, we have a nearby wakala, which we call an agent. We have different mamantiliers who make payments, collect bills, etc. They exist and they operate, and they need a better way of collecting their bills, a better way of making sure that the expenditures are well tracked, and a better way of paying different bills from government, etc. Let's continue. So what does Cellcom does? With over 40 plus banks that has a partnership with over 30K, as in F30 mawakala available in Tanzania, with over 100K businesses existing in this country. And again, it does do a transaction over $1.5 billion in a year, every year from, let me say, 20 years ago. That's what Cellcom does. Thank you. Next. So saying all of that, what exactly Cellcom does? I said in the beginning, a financial technology company focused to ensure that from financial services, the technology advancement, the e-commerce where digital marketing is all about, Cellcom is where is involved and focused on. Now here to start a story. Cellcom provides an integrated solution to merchants to collect customer bills through card payment. You go into Shoppers supermarket, you want to make your payment, you take off your bank card. Yes, it is a bank card from a certain bank that you're using. But I'll tell you what, the integration for your money to be removed from your account to that particular merchant who we call Shopper supermarket is actually being done by Cellcom. Cellcom does provide access to digital payments with both MNOs and banks, a means of paying digitally and receive payment electronically. This involves both. Either you are using a card or you are using your MNO, as in mobile payments. That's where Cellcom gets involved. To be able to transact that particular money to go to that particular merchant or a business that you are transacting with, that's where Cellcom come on board. Cellcom does remotely payment collection facilitated by URL, linked with payment information. We look at order number, till number, the amount required. The payment can be done via TAN QR, till number, debit card, push USSD, reference to Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit 2024 payment mode. I'm not sure how many of you guys, to be able to participate in this event today, were able to go to the link that MSA provided. Go to it, make your transaction, select the ticket you want, and either push USSD notification came to your phone, or you allowed your card to actually do the transaction. I hope some of that, and for that process to actually take place, that was Cellcom. Again, Cellcom does provide control of cash in and cash out, provide convenience to customers. It's fast, it's easier to track. By the time we got to 4 p.m. yesterday, Tanzania, or should we just let it open? And the decision was, let's give a happy hour from 4 p.m. to at least 10 p.m. Let's allow whoever that was missing out, let's give them an actual price that is different to actually make the last decision of payment and be part of this historical event. To be able to do that, we actually went through to see how many have paid, how many people have we so far received for this event today, and are we comfortable to cater for them for this venue or not? Part of the Cellcom payment gateway that we provided this event. And one thing that I can emphasize, for that particular gateway, payment gateway, can be done for anything. And this is where I wanted to highlight for each and every one of you. So I speak about the banks, I speak about the MNOs, I speak about but again, even individually, from a normal event to a big event, from a small business to the bigger business, from whatever that you do that involve financial transaction, you want to work smart. You want to monitor how you generate your revenues. Cellcom in your life. Next. So we have machines like what you see, which does a lot of wonders. Wonders to different companies, different industries. I'm your partner, hi. All right, so for you to be able to actually take control and be close to your audience, you actually need Cellcom. That's what I was trying to say. And of course, engage with your direct consumers, which are the Cellcom POS machines. And of course, they're able to do so many things with the device, and that allows any small business, any normal human being who want to track their transaction and financial activities to be able to do that day and day and be smart with our daily lives. Because you know what? Money is everything. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Maraba. Asante sana Simon. Basi nitakuita baadaye. Nenda kakae kwanza. Baadaye.
Sasa hivi naomba tunusuka.
Mimi naomba nikushike.
Jamaa shikamoni. Jamaa shikamoni. Samani. Kwa majina tu Simon Christian Danda atokea Njombe. Baba na mama afariki naishi na bibi. Naombeni msaada chirobole chunacho. Naombeni msaada.
Okay, asante. Next, please. Okay, Cellcom does provide different cards which are supportive in terms of today financial transactions, and the cards can be used with different partners. Sorry about that. Speaking of MNOs, speaking of prepaid cards, speaking of principal, master class membership, which you have with MasterCards. So with Cellcom, you may be involved as one of those financial guys in an organization, and you want to provide prepaid cards for your employees who deserve to do that. Cellcom has an access to that. It's a prepaid card where you load your fund and be able to use it whenever you are. At the moment, with this one, we are able to directly integrate with MasterCard payment gateway services that enables merchants to accept local and international payments. When you have a MasterCard Cellcom card provided to you, you are able to use it anywhere, locally or internationally. Next, please. Cellcom does a lot of financial transaction technology solutions. But again, we have another baby within Cellcom, which is called Duka Direct. This is a bit far from our day-to-day financial issues, but this is more about your comfort and your convenience and how to make your life a bit easier. Avoid all the struggles of the road, avoid all the struggles to either figure out where to eat, what to eat, etc. Duka Direct is an e-commerce platform which is engineered by Cellcom Tanzania, equipped to bring to buyers and sellers together for product selling, include food, groceries, fuel and gas delivery, insurance, utility payment, and so much more. With this, we are able to actually bring together small businesses and actually give them a platform when they can sell off their products. There is no need for you guys to spend hours for shopping, moving from one shop to another. Instead, you can just make your order through Duka Direct. Just download the app on Play Store and App Store, and you'll be able to enjoy this incredible e-commerce platform that we have. Next. I spoke about the 100 partners that we have internationally and locally, and the amount of 20 years that we spend in this industry, how we're actually work together and provide the solution they need in terms of financial technology. Look at this screen. You can see who I'm talking to. Mr. Shalokindo, I see you there with DStv. Thank you for being a partner. And all the things that I've said, please. Thank you so much. As you can see in the last part, recently Cellcom has acquired a bank, and as part of our entities, we now own a bank which is called Cellcom Microfinance Bank. There is more to come, but for today, let me summarize by saying, for any reach out should you need any support. One thing you need to be clear and smart about is the digital era that no one wants to be moving around. This world is where we are. Transactions can be done anywhere in the country. Your target audience can be anywhere in the country. If you're a distribution channel which also involved with the payment collection on how business, get yourself a Cellcom Pulse, get yourself a Cellcom Services. Thank you very much.
Right. Yeah, it's quite eventful today, right? I just want to go back to the sponsors of the show, of the summit. I want to call out APC Hotel and Conference Center, Clouds Media Group, Smart Codes, TMSA, Hill Water, Fern Marketing, and then we have speaker, our very own Miss Doreen Kwayu. She'll be joining us, taking us through, her talk. So she's Head of Operations, SportsPesa Tanzania. Please applaud with me in welcoming her. Karibu sana.
Thank you. For some reason, wanawake tumepewa graveyard shifting, or we just have to make it work. All right, I don't see anything with my presentation here. Tumeshiba, tumefurahi, kulikuwa kuna Celine Dion playing. I was so worried, but thank God Shambani brought some energy, so yeah. All right.
Please, digital.
All right, as we're waiting for the digital team, I have already been introduced. Ila mimi naitwa Doreen Kwayu. I had involved in marketing decision making. I'm a marketing girl. I love marketing, hence why I'm here. All right, finally. Okay, so I'm just going to talk to you about performance marketing, and I'll talk about SportPesa as a case. It's a difficult topic kwa mchana, but please bear with me, show some enthusiasm, because it's a difficult one. All right, next. And part of the presentation that I prepared will talk about the introduction of what is performance marketing in our industry as sports betting. As I've just introduced myself, I come from a sports betting background, and it involves us, SportPesa as a brand, and Google. Next. Kwa haraka haraka tu, I don't know if we have a mic runner, but I'd just like to engage the audience kidogo. I want to please, Henry, please help me. Guys, energy. You know, it's very difficult. I don't think if we can hear you. Mic runners, please. Pressure. All right, that's a good one. Anybody else? Any hands? Anything you can think of. Ukisikia neno performance, what exactly come to your mind? Wengine watasema show za mziki. Targets, what else? KPIs, that's a good one. Anything else? Anything that does not involve Dr. Mwaka? Anything else? Performance? Returns? All right, all the right words. So we have targets, we have KPIs, we have pressure, we have returns. Tuko sambamba, I think tuko pamoja. All right, back to the presentation. So performance marketing involves all those things that we've spoken about. We've talked about returns, KPIs, pressure, and everything else. So to put it just in a very simple definition, performance marketing is basically a form of digital marketing whereby advertisers or companies or businesses pay for business objectives or business results. It's performance marketing. And Marketing team, guys, raise your hands. Yes, my team is here. Everything we do at SportPesa, most of the budget ambayo ipo kwenye marketing, it actually involves performance marketing. And that is because we are industry leaders, we are market leaders, so we want to maintain that. And performance marketing, because they are sure results and how you can measure and how you can justify your spend, because a significant chunk of profit and revenue and turnover and all that, whatever we want to call it, go into marketing budget. So it's very important to be able to justify that. So performance marketing is a form of marketing that is very much employed at SportPesa. Next. And of course, there's a lot of benefits that are associated with that, as much as challenges. So around, it's very wordy. You don't have to read. Trust me, I'm going to explain everything for you. So just relax. So one of the biggest benefits is the cost effectiveness that comes with that. The ability to know that you are paying for a specific result is ambayo haina results. So basically, if you are able to pay for results, there's beauty of it because there's something else called scalability. That's your spend based on performance. If you see a campaign is not performing well, you have the ability of just turning it off and shift the budget to something that works, something on your investment. And I think that's the most important thing for a spend a significant chunk of organizational budget. Right? Right. Thank you. And data-driven insights that you get. So you have trackable metrics, things that you can actually track based on your results. So you may not really get this from other forms of marketing. Najua zipo, I mean, you can find a way of attributing your results to spend based on some things, but they are not as accurate as what you would see in performance marketing. Performance marketing ni unaeka hiki, unatoa hiki. Yani maneno or blah blah. And you also to real-time analytics because most of the platforms, they actually support ability to be able to get you insights of your campaigns in real time. Make changes, you can do anything that you can possibly think of in real time. So that gives you spend, getting results, measuring results. It's that are there nowadays. I mean, people that do this from a very expert thing is it's very accessible. If you have a small business, you can do this. How many of us own small businesses? I myself being one of them. How many of us here? Excellent. Unaona Bwana Shambani naye is one of them. Japo he mentioned that he's not doing any paid campaigns at current, but I believe if he wants to scale his business up, I think this is something that you might want to consider in the future. But no matter how small your business is, no matter how small whatever that you're doing you think is, you can actually apply performance marketing. We know about Facebook ads. We know about Instagram ads. This is a form of performance marketing. So it doesn't matter. At whatever budget that you think you can afford and you think your business can afford, you can actually get on and run some very successful campaigns. And another, which is very important, it's number 5, it's the best, it's the last and it's the best for a reason. Increased return on investment. Hakuna mtu ambaye wants to invest bila kujua what is this investment going to do for me? Is it a worthy investment? Is it worth it to have this? There are so many other forms, kuna A/B testing, kuna so many other ways where you can test your campaigns to see which one works. But the fact that you are able to scale all this and optimize and remain with the best high-performing campaigns means that even your return on investment will be significantly higher because you can measure and you can make adjustments, and that affects the budget, and that if that affects business results, that means a drive increase in revenue or return on your investment. And this is one of the investment. Some of the challenges that we have next. You're taking all the power from me by having to say next every time. Some of the challenges that we have, kama sisi as a sports betting industry, there's so many limitations. For example, now in Tanzania, and I think this came a year or 2 years back, we cannot advertise on Meta. So we can't run Facebook ads. We cannot do any activity on Instagram that is paid. And it's just an industry limitation. So sometimes you are missing on these opportunities because there are some limitations that are way above your capabilities. And we also have infrastructure challenges because this form of marketing relies, as we know, if you have limited or unstable internet connectivity, you can't really do this. Because even the audience that you're trying to reach, if that is limited, that means you won't be talking to them. And then we have digital literacy, so that lower level of digital literacy among the population can affect the engagement and conversions and results of your campaign. And honestly, there's no much that you can do there, but these are the limitations that are there. Market maturity is the online presence. So businesses in developing countries might not really have a strong online presence. We're seeing that shifting. As of recent data, 32% of the population number has access to internet, and 80% of that have mobile phones. So the opportunity is untapped, it's there, and this is growing. Year on year in Tanzania, there's a 3% increment in those parameters. So we are getting there, but this also is one of the limitations where the market is. Also, limited e-commerce adoption. Shambani has spoken about how Cellcom has done so much amazing things on the digital landscape, especially when it comes to e-commerce, payments and this and that. Telcos are doing a great job. We have platforms like Nilipe, Inalipa. They're also doing very well in the landscape, but the adoption rates, if they are lower, if the trust is not much there. But I know we are getting there. We've taken so many steps ahead, and I think we are moving to the right direction. And I think this room is filled with, it's also a challenge. These ads are becoming very expensive because most of them are actually charged in Forex. If you have to translate kwenye pesa yetu, not to disrespect it, lakini the inflation level has gone high. So that means they're expensive as well. So that also is a challenge. Sasa hivi dola, soon I think, not to be pessimistic, but I think itafika kwenye 3,000. Kitu ambacho ulikuwa unakilipia maybe as 10 cents, it's not the same cost kama ilivyokuwa years back. And this is a challenge. We can't do nothing about that, but it's also a limitation. We have fraud. You see something, win this much, you click it, there's and phishing. So again, that is also a limitation in this form of marketing because you don't know who to trust. And if someone has actually gone through any of these fraudulent cases, it becomes very difficult for them to trust any of the online ads that they'll be seeing. And again, that disrupts the growth, it disrupts the entire customer journey. Next. So, a little bit about our success story. We advertise on Google, and I'll be very limited in terms of what, because I'm not at liberty to share so much, because I believe probably we have some competitors in the room. So I'll talk to you about our project, Google Onboarding. So we could not advertise on Google until 2021, later 2021. Google opened market for sports betting players in Tanzania, and we run with that opportunity, and that's what we do. We run with almost everything. And we run with that opportunity because Google is a very big channel. Ever used Google kwenye maisha yake? I'm so worried about this table. We'll talk. I'm worried. All right, so we run it. Back to the presentation, thank you. Yeah, so it is a significant channel for us to invest because 90% of search engine referrals come from Google. This is the king of search. We all know that. I know there, and is still one of the bad boys. And internet users, as I mentioned in the previous slides, are 32% of the total population size. 8% of this number is only on social media. So the variance is the opportunity with platforms like Google. That's more, kwa sababu kuna watoto and the total population size that we are not interested to talk to ethically. So I'll run you through key milestones from 2021 to 2023. Not much to share about 2024 for reasons I mentioned earlier. So we officially got whitelisted. That means having the ability to advertise on Google in 2021. There was a lot of admin work, so we started officially with our campaigns in February 2022. And we launched Google Search and Performance Max campaigns in February 2022. So Performance Max is a form of them copy and creatives, they match and they serve it to the best audience that they build. Back to the presentation, please. And with just launching that campaign in 2022, February, we saw %, I'll call it 130. Increment, month-on-month growth in conversions. That's towards March. It's massive. I don't know why everyone is not clapping. What form of marketing will give you that? Online. I hear nothing, that means nothing. Okay? Back. And we also observed a 390%, we will call it 400 for dramatic effect, in growth in conversions in August 2022. Okay, that's when the football season comes on. We have a lot of activity, this and that. Given that we're a sports betting company, that's our high season. But 400, it's massive. In conversions, that means the campaigns that we were running, the campaigns that we were building towards the new season worked. But because the platform is also efficient. We started using Google Analytics 4 as a platform, and there's so many changes that happened there. I don't want to go into details, but it also helped us to improve the quality of metrics that we were tracking. And this means for our business, the tangible KPIs will be successful bets, deposits, sign-ups, first-time bets, and app downloads, because our business is purely online. And we started running YouTube Shorts ads in 2023, August. Again, new season, new things, exciting things. And YouTube Shorts, who knows what a YouTube Short is? All right. Ukiingia YouTube, nowadays, you can browse your videos, right? And there's like a vertical form of videos on YouTube. Kwa wazee wenzangu. Benelewa? When you just get on YouTube, there's like a TikTok version. Nanielewa? Yani mnavoniangalia, I don't know if you're understanding, I don't know if we're together, I don't know if you're tired. Okay, so that's what's called YouTube Shorts. It's a vertical video content. So we took that opportunity and we saw results. Back to the presentation, please. And us investing on vertical video content, it led to a massive growth also. 79%, I'll call it 80, growth in month-on-month conversions. That means also this was working. Short form video, vertical, we took that opportunity, ran with it, and we saw that. And it's bound to be successful because 80% share of web traffic comes from mobile. And YouTube Shorts, TikToks, Reels are optimized for mobile experience. So obviously we were going to win with that. There was no way we were going to lose. And later on, we implemented some changes on Google Analytics 4 and Google Tag Manager. You do your tracking pixels in April this year. I know I said I will not really say much about this year, but that's a bit about it. And we were able now to track both web and web and app data. And that means that we were saving even more high quality, accurate campaigns to that audience. And we saw a 78% growth in month-on-month conversions. Oh my God. Okay. Maybe the stage was not made for heels. All right, next. So these are the business results. Guys, look at that. Jamani, maybe nipewe body. Nitembelee juu. So this is how we have been let me find a place to stand. So look at this. This is how we have been adjusting our budget. From 2021, 0 to 2023. No actual numbers, but you can see the graph. That's a 135% increment every year. And it's flat because 2022 we started very small. I mean, it's not showing the right trend. And then this is the online customer engagement. It's showing you how relevant and efficient our investment in Google is, because we are only getting top quality customers, creme de la creme. And between the 2 years, our customer engagement increased by 73%, but I believe it's more than that because we also have some low-value platforms there in the mix. So it takes down the number, but I believe it's more than that. It's more than double. Next. Value. Value that you are getting from customers. So that means this platform brought us high-value customers. There is a 15% uptake month on month for the past 2 years that I'm comparing, 2022 versus 2023. 15% uptake on the value that customers bring. When you look at that and go trace the customer journeys, you see most of the high-value customers coming from Google. So this was a massive win for us. Same as frequency. If you have a very high-value customer who's interacting with your business frequently, that means you've won this. And I think this is why we're market leaders in the sports betting industry in Tanzania. The slope you're seeing in June, July, that's off-season, should not worry you. So this is the impact that Google has had on our business. Might sound very small, but in real numbers. And again, I wish I was at liberty to show that. I can't. But it's massive, massive than the percentages and the trends that you're seeing on the presentation. Thank you. Next. So key takeaways from this very successful story. Before I go to key takeaways, Google is actually currently working with us. They are doing a case study of how our investment has been efficient. They are using us as an example, guys. It's a big deal. How we have managed to efficiently spend, adjust. Every time they bring new technologies, we jump on that because we also invest heavily in technology. So they are doing a case study of how SportPesa Tanzania has been catching that opportunity and running with it. So this is very big. And I believe when the case study is ready, most of you, if not every one of you, will have access to read. Maybe there will be more data shared there. Not sure about that. But you'll be able to see how our journey has been and how our business has been a success in using this platform. Key takeaways, of course, continuous optimization and adaptation is essential. Google has got a lot of products, technologies, and way of doing things that can help with that. And that is very important for sustained success, because you cannot just be stagnant. Umekaa tu, you are waiting maybe somebody else to do it so you can copy. They have a lot of resources where you can read, you can learn. There's so much resources out there for you to be able to scale your business using this platform. And they have invested. And I see now there's so much energy and effort being put into the African market. And I believe this is one of the most efficient platforms if used correctly. Stay agile. Hire the right people. Train them. Be quick, because this doesn't wait for anyone. So I think that's also very important. Enhance performance tracking. If you don't have this, don't just rely on what the platforms are giving you. If you are able to track customer journey from the beginning to the end, do it. Because if that's where you're going to realize your value, then you might as well invest in it. We have done that, and we have seen it working. Data-driven attribution models to understand the impact of each customer point, touch point, goes back to the same thing, enhance performance tracking. If it needs investment, and if it's going to increase your return on that investment, you might as well think of implementing that. And there's concerns now with user privacy. There's a lot of concerns, what can be tracked, what can't be tracked. You've seen Apple implementing ATT. Google has been threatening or talking about removing cookies. These are things that I use to track technologies that are coming up. There's something called contextual targeting. You're targeting your audience based on some context. Invest your time, learn about it, see, because these things are being talked about right now, and of course with the increased concerns of user privacy, you might as well start getting ready for these things, because they'll come at some point in time. And finally, real-time creative collaboration tools. I've mentioned about Performance Max. I know it's not an ideal creative collaboration tool, but it's something that can help. And I know there's millions of them. So if you need to invest your time to do this, please do. They are worth it. Okay? And of course, no information was generated in making the presentation. All this is true. It might sound like too good to be true for some people, but it's true. And again, if you can invest in it, you will see the tangible business results. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. Before you move, I'd like to turn my attention to the floor to ask if there are any comments, questions, reactions. Oh, I see one so far. All right. Hello.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jenny, and I have 3 questions.
3? Yeah.
Yes, I am learning on media buying, so I have questions. The first one is, what key indicators, KPIs, do you prioritize and why kwenye performance marketing? Ya pili, how do you integrate performance marketing with other marketing strategies? Ya tatu, have you ever faced an ad campaign, and specifically a lead campaign, that did not do well? And what did you learn from that experience? And how did you address the issue? Those are my questions.
Thank you. Jenny, right?
Yes.
All right, Jenny. First question, Umauliza, what are the KPIs in performance marketing? So for us as a business, we have our KPIs, and these are things that we track. we have invested so much in campaign. Ideally, a sports betting business would track deposits, bets, sign-ups, and things like that. So these are our KPIs. Sorry, second question, if you don't mind repeating. I hope I've answered your first question. So every business would have their KPIs, and they would know, kama hawawezi track the exact KPIs, then there should be some indicators that will show you if somebody was able to do this, that means they were able to do something. In our industry, if you are able to place a bet, that means you've signed up, because for us it's a must to sign up. That means you are able to deposit in order to take that action. So you may have indicative KPIs or actual KPIs. It all depends with what you can track and what exactly you have invested in order to be able to track that.
Okay, my second question was, how do you integrate performance marketing with other marketing strategies?
It's complementary. It depends with how your objectives as a business. What exactly do you want to do? So it is a form of marketing, but it's not the only one. We have content marketing. We have this, we have that. So it depends with what your goal is and what you want to achieve from that. So it will tell you, is it a primary form of marketing? Is it your secondary form of marketing? So it all goes down to what you want to achieve as a business.
The third one, have you
sorry, for us, that's primary.
Okay, sawa. La tatu, have you ever faced umeweka ad ya lead campaign that did not perform well? What did you learn from that experience, and what did you do to address the issue?
And that's the beauty of performance marketing, because if you are dealing, for example, with a non-performing influencer, mnabidi muanze kurudi kwenye contract. What's the termination clause? Stories zinakuwa nyingi. Bad blood, so many things happen. Ronald, you're nodding. You've had that experience. Eh? So the beauty of performance marketing is that you can shift your budget. You shift it completely to things that are performing. So you don't have to actually keep it. You just kill it. Move that budget to something that works. Okay. That has been our experience, and we've done that so many times. And the beauty of it is just you shift the budget to something that works and something that brings you results. So this is ideally how it should be done. Right. Does that answer your question, Jenny? Thank you.
Right, thank you, Ms. Doreen. And a round of applause, please.
Thank you.
I truly appreciate it. Right, so before we go to, right, so our next speaker will take us through AI and the future of news media. His name is Dietmar Shanten, principal at IFMS, a media sort of like house. But before we obviously jump into that, I think they're setting up. I would like to go again. Smart Codes, TMSA, Hillwater, Fern Marketing, SBL, Diageo, via Johnny Walker, and obviously Cellcom, the official payment partner. Another thing, we have been taking so many pictures today in this event. I think everybody has a table talker on their table talker. So if you scan the QR code, you can actually go to a link that has all the amazing photos that have been taken for this event. Yeah. Apart from that, I would like to welcome Mr. Dietmar Shanten from Principal IFMS.
Tanzania. Unfortunately, I can't be with you. It was logistically not possible. So we all questions. So my background is in news media, and they're mainly in the editorial. On the editorial side, when it comes to digital transformation, so I work with newspapers to become more digital focused, to become more customer focused, and now with AI, this has already accelerated a lot. And I would like to share a few thoughts that apply for editorial, but if you listen closely, you will find that there are many, many similarities, and also with marketing and advertising, because after all, we are talking about content, we're talking about content creation, either a campaign or an article, and it's all about customers, their needs, how they have changed, and how maybe use better products, either editorial products or advertising products. So where do we start? In media, in Western media, we have the perfect storm brewing at the moment. We have the continuous decline of the traditional revenues. We notice that print revenues go down, advertising revenues also in the print paper go down, circulation revenues. We have a huge fragmentation. People are very into individual solutions for them. They don't accept anymore if something is not tailored to their needs. At the same time, not only because of AI, we have a huge amount of new, more free content, which is a huge competition for any publisher. Is it on social media or also new websites? And as you are aware, we had a big hike in operating costs, mainly energy and paper, in the last couple of years, which also put a huge pressure. At the same time, we had to invest in technology, i.e. maybe in a new CMS or other new applications, and also now more recently in the whole AI infrastructure and data infrastructure. And on the customer side, else with the money. And last but not least, we also observe a news avoidance a trend where people just stay away from content because it's either impacting their mood or they are just not interested in the constant bad news like the pandemic or Ukraine or now Gaza. And also we have some trust issues in many countries that people don't trust journalism anymore. For whatever reason, this is something that is really affecting us. So when we look at the digital marketing side, also similar things that put it under pressure. So we have this huge dependence on the big 5 tech companies. If they change the algorithm, the whole environment changes. There is obviously also with some adverts a potential risk to the brand, to the news brand, since the quality of the ads is not always up to scratch, and some publishers are just worried that it harms their brand identity and integrity. And there are these recommendation engines are one part of this phenomenon, that are basically hidden editorials that are basically not marked properly, but you think it's journalistic content, tricks the consumer, and this also goes into the trust issue I mentioned before. And advertising very often hampers the user experience, especially on mobile phones. With the small screen, it is really tricky if there are many adverts, and people who pay for a subscription, for example, they don't understand why they still have to then look at adverts, which basically don't improve or make the experience less interesting, which results in ad blockers and also ad fatigue to see an ad which is not good for the business customers. And with the free content, more digital inventory, and which puts a pressure on the CPM, obviously. And also people now, or maybe publishers or whoever is on the internet and tries to make money with advertising, just goes into this click hunting mode where the quality of the content is not so relevant. Digital marketing side is a race to the bottom, which is obviously not good for our industry. So what's wrong? Mainly in the newsrooms, just 3 reasons, and there are many more, but it was very much a broadcasting. So we know what is best for the customers, and this has changed a lot, and we tolerate anymore. But it's very difficult since the business model was, or is in many cases still, clicks. It's very difficult to change the culture in a newsroom. And also we actually really haven't changed over the last 400 years when we look at newspapers, because we still put text, mainly text, with a headline, a picture, and a main text, which was put on the paper in the past. Now it's actually on digital, but it's still not the really using the digital opportunities that we have in a way that could be with digital. Now we are still basically just putting it on digital. So what role can AI play in news media? On the editorial side, on the advertising side. Again, please remember we are talking about content. First of all, maybe a few words about the whole idea of AI and what's the differences. There's this term of software automation. We know this. You use a machine to automate a task, which can be described in every detail. So you do this, then you do this, then you do this, that. So when it comes to and this is every result that machine learning does, or AI, is based on probabilities. So there's every time you ask a question, and you might have noticed this already, when you use ChatGPT or another language model, the answer is different because it's always about probabilities. And this is something that is mainly for the journalistic context, hugely important, that we are not talking about fixed results, the truth, it's about probabilities, and the machine just takes next word in case of a language model. So when we look at now this model of probability, what does this mean for a journalistic context? So large language models are trained. They are trained on a huge amount of data, but we don't know what data was used. So it could, we know that it is mainly from the internet, but this, the methodology that was used behind the model, how it goes, how it gets the answers, is completely unknown. It's a black box. And the training data and the model also causes problems when it comes to of the answers. So we know that it is favoring white, male, Western, and formal languages because many of the most internet pages are very formal because they're government text or university or newspapers. Western world, obviously, from the English language, and this bias is reflected in all the answers that we get from these machines. We have intellectual property and copyright issues, again, because we don't know what data was used, and as you might have heard, that some context a very important part. And when it comes to using the machine, the limitation of large language model, this is also something, and this is not only relevant for a little conversation with ChatGPT or any other LLM. You feel there's someone actually sitting on the other side. 5, 10, 15, because it's somewhere in the training data, he has an idea what this is. But if you ask any other calculation, it's a language model. It's not built to calculate anything. It is not creative. Everything that comes out of a machine is probability of the average, more or less, from all the data. So it takes, again, the probability of an answer is most likely because it comes up in the training set the most time. So it can't be creative. It's just basically always a mediocre. It can make things up. You have heard about the term hallucination, and it can't be trusted. And this is something that is the most important part for use of AI or LLMs or Gen AI in the editorial context. It can't be trusted, and this is something that we have to always remember very clearly when we work with these machines. AI is a perfect bullshit that it is 95% right, and this 95%, that's our problem, because we start to trust these machines. And then we don't check it anymore because, oh yeah, the last 10 times it was right, but maybe for editorial, again, it's very important to understand that there are two ways how you can use a large language model. You can use it as or an audio file to transcribe. And this is something that is quite safe if you want to, it is basically because it doesn't use its training data to create something. It just basically uses it for the language part. The other side is the knowledge tool, where basically you ask a machine to do something to create content. And here is where the hallucination mainly occur. So much on the left side, on the language tool side, but for journalistic context, the language tool side is the powerful part where we are quite safe, not perfectly, but the knowledge tool, this is something that is far too dangerous to use in a journalistic or content creation context, it will give you perfect answers that look plausible. If it only wants to be plausible and gives you the most likely answer. So if we understand this difference between knowledge tool and language, change the power between companies, but also the companies and the customers immensely over the next few years. So the last 2 years, we basically started to understand what is happening and we started to experiment. Now many companies look at how can we make something cheaper? How can we take out steps in the editorial process, for example, and save money on this? And also, how can we integrate it in the existing systems like the content management system? And the next stage is when we really go into product innovation, transformation, and really disruption. And this is actually something that will become quicker or sooner reality as we want to, because the development is so fast. So whatever your companies and you do in marketing or also in your agencies, try to get to this product innovation as quickly as possible, because it will run us over very quickly. When we look at editorial, there are many, many parts where AI and large language model can support. So from the idea creation, content gathering, the evaluation, authoring, editing, packaging, and publication. So the whole entire process has many, many parts where you can use AI and language model. And the similar is for creating marketing content. Or for example, creating a campaign, an idea for a new campaign for a customer, creating the documents, creating the script for the audio, for the radio spot, for the TV spot. So there are many, many parts where you can use language models, ideally only in the language part. Maybe it is also a little bit easier in marketing to use it as a knowledge part, to come up with things, because it's the journalistic part is not so relevant in the marketing part. It doesn't mean that anything wrong should be in any campaign. So what I would like to look at a little bit more is about just one point, and this is personalization. The whole idea that people want to get individual solutions, it has become really strong. So you can customize your burger, your shoes, your watch, your clothes, obviously, everything, your car, everything can be customized. And at the moment, we in the news media, and also do this a lot. So basically, there's one campaign, there's one ad, and this goes out to hundreds of thousands of millions of people. So this personalization is something where AI can really help us to take a piece and then personalize it or modify it to meet certain target groups. So we know I can have a car painted any color as long as it is black. This doesn't work anymore. So people have far more become more demanding when it comes to tailoring anything for them, information or goods. And what do news media currently do when it comes to personalization? So we have different degrees, and some are better, some are not so good. We talk about when you go on a news site, what are your favorite topics? You can click some, or it will be tracked from analytics, and you get suggestions, further reads. You can set up the geography, or the system finds out where you are, which is very tricky with mobile. You can change the font size, you can put it in night mode, and you can maybe read it out, but that's it. It's always the same, or mainly the same journalistic form, journalistic format, length, structure, style, language. So at the moment, we personalize mainly the what people see. And this AI has an exciting opportunity, not to focusing on the what, but on the how. So what if we don't talk about the only this piece of content is delivered to this certain target group, but also how can we adapt this specific piece and the content itself based on the motivation? Why does it come to us? Do you want to learn something? Does you want to get updated? The life situation is in a rush into people's lives during the day, more accessible when it comes to language style, and more convenient as well. So this is something where AI can really, now because they are now so powerful and they also do pictures, we can change the content type from text to audio to image. We can create very easily, quickly summaries, bullet lists, or long form. We can change the length of a story, shorten it. We can change the language, translation, but also just the tone. We can make it easier to understand it easier for people who are maybe not native speakers, no, or children. We can also change the mood. Is it very factual, emotional, and is it hip, conversational? So language models are really good at that, and this is something where every campaign, every advertising, every marketing a professional can use it in the same way as editorial can use it. You can, as I mentioned, the life situations during the day, during the week. In the evening, you have more time possibly than in the morning. Content can be adapted, and also sensitive, gender, images. I talked about news avoidance when people are just basically fed up with all the negative news and the pictures they see. So maybe we can somehow modify it that we don't change the fact or the images we show. One example that is was done by journalists has 3 options to choose from a summary for every article, and you can even modify it. This model, basically they did a fine-tuning of the model so that it fits to this style. And this is where language models are really good. Another example is an app called Artifact. And this was for a few weeks ago. It was bought by Yahoo. And where you can also choose, you have a story, and then you can choose, do you want to have it a summary, as a explain me like M5, as a poem, maybe a joke, but also in a style of a Gen Z. So, and then it changes the style, and the facts stay the same. In this case, even the headline stays the same, but and the story is the same, but you can see in the top pictures, in the black pictures, that this is basically then the version of the story in a certain mode. A similar concept from Germany, it's from Ethernis, where you can choose what kind of personality you are, or what kind of personality you want to take on at this certain moment. You can be the analytic, where it's really basically a serious analysis of the text. You can be the autonomalo, which is basically the standard text, or the drama lama, where the language has been just changed to be more dramatic and more emotional. So these are all experiments, but it shows what you can do quickly and cheaply with AI to be more customer focused. Here, what I did here, I took a story from the Guardian, and I gave ChatGPT 2 personas for James and Priya, and I gave them a profile. And then I said, look, in those 2 personalities, rewrite the text in a certain way. And this is what the system came up with. It's the same content, the same facts, but it's just tailored to certain words that Priya and James react to. You know, trigger words. Every person has certain, or every person has certain trigger words, or every target groups that they react to, more progressive, more defensive ones, and you can choose it and make it more suitable and more approachable for the readers. Here's an example from a story that about a heat wave in Spain, and what we did there, it was a story that we basically then created a script for, an audio script, and then we said, okay, now you have the script, and now tailor it to this different target groups. And I would like to just show briefly what comes out. So this is for the adults.
Climate change is exerting a noticeable impact, with heat waves becoming a recurring phenomenon across Europe, particularly in Spain. These episodes most evident during the summer.
So this was for adults, and now we rewrote it for teenagers.
Hey everyone. So, we've got to talk about something super important. It's like our planet's sending us major SOS signals with these crazy heat waves. Seriously, Europe's getting hit with this intense heat. And
so the language, the style is different, and also this would be for Instagram, for example, where you use this audiogram, and these are the applications that were used for this. So, and thirdly, we did it then for children. So how does it work for children? And this was the animation was done by Adobe Express for free.
Hey there, super cool Earth explorers.
Guess what? Our big, beautiful planet has a bit of a fever, and it's called climate change. Have you ever felt super hot on a sunny day? Well,
So, as you can see, these were experiments that were done in about 15 minutes for all of it, but you can see how we can use technology, and all these text-to-voice machines are really quite good now, good quality, you can listen to them, plus the animations that you can use for Instagram and other platforms. So this is only one piece of content, 3 different variations for 3 different target groups. I'm sure you can easily see how this can be applied for advertising or marketing content as well. Another way is just to change the storytelling completely. And this was a story from a recent story about the Ukraine, and where we basically, you can see on the left the normal text with the pictures, and then we basically asked the large language model to create 6 main points of the story, and then asked DALL-E, as the prompt we gave these text snippets, and DALL-E created then pictures, or in this case a comic representation of this text. So this is a completely different way of storytelling, and this can be used for different situations. It can be used on Instagram, where you flip through the story, whatever you want to do. Or if you don't like the comic style, you just basically change the prompt and you get more photorealistic pictures. So again, the opportunities are endless to become more customer orientated and tell the story in a more personalized way. As we can see, the evolution of Gen AI has been dramatic. We're talking 50 months. When first February 19, ChatGPT 2 came out, it hardly could get a sentence strung together. So, but over the last few months, or 15 months, we have now the latest model, GPT 4.0 Turbo and Claude 3, which basically, especially Claude 3 with the new version, can easily hold books, and I think its capacity is the Bible, that it can work with the Bible because the context window is so big. And also Midjourney version 6 or DALL-E 3, the quality of pictures has risen, and so we can expect that this actually goes faster and quicker, and the quality goes only up. It won't get worse anymore. It will go up, and this is something that we need to be aware of. And sometimes when I do a workshop, so even once it happened that overnight Midjourney brought a new feature in, and suddenly you could zoom in and zoom out. So it's amazing how quickly everything happens. And 1 year ago, I did a presentation about video, so text to video, and you saw some people basically just like a very cumbersome move, the face expressions were not right, the mouth. This was within a few months, literally in a few months, the development has gone so far. So this is the exciting part, but obviously also when we talk about fake news, the dangerous part. Sorry. I would like to close with a quote by Charles Dickens, who said, "It's the best. There was the best of times. It was the worst of times." And sometimes, yes, it is very scary what is happening now with AI and everything that comes along with it, fake news and fake content and propaganda. But at the same time, if we use it in the right way, for us in the news media, it's one of the biggest opportunity. I think it's bigger than the internet. It's bigger than Gutenberg, because this really changes now how people will consume, how people have control over what they see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. A round of applause for Mr. Dietmar Schantin. What an insightful presentation, and I hope we learned something that we can take home with us today. Now, before we move to our next speaker, I want to let you know there's drinks outside, cocktails and beer and other drinks. And you're allowed to just kind of walk out, get a drink and come back. It's not a break per se, but feel free to do it as we continue. Now, coming up next on stage, speaking on the rise of native marketing, this is Mark Bikachi, founder, DIA Consults Limited. Makofi tafadhali.
I'm not sure whether it's a good omen that cocktails are being served at my presentation. Perhaps it's a sign that you need to be a bit inebriated. Well, my name is Mark Bichachi, as has been stated. I've been to Tanzania before, and Ruben was just reminding me of conversations we used to have. Was it Escape 1 or Escape 2? Escape 2, with Cindy, I think, discussing what digital media was going to be. So it is difficult, ni vigumu kweli, kuongea baada ya watu wengi ambao ni werevu kunishinda, wanaongea vizuri kunishinda. Kwa hivyo kabla sijajaibisha, tafadhali wapigie makofi wale ambao wameongea kabla yangu. Mimi ni mwanafunzi wa historia, si mtu wa kuongea tu juu ya communication. Na ningependa kuwauliza swali moja. Coca-Cola ilianza kutumika wakati wa Disemba. Kwa nini? Do you know? Why did people start drinking Coca-Cola in December in the United States? If you guess the answer right without Googling, I've got 10,000 for you. Without Googling, Ruben, I see you. Put the phone down. Well, I tell you the story. I don't see a hand up. 10,000 inaenda. Aya, kuna mkono kule nyuma. Aha. Kule nyuma, kuna dada kule nyuma. Excellent.
Hello. Hi.
Sababu kuu ni kwamba Coca-Cola hawauzi soda, wanauza happiness. Kwa hiyo ilikuwa kwa kipindi hicho kwa ajili ya sherehe za sikukuu ambazo watu wanajumuika kwa pamoja majumbani.
Please clap for her and come bankrupt me slightly. Well, the story is this. So Coca-Cola some time back realized that they only sell during summer. Sini soda, unahitaji kwa sababu kuna joto. So they realized, nakumbuka ile dip ya Doreen, dip yake akisema kulikuwa na off season. So Coca-Cola ilikuwa na off season during winter. Kwa sababu wazungu wakiwa na baridi walikuwa wanaona kwamba Coca-Cola ni soda ya joto, si ya baridi. Kukiwa na joto nje, basi unafungua Coca-Cola, unainywa. So kwa hiyo Coca-Cola ikaamua kwamba itachukua sehemu ya Disemba inaitwa Christmas. Nani anajua Christmas? Wakisema kwamba Christmas itakuwa nyekundu. Unajua Father Christmas ni mwekundu, si ndio? Alafu wakasema kwamba Christmas na Coca-Cola itakuwa the same thing. Mara ngapi umeona Coca-Cola wakiadvertise wakati wa Christmas? Kwa wingi, si ndio? What I would like to talk about, the power and the rise of native marketing. Tuanze kwa slides zangu tafadhali. Ya kwanza. So this is from AI, and I'm glad I'm not the one talking about AI, because the last time I talked about AI, I was at a UN conference and I was a guest speaker. It was the year 2001. Then they asked me the question, what do you think AI will never do? And I said, AI will never create like a human being. And I was so wrong. So I'm glad that is not my topic today. But AI defines native marketing also as native advertising, which is a type of advertising that matches the style and format of content where it appears. Okay? Where it appears. Now, nilipoandika hii, I sent it to someone to do the graphics for me. And they asked me, hivi tofauti ya native advertising na content advertising ni nini? Namaanisha kwamba wakati kampuni yako inafanya advertising ya kutengeneza content katika platform yao, what is the difference between that and native advertising, native marketing? Well, I want to give you a few examples. Let's go to the next slide. How many of you wameolewa, madada? Wangapi walipewa engagement ring? Nataka kuona mikono. How many were given a diamond ring? You were conned. Not by your husband, thank God, but by the person who sold you the diamond. First, diamonds are not rare. Do you know that? The price you bought your diamond, if you go sell it today, you'll get a quarter of its price. Because diamonds are not rare. Because a company called De Beers decided to create false scarcity, but that's not the story. The story is this, that they started printing articles in the newspapers from 1920 onwards, saying that a good engagement ring must be a diamond engagement ring. And it was not an advertisement, it was a story. It was in newspapers, it was on radio, and even when TV came, they told everyone that if you want to engage someone, you must buy a diamond ring and it must cost you 1 month's salary. And guess what? To this day, what do? Buy diamond rings to get engaged. Ngapi wanapenda Valentines? Sasa mmeacha kuinua mikono. Sitawaibisha tena, I promise. Kama ushaisherekea Valentine, inua mkono. Aya, another con. So there's a company called Cadbury's. Unajua Cadbury's? And walikuwa wanataka kuuza chocolate sana. So what they did is they made a box, a simple box. But you could keep that box and put your jewelry in it. And they say this is a box of love. And when you have your girlfriend, your wife, and it's Valentine's Day, you will give them a Cadbury's box. Have you noticed ukienda kwa airport, chocolate ziko kwenye box. Alafu anakuambia hapo assorted. Alafu anakuambia $20, right? To take a story that's already being told in society, is already believed by society, and inserting your brand, your marketing into that story. That's native marketing. And it is so efficient that you cannot... Helena dameondoka, sadly. But when you're able to insert your brand into the joke without interrupting the joke. I don't know if I'm making sense. Tuko pamoja? I need to release you guys to your cocktails. Huh? Now, let me give you examples. Modern examples. Because I've given you ancient examples. Let me give you modern examples so you can see them happening to you every time. So let's look at a company called Red Bull. Next slide, please. Now, do you know Red Bull does not manufacture Red Bull? They don't. The company Red Bull exists to market that liquid, concentrated coffee, to you. And how do they market? Ukiona safari rally, ukiona magari yanaendeshwa kwa kasi, mtu anaruka kutoka kwa ndege, all you see is Red Bull. To tell you Red Bull is active. Red Bull is what you need when you need to be at the cutting edge of sports, of motorsports, of all of those things. So you've never seen an advertisement that says, buy Red Bull, recommended retail price 300 shillings, laki tatu, whatever it is. You've never seen it. Why? Because Red Bull has decided to tell a story more than it sells a product. Okay? The other company that you know about is Aston Martin. You know Aston Martin because it's a car for James Bond. Right? Every James Bond, they put an Aston Martin. So if you want to be as cool, as slick, as refreshing as James Bond, Martin. Well, there's another one. It's simply what Kim Kardashian wears. She doesn't say where it is from, what it does, and then sales go through the roof. So there's an opportunity. And when I was thinking about this presentation, I thought about Pweza, the octopus. And I realized that for many of us who do marketing, and I remember Alemu is the one who said that you don't try to follow the trend, you try to create your own trend, and you need to listen to society. But the question is, are we like the octopus which is able to pass through the tiniest hole? And I realized that there's a conflict for us marketers between the content that people want to consume on social media and what we want to give them in terms of our content that we're. I was joking. And so, at the back of our minds, we know that our advertising is interrupting the scrolling, the social media that hopefully in partnership with Clouds we're going to roll out in the next few weeks and months. But if you go to the next slide, I'll give you a few hints of what they are. Do not worry, I will be out of your head. So, you need to do native marketing. You need to find a narrative. Now, I'll give you the principle of narrative creation. You need a hero, a villain. We're going to watch tonight. You need a story. Many times we sell products. We need to change that and begin to sell stories. Selling a story is so important because human beings do not understand facts. We don't. We think we do, but we don't. I'll give you proof that you don't understand facts. Can I? Okay. According to tradition, the earth in 7 days, correct? Sindio? It's not a trick question. 7 days, okay? Now, if it was created in 7 days, how come, so how do they count day one? You've never asked yourself that question because you were told a good story. The sun, by which we count 24 hours, was created on day 4. And it literally says to mark the days, the times, and the seasons. Which light do you count day and night with? The light of the sun or the light of illumination? No, either way, the point is the logic fails. Oh, I'll give you a better logic question. Cinderella lost her slipper at midnight, right? Everything else disappeared. The slipper on the other foot disappeared. The chariot became a pumpkin. The horse became rat. But the slipper with the prince did not disappear. And that makes sense. See, human beings love stories more than they love facts. To have a good story. And that's what many of us miss, right? And if you can't find a good story, do one better. Find a story that fits the product or a product that fits the story. And this is so critical when you're thinking about using influencers. Because if you track any celebrity, when they're trying to push a product that's not natural for them, you see the numbers go down. It's natural. So at the end of the day, it is, but I've learned in my time, and I happen to have worked in many campaigns across Africa. I've learned that nothing beats a good story. So when you find an influencer, don't just find someone with followers and likes. Because if you don't make that connection, then what you're doing is you're interrupting a good story. Then make sure the content flows. Hapo awali we had a banner with our colors and our brand, and the yellow must be like this and the red must be like that, and you cannot put it under this or over that. No. The next phase of marketing, and it's happening more and more, has to be about integration of what you're doing. Think of James Bond and how in every movie since 1965, is it? There's that scene where M is with Bond and he shows him the pen that can kill, the glasses that have X-ray vision, and then they go to the Aston Martin. Every single time. Where's your Aston Martin? When you hire influencers, you need to have something that you've cured and curated so well that when the influencer does it, they don't even need to say repetition makes things true. Repetition makes things. It's the only thing politicians know better than us. When you repeat something, it becomes true. Right? For example, Trump said, drain the swamp. And he said it so many times, no one knows where the swamp is, how much of it he drained, how much is left, but please drain the, yes. So repetition makes things true. So a lot of time, I've noticed that many people who do marketing and brands that do marketing are always looking for new ideas. It's 2024. What are we doing that's new? If it's not broken, don't fix it. Don't fix it. Repetition and consistency is golden. Just think of how... One more story. Can I tell you one more story? The shoes I'm wearing are Jordans, right? Nike, from 1991 thereabout to about 96, paid Michael Jordan's fine for wearing red and black shoes on the court. Because then NBA was supposed to be only to create a brand that is not only worth billions today, but now, why should you do native marketing? Next slide. The point of this conference is how do you create lasting value in your marketing, correct? Because someone joked and said about their ex-boss who was reducing their budgets for marketing. Who was that? I think it was you, madam. And the thing is, but I'll start from the last point, going back up. When you're able to create a brand whose narrative people have bought into, do you know the brand itself has value? Do you know Coca-Cola can billions of dollars? Right? All right. So question, what is the monetary value of your brand? If I was to tell you, sell me your name, just the name. Nike's logo, as per my last check, it could be more, is worth $3 billion. Just that swoosh. So the beauty about creating a story that lasts is then you get a brand that has value. 2, it allows both you and the creator freedom to create something that flows uninterrupted and is integrated kwa ile content ambayo inatengenezwa, imezimengiana, ziko kwa ndani, right? And then your users become invested in your brand. They care about it. They love it. They have feelings about it. You know, Jordans are interesting because people collect Jordans. They put them in their houses like they're pieces of art. You know, one day I was in a mall that was so expensive. I don't know what I was doing in there because I couldn't afford anything. But I saw a Nike shop and I thought, Nike shop, I have Nikes. I walked in. The cheapest pair of Jordans that were there were worth $30,000 US. Branding, all right? But the easiest one is that when you do native marketing, that scary skip button, because as marketers we fear skip, scroll past ad, right? If you get it right, next slide, I'm about to finish. If you get it right, it becomes self-propelling. I remember when I was a kid, I knew it was December because my mom would cook more chapatis than usual and we'd have Coca-Cola sodas, right? That's how powerful Coca-Cola was. Number 2, it creates an emotional attachment, and this is what you want. Emotional attachment is better than a great product, by the way. Emotional attachment is important. It creates the greatest form of brand loyalty of any marketing technique. There is no marketing technique that gives you more brand loyalty. And then, to repeat myself, increases your brand value. Now, to finish, activate your funds. Don't just collect them like basketball, baseball cards. Now, I needed to bribe someone with 10,000. Where is she? Please. I'm done, by the way. I'm just doing a handing over ceremony.
Makofi tafadhali. Mr. Mark, please allow me to welcome questions. Hata maswali hata mawili.
Sawa.
From the audience. Nani ana swali kwa Mr. Mark? If anyone has a question, please. Mkono juu hivi. Wewe mrembo. Nimemuona.
Okay, I don't have a question. I just want to say I enjoyed your presentation.
Oh, thank you. You're so kind.
Hello, I really enjoyed your presentation. It's not a question, but it's more something that you highlighted that it touched something in me. When you said when people choose influencers, the influencer has to go along with their story, not create their own. And that is one mistake, I believe, if we look into each other, we are doing that in Tanzania. Thank you so much for highlighting that.
True.
Thank you.
And it's very critical it's a very critical point, because if you're going to use influencers, you must ask yourself, why do they influence? They influence because they are them. And if you take them out of it, you don't have a marketing campaign. You won't have it. You'll be forcing things down people's throats that will not work. So thanks again.
Thank you. One last comment.
Hello, Mark, and hello, everyone. I think I like your final narrative in terms of developing stories for our brands. And one of the interesting facts that we all have to believe and dwell with is the stories must be trustworthy, and they must be genuine and authentic to the values of your brand. You can't take a story that you don't relate with and then plug into your brand because you love that story yourself, while it does not resemble the brand itself. So make sure that the stories you create can be believable, can be owned by your brand, so that it can cement the positioning that you want to do. So
Exactly.
well done for the presentation.
You cannot make a story outside your brand. That will be a fool's errand. I agree fully.
Thank you.
Awesome. Now I can go home.
Yes. You can have.
Wait, how many cocktails do I get to have?
As many as you want.
Ah, okay. You'll carry me home, right?
Umemaliza kazi.
Ni asante.
Thank you. Naomba makofi tena kwa Mr. Mark Mikachi. What a nice presentation. Next up on stage is someone that I would personally like to hear from. He came to Tanzania at a very challenging time, and he chose to make that challenge, to see it as an opportunity. And he is not only that, but he's a master in digital marketing, in something that he only saw possible. Please welcome Mr. Richard Ashby, who's Chief Executive Officer and CEO, Shivo Real Estate Developments. Makofi tafadhali.
Hello, how's it going? Okay, so I'm actually a real estate broker from London. I'd never actually been to Africa before until COVID hit. And, you know, they sort of closed everything. And we're selling multi-million-pound homes there in suits, kind of like this. And then they told us we had to wear masks. So I said, well, forget that. You know, that's not really the lifestyle dream I was hoping for. So, you know, where can we go? So obviously I saw that Magufuli had decided that this was a load of rubbish. So I came here. And I've been here ever since. Actually, I haven't been home. I actually haven't been home. Or back to Europe. And I've still never been anywhere in Africa apart from Tanzania. So you're doing something right. So it's quite interesting for me. I've never spoken before to you know, business people. I've spoken with brokers or members of the public looking to get into real estate, but you're a lot of business people here from marketing industries. So I thought I'd choose one specific area where I've made what I would say was the most success in terms of marketing. Now, it's interesting, some case studies that you were talking about here that, you know, telling stories and that sort of thing. Now, in your industries like telecoms and branding and payment platforms, that's probably quite familiar. It's probably quite common. In my industry's real estate is much more dry. And even back home, the competition is very dry. It's all kind of like a lot of people that were in construction that became developers, and so they don't really understand that sort of building a feeling kind of marketing that a lot of people here have been talking about. I like to think that I've managed to pull that off okay here, and better here than anywhere in London. I'll give you some sort of statistics on where we've succeeded here. In the last 18 months, I've sold about 55 units off plan in residential developments in Paje, Zanzibar. First question, we use a lot of Instagram for advertising. The mainstay of the initial sales we made were directly from Instagram. Some PR came, that was also very successful. I'll talk about that in a second. Mainstream media. We don't use Google Ads, but now we use a lot of SEO and web development when I brought on one partner who now manages all of that, because that's not my game at all. So can I just ask, who here, if you raise a hand, have heard of Shivo Tanzania? Okay, reasonable. So interestingly enough, so on Instagram we have 30,000 followers roughly now, of which 75% of those are in Dar. I'm not sure exactly directs it to followers like yours, something like that. I've advertised various things from CGIs of the chalet villa which we were initially designing. I mean, that one image set alone of like a Bali-style tropical chalet, it got us about 3,000 or 4,000 followers initially over a period of sort of months of sponsoring that post. And a lot of them just seemed to be coming from Dar. I don't know whether that's how the algorithm worked, but it grew out in that way and it's continued to grow out in that way. It may just be about it being a business hub and a place of interest and people who are, you know, have the money to invest in these kind of things. So a number of copycats have come along to sort of try to emulate that. They've seen the success of that. They say, okay, we just advertise CGIs, you sell off plan, and off you go. Whereas traditionally, the model for real estate here was kind of like, because of trust issues, people want to see a finished product, particularly out here. So it's like, okay, we build it first and then we show it. But that costs you a hell of a lot of money. If you want to build multi-million-pound developments and then hope that you've got the design right, at least by our methods, you're working out through the advertising exactly what people want or like. Do they actually even want a one-bed variant? No, they don't. Okay, we'll scrap that then. We won't even build that. We'll just stick with a two-bed chalet and a three-bed chalet, and that's the one that's selling well. And the good thing about the permissions here, I don't want to bore you with real estate crap because you're not really into that, but you can at least amend as you go. And that's what I love about the environment here is it's still emerging market. So rather than being stuck on loads of permissions before you can do anything, you can design and create as you go. But one thing that I've learned that's here has been the most powerful thing is using transparency. See, if you go to my page on Instagram and you follow the page, and I always choose, under the ads, I never choose more messages, right? I say profile visits, always choose profile visits. Because if I direct an advert to a message, they're going to message me and say, all right, how much is it? Yeah. Can I buy it? Where is it? Yeah, okay, buy it. And that's it. They don't follow you, they don't know you, they disappear. What I use these adverts for is like a click funnel, if you know that from the old days. Instagram for me is like a click funnel. So we advertise with a piece of content that's related to, maybe sometimes it can be talking about investment in Zanzibar, talking about some part of the product or the development or a progress seen from a site. But we're advertising for the purpose of gaining followers. Why? Because the Instagram page is, in a way, it's a story in itself. What I try to keep the Instagram as is a story of our journey in Zanzibar. Now, a remarkably got from one article that was in the Daily Mail, the British Daily Mail, it's one of the tabloid papers there. And it was telling the story of how I left Zanzibar and became like a COVID refugee, left England, became a COVID refugee in Zanzibar and never came back and blah, blah, blah. And you know how many buyers came to me, right, and said, oh, or just people before they bought, oh, I read this story and blah, blah, blah. I love your story about, you know, moving and it must be so interesting and blah, blah, blah. That article and, you know, reinventions of that article through other newspapers sold us more than anything. More than anything. Now, I would say website SEO is starting to catch up, but only because we've got such an established brand that people can then cross-check, cross-reference. They go to the website, they go to the Instagram, they go, okay, these guys are really real. Oh, okay, let's check it out. So it's kind of like different touch points of trust metrics, which we kind of establish gradually as we go. But I firmly believe that particularly in relation to my competition on Zanzibar, it's the willingness, like for example out here, I notice a lot of people are quite reluctant. It's two extremes in Tanzania, this is quite interesting. Instagram, it's two extremes. It's either like one guy with a picture of his grandma and a shed with 20,000 followers and like the name like, get the money, CEO, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, fake it till you make it, but you know, maybe a bit less. Like, you know, we need that kind of like fake it till you make it attitude back home. I'd say back here, no. There's enough of that. But then the other side of it is all the business people, the people with something. Everyone's quite closeted. There's a lot of profiles that I'll interact with for years or weeks or months, and then they'll come up and introduce themselves to me on Instagram. That is working wonders for us. That's a treat because we are able to show in a market where people are technically afraid to invest, and I would say that comes without, you know, with good reason. If you're buying from the UK, from Poland, from a number of European countries here, the number of fraud warnings that their banks will give them when they're trying to send us $50,000, $100,000. You know, there are a million, and all their mates back home, of course, who've never been to Africa, going, you're buying real estate where? You know what I mean? It's like there's all these points. So for me, I sensed as generally a salesperson, I've learned a little bit about how to anticipate people's fear points and areas of concern. So I noticed that that was definitely going to be an issue. So I made sure that our Instagram page and marketing is overly revealing and transparent. If you go to my page on a daily basis, you'll see the maid, you'll see the dogs, you'll see whatever the hell is going on. Completely random, unrelated content to real estate. But that's because I believe that people want to know who you are if they're going to give you hundreds of thousands of dollars to build a non-existent house. That just seems like common sense. It's like, they want to know who your grandma is and how you treat your wife. You know, they actually want to know. Like, they're actively searching that. It's like, is this guy for real? Like, please show me the dogs. Like, I want to know more about them. Like, what are they fed? Okay, then I'll give you the money. You know, it's a bit like that. So, so yeah, that's the main point. What else? Any ideas? Ask me a question. Yeah, that's the main tool. My next challenge is actually building, we've sold a number of villas, about $11 million in Paje and Nungwi. My next mission is another interesting one. I'm building a tower, residential towers in Paje. It's a $50 million building, 2 towers, 25 million each. Build cost 35 million. People don't even believe we can spend that much building it. We're going to. Why? Because we're going to put the specification into it. I've chosen a project of that size in order to make sure that I put margins in it like that in order to make sure that we can build it. Because the idea that you cannot deliver that kind of quality in Zanzibar is absolute rubbish. But I'll tell you, the skepticism is bleeding out the walls over there. And it's not just from Tanzanians, it's from a lot of the foreigners, which I think is ridiculous. If you go to Johari Rotana, you go to Grand Malia and Arusha, you go to these top resorts, they're built and managed, and the service is extraordinary. The experience is great, the finish is great. Yeah, we'll do an even better finish than that, but the precedent is there. The precedent is there for quality. So why is there skepticism? And why are most of the residential developers on Zanzibar still delivering absolute garbage? Well, it's because it's the lack of confidence, it's a lack of faith. So there's also, the other thing is they're not doing the pre-sale model. They tend to be building with their own money to the point at which they then sell them afterwards. And this is their model. And of course, they don't want to invest $50 million and then hope to recoup the rewards based on selling at that level. So they're nervous. There's a nervousness. People don't believe that it can be done. So my challenge now is trying to prove to people that not only is there demand for that, not only is there the money for that, but Paje deserves that level of quality. It's a hub of kite surfing and lifestyle and leisure and tourism in Zanzibar. We can and we will deliver that. But yeah, it's a big jump, and every stage of the journey out here, it's been a lot like that. Even when, this is interesting, when we first started marketing the Bali-style chalet villa 2.5 years ago, even then in Paje, the beach Mzungu that were hanging around there, that were just like all the hippies that have been there for 15 years, they were saying, Paje, this kind of luxury, not for Paje, you know, they're all into like this kind of different vibe. And they're the ones I get the most resistance from. It's 55-year-old, fat, old German ladies, right, who are hanging around with Maasai for the last 15 years. They're annoyed that it's going to be increasing the price of their local beers or whatever. It pisses me off, because the young Tanzanian lads and ladies who are like, go Shivo, you know, I love what you're doing, you really inspire me, and it's like, fuck you ladies, you know? It's annoying. Any questions? Really, that's it. That's it. Thank you very much.
Please wait, Mr. Richard. I'll allow questions, at least 2 questions. Come on, Aswali. If you have a question, let me see your hand up. For Shivo. Ni kwamba sioni au hamnyanyui mikono? Kule nyuma, okay. All right, it's going to take me a while, but
thank you for your presentation. I'm Bobby Mongi, IMC Director from Smart Codes. I'm just curious, congratulations on your project, the Shiva project, it's amazing. I just want to find out, do you have any plans for home financing, partnering with local financial institutions to enable Tanzanians like our likes in this room to be able to purchase your properties?
Mate, I would absolutely love to. And I've been a little bit busy to pursue financing structures because it's kind of like you get put off quite early when you walk into the bank and they tell you what the lending rates would be, and they're kind of like astronomical. And it was like, okay. And we couldn't even really get development finance. I can't even get an overdraft. I can't borrow, I can't get a credit card, I can't get anything. It's just like, when I speak to the bank, they say, yeah, let me know when the guest house has got 2 years of accounts. I'm like, the guest house? We sold $11 million of real estate last year. We're building a $50 million tower. You won't lend us a penny on that? You say, nah, it's too risky. We're not. So that's quite interesting. But 100 million%. For example, this tower, the starting point is $120,000, reasonably high, okay, but you get a slice of absolutely the top spec development in Tanzania and probably East Africa, but the payment plan we could do over 3 years easily, that can break it down into sort of healthy, livable chunks. If there's a kind of finance available for that, let me know, drop me a line. I don't know enough about it out here. I've been too busy just kind of like, I kind of gave up on the idea. I was like, right, I've got to sell. So I've just been focusing on pictures of my dogs or whatever.
Any other question? Kuna swali jingine? No? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much for the quite an interesting presentation. A bit of a small follow-up on two things. First of all, you talked a little bit about SEO, optimization, and it's something that you said you don't leverage that much. And maybe, given the trend right now, do you see something that you are looking for going to that direction? And secondly, there's an issue of balancing between traditional and digital approach, especially within the context of Tanzania. How do you see that working? Have you tried trying to bring a bit of traditional combining with the digital, or you just have focused on the digital dimensions in terms of promoting your business?
Just to understand, traditional, you mean in which examples?
Yeah, TV and stuff like that, radio.
Say again? Okay. Yeah, I mean, there are some bits and pieces around. We've got a magazine in the ferry and bits and pieces. I've got a billboard. You mean this kind of stuff? Yeah, I got one billboard. It wasn't the most successful, but it did technically bring 3 sales, It was like, I think I got 3 leads from it in a year. There's a billboard in Paje, and one guy who did see it, wrote the billboard down, called me 6 months after he'd wrote the number down from the billboard, and then bought 3 apartments. So it's quite a hard sort of a piece of data for me to analyze just yet. Probably I need 10 billboards, and then I can figure it out after that. But SEO and web definitely will grow and build. But it's just that's one partner I brought, one member of staff I brought on only 8 months ago, and he's like an e-commerce wizard. And he built the website, and he's an absolute master of SEO. And so the metrics from that are working really, really well. And that is gradually taking over. It's probably. So interestingly enough, we need to study this a bit more, but a vast percentage of my leads now come through the website. But I believe a number of them start from Instagram, follow the page, go to the web link, are then impressed by the website, then inquire through the website. So they'll go to WhatsApp, and there's a WhatsApp button on the website, so that we lead will come, or they'll email through the website. But then when you inquire with them and you quiz them afterwards, like, how did you find us? Like, at least half of those came from Instagram originally, and then they were exploring. So the website is definitely working in the background to increase the level of, it just gives the credibility factor. Instagram, like I say, it's just dogs and lifestyle and bits and pieces of me wandering about. The credibility definitely is built through the website and reinforced. So there's definitely an art of joining the two. We should invest more and more and more because our market's all international. So international PR is working very well, and definitely these kind of web searches, luxury real estate in Zanzibar, all these kind of keywords are working very, very well, and it will continue to grow. I think it's definitely, for us, it's a broad balance of a wide base of trust points. That's what we need. Thank you very much.
Thank
Cheers.
you. A round of applause for Mr. Richard Ashby. And can we, as we prepare for our next session, can we please have 3 chairs on stage, tafadhali? Tunaomba viti vitatu kwenye stage. Now we're going to have, well, the last one for today. It's a panel discussion where we'll have Ed Sheila, Joe Bendera, Noel, and Gilset Mlaseko. So please, makofi kwao tafadhali. And
Yes.
3 chairs as they come on stage.
3 chairs. Right, as we wait for the chairs and the panelists to get on stage, I would also want to do another round of a callback to our sponsors. Truly an invaluable contribution that they have made with the Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit 2024. So here's another one, you know, for APC Hotel and Conference Center, Clouds Media Group, Smart Codes, TMSA, Hillwater. Also, I think on the second half of the day, I'm pretty sure there were ushers passing around affectionate chocolates. I think if you've tasted, those are also from Dairyland, one of our esteemed sponsors. We also have Fern Marketing, SBL Diageo, kupitia Johnny Walker, and then Cellcom as the official payment partner.
Thank you very much. Cocktails are still available, so if you need to, it's just outside. All right.
Kwa tunaanza. Jamani kwema? Kwema eh? Hii ndio ile session ile ya tunasemezana. Kwa naomba kama ni vitabu tufunge kidogo, laptop tufunge kidogo. Kwa sababu this is a time we are exchanging knowledge, ideas, jokes, tunachanana because we are kindred spirit umundani. Kila mtu ana vested interest in marketing, ana vested interest kwenye the brands that you're working for, ana vested interest kwenye maendeleo ya marketing kwenye nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo kwanza naomba mjipigie makofi for being here till this time. Najua ni watu wa muhimu sana, mna kazi nyingi, mnasimamia budgets kubwa kubwa na ndogo, makampuni makubwa na madogo, taasisi kubwa na ndogo, lakini mmetenga muda wenu leo kuwepo hapa kuanzia asubuhi. So asante sana Dr. Chao, Tanzania Marketing Science Association, asante Smart Codes, asante Cellcom, asante Hillwater, asante sana DStv, naona Ecobank, naona Clouds Media Group pale nyuma ndugu zangu, SportPesa, mlitushangaza kidogo. Tulijua yule kijana anakuja hapa na QR code tumchangie, we thought it's part of the act. Kumbe ikawa sio, but the presentation was amazing. Kwa majina naitwa Ruben Ndege, natokea the #1 premier media entity in Tanzania, Clouds Media Group. Wanasema repetition, tumeambiwa repetition makes it true. Repetition, natokea the #1 premier media house in Tanzania for the last 25 years, Clouds Media Group, that has Clouds FM, Clouds TV, Clouds Digital, na Clouds On Ground. Ni passionate storyteller ambaye nimejikita kusaidia taasisi na brands mbalimbali kuwafikia walengwa wao kwa kuhadithia hadithi zenye ukweli, hadithi za kusisimua kuhusu maisha ya Watanzania. Mbele yenu hapa kuna panel ambao kazi yetu ni moja tu. Leo tumekuja, we are trying to unpack marketing as an investment. Sio kwamba swala la masoko ni uwekezaji, na pale ambapo kuna uwekezaji kuna kanuni ambazo wote pale ambapo kuna tetereka kidogo, watu wa kwanza kuitwa boardroom na kuanza kuulizwa maswali magumu ni marketers. We are down 40% across our zones, across wengine mtaambiwa across our strongholds, wengine utaambiwa globally we are down 40%. We are pivoting business and we are looking at budgets and optimizing spend. And now please tell us, Ndugu Ron, for the next quarter, how are you going to hit the same business targets with 40% less? KPIs kama kawaida huwa zinabaki pale pale. Team huwa inabaki pale pale with more work. Na bosi, simu zinaongezeka, emails zinaongezeka, follow-up meetings zinaongezeka, reporting system inaongezeka. Kabla tujafika huko kote, tuulizane kwenye panel. Tutajitambulisha, who we are, what do we do. Alafu kwa kifupi.
Wow, you're actually going to start with me. All right, my name is Edward Sheila. I'm the Chief Success Officer at Naked. Naked is a boutique digital agency. I think more and more for me, why I found this topic very interesting is that back in the days when you were a marketer, you were guaranteed to be, your career trajectory was guaranteed to be an MD. But over the years, that sort of changed. We were regarded as, the guys who did the brochures, the guys that did social media and whatnot. So for me, what it means is that how do we start to help brands and businesses understand that marketing is not a cost. Yeah, as long as they're viewing it as a cost, they're always going to cut it first whenever there's, budget reductions. As long as they're thinking of it as a cost, it means that they're never going to prioritize it when they're budgeting at the end. So as an investment, how do we help marketers understand and tell that story of investment? How do they track it, and what does success or return on investment looks like? Yeah.
Oh yeah. So my name is Noel Mangoma. I'm influencer manager from Dilda Management, director, founder. Yeah, we started our company in 2019. I think that's when influencer marketing is kind of rising and everything, right? So one of the influencer that we manage is Hamisa Mobeto, and one of the biggest female influencer, by the way. You're my boss, you know that. So I believe you're going to give us another contract because we're doing very good right now in East Africa, and we're proud this market is keep growing. When you go to Nigeria, we go to different countries, they amazed by our numbers, like our influencer marketing. So I want to jump in real quick. One time we was convincing this company who is they're selling building materials, and Hamis is a female, and this industry is more of like a male industry, and we convinced one time, they deny our proposal, second time, third time, and engineers kind of don't agree with our ideas, like a female can advertise that. So we come up again another year with a strong proposal, and they give us a chance for 3 months. What we did is we back up our plan with going to launch their shops. We tell our fans on the DM, can you guys come, and we show you guys how to build houses with using these materials, how to use that. It's like training them, showing them the different ways of how you can use this material for building the house. Like our audience kind of young, so it's like we do like workshops. I would say that. So it works out at the end, but we use our own efforts to push it. We, rather than just post on Instagram, we just tell them, we take them to our shops to launch it and everything. So what I want to say is, for me, it was going extra miles to convince clients that this can be possible. And it's pay off at the end of the day, yeah.
Kwa kifupi, unasimamia influencer ambaye anasaidia biashara kufikia malengo, whether ni awareness au mauzo. Na tumeambiwa kadiri siku zinavyosogea imegundulika kwamba chapa zikifanya taarifa au zikipost chochote kwenye mitandao, interaction rate iko chini as opposed to ukimtumia influencer. So nilichokuwa nataka kujua kutoka kwako, ukienda kukutana na mtu wa masoko ambaye anakuambia uwekezaji wa kimasoko lazima uwe na tija, wewe kama msimamizi wa influencers unaoneshaje tija ya mteja wako kwa taasisi au chapa ambayo inataka kufanya kazi na wewe?
As I said before, we just we come up with different strategies. Sometimes you have to teach these clients because they don't really understand influencer marketing. As I say, 2019, that's when influencer marketing is rising, so people don't know how to do this. They don't really confidence about this. So we just come up with different strategies how to add value to it. And I remember the company was 3,000 followers at the time we meet them, and they have working 20 people in their shops. They have like 5 branches in Tanzania, in Dar es Salaam specifically. So after we do 3 months campaign, 50 working per day, and then they rise to 9,000 followers. And after contract ends, they add us like 3 more months, and the contract ends, but they stopped to doing the same thing that we was doing. We was going out our way. We call our fans to go with us to the shops, and automatically people on Instagram say, "Oh, this is what we can go to this shop too," because it seems like the brand are very expensive. It's a very premium brand, so people kind of scared. But using the people that we have, we know they can't afford it, but like we tell them that, okay, you can learn today, but one day when you get the money, you can go and buy. But it's like as I said, you just have to develop different strategies, and sometimes it might work, it might not, but yeah, at least you try, yeah.
Joe. So tumegusia kwamba kuna uwezekano uwekezaji or the investment inalipa kwenye upande wa raising awareness, because he talked about they didn't have enough people going into the shops. After executing the strategies they were executing, they got more walk-ins. Pia inawezekana investment ikawa ni kwenye kukuza the presence on social media. He spoke about increasing the follow account. Now, Joe, I know we've met severally kwenye maeneo ya kazi. Yeah. Now, in your space,
yes,
when you're looking for turning your marketing initiatives into an investment, what are the things you're looking for? And when you go to the C-suites ambao wanataka kukata budgets, how are you defending your budgets and how are you defending your initiatives in order to maintain budgets or be the mtu wa tatu wakati wanataka kukata matumizi au kubana matumizi?
Yeah, so I'll start off. My name is Joe Bendera. I've been in marketing for over 15 years, but now I'm in HR for like 2 years. So, my love is still for marketing. I still market to my employees. It's a different segment, but it's something that's within employee relations, so it is a very critical function. So anyway, we talked about marketing as investment. Obviously, when you get into marketing, when you talk about investments, right now, when you look at social media and everything around that, you need systems, you need tools, you need software. So that means you need to invest in that in order to get your metrics, in order to get your data. So that's why when you look at marketing as investment, that's one of those elements. If you're looking at sponsorships, it means you're looking at a property. So that means you're investing in that property, you're believing in that property. You're also taking a risk in that property. So that's why marketing is still as an investment. I'm glad that he talked about 2019. CRDB, I first joined CRDB in 2019. The only bank to now sign Harmonize as the first brand ambassador, and the first birth of influencer marketing. So I'm very glad that I was the one that actually was there to push that through, obviously with my team, and obviously to get that buy-in from the C-suites. Again, those are not easy people to convince. So they are the type of people who wait for a mistake. And of course, he made a mistake, and the rest is history. But I think those are the type of envelopes you have to push in order to break free and let other people like him now flourish, because now influencer marketing is now kicking off, because that kicked off in 2019. So I think it's critical to take risks, not to be scared, and to sometimes things are a no-brainer. Sometimes people think marketing, you have to put down this major strategy. Sometimes you look at something and it's a feeling. You know, marketing is sometimes it's a feeling. Yes, there are metrics these days that it's made it more scientific, but you know, sometimes it's just a feeling that you feel this thing is going to work, this thing is right. So I think you need to also go into the boardroom knowing that you're not, you need them to believe in you. Okay. So I think that's sort of something.
Tumesema tunasemezana, na nikiangalia straight ahead, we have a seasoned marketer Awaichi, ambaye mimi katika ujana wangu wakati naanza kufanya haya mambo, niliingia boardroom, nikamkuta amekaa upande wa pili. We were trying to crack a campaign for Zantel. Wakati huo nimepelekwa na marehemu Ruge Mtahaba. Awaichi, I know you have been in situations where the C-suits are asking you, cut budgets. We do not believe in spending this amount of money on initiatives of marketing. And I know through your career, you've had either to defend or to back down. What tactics have you used in the boardroom kuhakikisha kwamba unawaaminisha maboss kubwa kwamba it pays kuachilia budget zako za marketing as is, au umetumia mbinu gani kuhakikisha kwamba unarejesha the small budget ambayo unapewa ili kupata mafanikio?
Yani, thank you so much, and yes, you have put me on the spot. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know where to start, but the thing is, we're all marketeers here. And one thing for you to become a marketeer, you have to be creative. You have to be able to communicate. Now, when you enter into a boardroom, there are different characters within the board members, the directors, and the person that is your biggest enemy, not in a bad way, is finance and procurement. So you have to enter there to seem like you don't want to take away the money. You understand the situation, you understand the situation of the company, and you're there to work as a team. So if you enter in that boardroom to defend your budget, it's gone. It is gone. Enter that you understand the business, it's in a tight spot, you have to work with them. And that is where the creativity comes to it. You negotiate to a number that you will be able to work with, okay? In your mind, you know they want to cut your budget. What can you work with? Have a concept, and I'll go back to having partners. He mentioned a very close friend of mine. He was a business partner, friend, and somehow sort of like a mentor, Ruge. So you already have those partners that you'll be working with and negotiate with a number that I can work with. Now, if they cut my budget even by half, in the background, I have my advertising agency, I have media partners like Clouds or any other media that I've worked with, that we're already thinking of something. Just to prove to my biggest, not in a bad way, finance and procurement, that it can be done. So to show them that you've cut my budget, you give me 50%, I will do something. And I have my partners, and I tell them, you guys, I will squeeze you this time. Next time we'll make money. And they help me out. So work with your partners closely, understand your opposition, understand your management, and be part of the team. Don't go there defending a budget. The company has to make money. You have to understand, you have to get a salary. Kwa hiyo unavongangania your budget ya marketing, seriously, don't. So, thank you.
Asante sana. I know I did put her on the spot, lakini tunasema tunasemezana, so we have to use real life experiences. Kikubwa ambacho nahisi is a takeaway ni kwamba marketers, we have to be part of the boardroom. Part of the boardroom meaning tunaelewa biashara tunayoifanya. Pasi na kuelewa biashara tunayoifanya, inakuwa ni vigumu sana kushiriki kikamilifu kwenye mazungumzo ya biashara. Kwa sababu wengi wetu, na kama sisi ambao ndio tunakuwa kwenye industry, unakuwa very passionate about the man to run. So tukiingia boardroom, tunajikuta we are very emotional in dealing with the budget cut. The guys who do finance and procurement, they work with numbers. Dr. Shah, I think ulishatuambia, numbers have no feelings. It's 1 or 0. The 1 cannot be happy or sad. It's just a 1 and a 0. Ikiwa 1 na 0 sita, ni shilingi ngapi? 1 with 6 zeros, ni shilingi ngapi? It can make you happy, it can make you sad, but the number is not happy or sad. Ikiwa 1 na 0 tisa, marketers, ukipewa campaign, ukiambiwa budget yako ni 1 billion, are you happy or sad? But inawezekana mtu wa infrastructure au CTO akiambia 1 billion, they are very sad kwamba sio hela ya kutosha. So numbers don't have feelings. Numbers are just numbers. So ndugu zangu, have you as a marketer been in a position? Kwanza, Beatrice, I want to put you on the spot with this one.
But why?
Because I just feel like putting you on the spot with this one. Tumesafiri sana, we've crossed paths mara nyingi sana.
Sure.
So previously, you're in a space of handling budgets for marketing, for regions.
Even now?
Yes. So it so happens kwamba right now, what are the 3 things you look at to bring value to the clients that you're handling the budgets, their marketing budgets?
So I find myself in a very unique position. Not necessarily unique because there are people like me in the room where you're leading the business in terms of making sure that the ROI is actually coming through holistically for the business, but you're also looking after clients to make sure that their ROI is optimized, which I think is what we summed up in the discussion so far, that there are a couple of things. The numbers do matter, but the numbers are not everything. The impact does matter in terms of whatever it is that you're doing. And not everything has to result in terms of monetary value. Think about the value that you derive, especially if you're working within certain environments, such as NGOs. What is the impact that you're driving with regards to the activities that you're putting out there? How do you measure that effectively from the onset, which actually requires for us to step back and think about what is the objective that you're setting before you start the journey on ROI. If we don't have that clarity from the beginning, it becomes very hard for you then to differentiate and say, you know, with what Awaichi just said, that there's a number that was sitting there and you don't know what number you're tracking against. So the first step is to obviously have some objectives set and have a vision towards development of that objective. So for me, sitting in that space that you asked me to kind of give you the 3 things that we need to think about is what is your objective, how are you going to measure it, and what is the measure of success, and how then do you refine that process as you go by? And what are the tools you're going to use to make sure that you get to that space? So I think I'm going to throw it back again to the team here and ask us, as collectively sitting here, how do we track the ROI? What tools do we then put in place? What kind of research do we have to have in place to have a baseline before we start the journey in terms of saying, I have actually measured my ROI? So I'll start with you, Edward.
All right. So I think on top of what you said of it's important for brands to be able to have a goal or to be able to know what the goal is. We also need to understand as brands is how does success look like? For example, if you're looking at brand awareness, then the metrics are going to be different. If you're trying to reach more people, then the metrics are going to be different compared to someone who's trying maybe to push conversion or consideration. So it's understanding the goal and understanding what does success look like and understanding you as a business, where are you and what you're trying to achieve. If it is pushing people, you know, to your website, then, you know, the metrics specifically to the website are what you're going to be tracking. So it all depends again with, you know, what exactly are you to be able trying to achieve or the goal. And then you're able to then think about the metrics of the initiatives or the efforts that you're going to do.
Yeah, so with regards to that, in your experience, what tools do you find help you track those metrics?
It really depends with, for example, you could have Google Ads, whereby you'll be able to track. But with things like brand awareness, NPS scores, you do a lot of research. There are companies like Ipsos and many others that could be able to track. But for small businesses that might not be able to then maybe have the funds to be able to invest in doing extensive research. Google Docs is Google Forms is a pretty easy way to be able for you to be able to do questionnaires and surveys and be able to measure your effectiveness of whatever initiative that you've made.
So we heard from Noel when he spoke about influencers. And I think earlier in the day we heard about technology and the use of technology within the influencer space. How are you embracing that? Is it something that you're considering? Or what are you doing in terms of the tools that you're using to ensure that the influencers and artists that you're managing actually are able to give that information in terms of the ROI to the clients?
For me, I think it's kind of different. For measuring, like, let's say leads or number of engagement and everything, we can use Google Analytics, for example. Or there's another platform, it's called People Map. That's my first ever platform that I ever used in 2019 to track, like, the engagements, all these things, impressions and everything. But what I would suggest for everybody who want to either manage influence, your Coca-Cola, and anyway, we can name any kind of small brand of drinks here, like let's say soda, right? And then you can spend 10,000, you can get ROI, right? Because your brand is already there. You can just play around with the messaging and all these marketing campaigns. But for me, because nobody knows me yet, it's quite a bit hard for me to penetrate to the market, so I have to use a lot of funds, more than 10. So my ROI and your ROI is definitely going to be different. I mean, in terms of like the results, the impact and everything. So I would suggest if for small business, you start with figuring out what you stand for, your brand, and beauty, because I give you an example for one of the influencers that I managed. We realized that she has so much power, and but we didn't have so much product to sell. In terms of, she was doing fashion. Yes, we sell clothes, but like we need more because the power of brand is so big. When we go to another country, say, you know what? What's your hobby? She said, I can do music, So we play around that. We say we're gonna set it up, the writers, the producer, and the power of the brand again. We get data from other country that even some of our close partners, the managers, ask me, how you get that? My artists sing better than yours. Yeah. How you get that,
Sure.
The power of a brand.
Yeah. Absolutely. So thank you for that, Noel. Joe.
Yes.
How do you measure success in terms of your ROI? How do you track success within the framework? And here, this is interesting, first of all. The fact that a marketing person has transitioned into HR success.
Okay, well, obviously in terms of, because I'm in the financial industry, so it's clearly revenue. I mean, it's apples and oranges. So your campaign needs to bring results in terms of revenue. From a business side, if you're looking at business side, so it's revenue. You put in X amount of, you have X amount of costs, you have your revenue minus cost, you divide by your total cost, you get your ROI. It's very straightforward. I don't think you can sugarcoat it. Yeah, so I think that's pretty straightforward. Now, that would be success from a financial side. And then obviously when you're looking at from a marketing side, where you're looking at your brand and your positioning, your metrics around that. I think some of the team members have already talked about some of the metrics within social media. So I think it's also critical to position yourself and to understand. I think it's been sung by both of my colleagues here. Is what do you want to achieve at the end? So from a success side, linking campaigns and how successful they are, that almost happens after
that campaign is done, where you're doing surveys and you're finding out results from that. You know, your traditional media doesn't give you a lot of that. Yes, you can have your Ipsos and your so forth telling you, you know, this is how much you're spending, this is how much you're reaching. Yes, that's okay, but at the end of the day, it has to lead to revenue. So I think for us, we're you know, from a financial space, we're really tied down on that space.
Ruben, it's back to you. I think for me, the question I have for you, my dear friend, it's a very simple one. Oh yeah.
Wanipiga swali?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
What are the
Ndalirusha huko.
Vizuri tena.
Yeah.
Naomba kujua, what are the challenges that you face when you're looking at marketing ROI and business ROI?
Ndugu zangu, mmesikia swali? Na wafuata huko huko mlipo. What are the challenges that you find looking at marketing ROI na business ROI? Kabla tujafika huko, tunaenda kwa prof kwanza, tupewe formula. Kila kitu kina formula, si ndio? Hii formula ya marketing ROI, kuna formula yake? Hebu tuigusie kidogo, utufafanulie kidogo formula ya marketing ROI, alafu tuje kwenye hizi challenges.
Yeah, basically the simple algorithm kwa hiyo tuweze kusema kwa language ya namna hiyo, we look at how much are you investing. For example, we are using influencers, we are using the several multiple digital channels. How much are we spending on that? And then we measure in terms of revenues we are getting. So we minus that, we get that incremental margin that comes out of that. And then that one you divide with the amount of investment we put. So that would be in terms of percentages. We can look several other indices that comes after there by, of course, adding things like the amount of efforts that we put in terms of generating that. Because it's not, some of the investments we are making is not only in terms of finances, there are several other indices we put in terms of these investments.
Makofi kwanza. Darasa limeanzia hapo, turudie tena. Tumeambiwa unaangalia sales growth, si ndio? Unatoa gharama ya marketing. Jibu unalolipata hapo, una divide by gharama yako, si ndio? The marketing cost, unapata ROI. Tumekubaliana na formula. Formula inapingwa kwa formula nyingine nzuri zaidi. Tumekubaliana kwa formula hiyo. Kwa hiyo tunatoka hapa leo hii tumepiga brush hivi, brush up kidogo kwamba marketing ROI unaangalia hayo mauzo mliopata au the growth that you got. Unatoa nini? Expenses, budgeting, mmefanya sijui road shows, mmefanya marketing, mmefanya email marketing, blast SMSs, mmefanya native advertising, search engine optimization, tumeambiwa leo, tumefanya sijui umenunua keywords. Leo nimesikia vitu vingi vizuri. Ukamaliza ukapata percentage. Ukiingia boardroom, unasema bwana, campaign yangu X ROI ni 1, 2, 3, naomba incremental budget ya 1, 2, 3, kwa sababu tukifanya relative, mkinipa incremental hii, basi ROI itakuwa hii. Wanasema market ukianza kuongea hivyo, the next seat unapewa ni C-suite. Unakutoka kwenye marketing, unaingia kwenye uongozi. Na ndicho tunachokitaka, au vipi? Au tunataka kubaki pale pale? Wangapi wanapiga hatua na kuingia kwenye leadership roles ili kupeleka mentor, hero, moja kati ya watu wamefanya makubwa. Ingekuwa we have a museum, we have a hall of fame ya marketing in Tanzania. Inductee na uhakika, inductee kati ya 3 wa kwanza, Bwana Mafuru ataingia. Maana vitu alivyovifanya vingi vimebaki, sisi wengine tunavionaga tu kwamba hizo budgets zingerudi hizo. Tisha, kaka, naomba niulize na utufundishe. Katika the one time that you had the biggest ROI kwenye campaign au kwenye brand, ilikuwa ni brand gani? And kitu kimoja au viwili that you did that you think ukituachia na sisi tukiweza kuibaiba kidogo, we might piga hatua kubwa where we are.
Asante. Kwanza mimi naungana na marketers wengine kwamba ameniweka kwenye spot, lakini nafurahi sana kuwepo hapa jioni ya leo. Apologies kwamba ilikuwepo nifike asubuhi, lakini nilikuwa somewhere. Swali la Reuben kwa kweli liko a bit broad, na sidhani kama linajibu moja kwa kila mmoja na kwa kila brand. Tumesikia formula kutoka kwa Prof. Ni formula nzuri sana, lakini mimi ushauri wangu ni kwamba kila kampuni, kila brand iko katika different stage ya maturity na level ya investment haiwezi kuwa sawa. Ni kazi ya marketers mlioko hapa kuweza kuinfluence hizo boardroom conversations kwa namna ya kuweza kuadd value kwenye brand yako na kuchangia katika bottom line ya hiyo business. Naomba nirudie. Huko nyuma kuna kampuni ambazo zilikuwa na a very straight marketing budget, wanakuambia okay, so marketing budget is 6% of your annual turnover. Nikiwa head of marketing wa Vodacom, tulienjoy sana kipindi kile. You have more than 24 billion of marketing budget, 30 billion of marketing budget, unafanya mambo yako, brand zinakuwa, revenue zina grow, mnafanya activities zinakuwa measured kwa different metrics. Kwa hiyo ilikuwa ni kipindi kile, sijui sasa hivi, naomba nisiwaongelee. Lakini tulikuwa na uwezo wa kufanya justification ya return on those investment. Ni kazi ya marketers kuweza kutafuta the right psychological moment ya kupresent business case yako either kwa project au kwa investment ya brand ili uweze kueleweka kwenye overall bigger picture ya hiyo organization. Kuna two lenses za kufanya marketing investment. One of them is the consideration drivers and the other one is the conversion drivers. So each of the business must strike a right balance between to what extent can I invest in consideration drivers through advertising, sponsorships, events, na kufanya activities that connect to the lives and aspiration of those consumers. But the other lens is the conversion drivers. This is when the actual consumer or the actual shopper or the actual customer makes a purchase decision that contributes to the revenue of the business and hence the bottom line of the business. Kwa sababu metrics zinazokata across kwenye organization ziko mbili. It's about how do you influence the top line, which is your revenue line, and how do you influence the bottom line. Sasa marketers walio wengi, na I'm sorry to say, ulituambia kitu kizuri kwamba hapa tunasemezana, tunashauriana. Kuna conversation nimezisikia toka nimeingia, they are all about driving consideration drivers. Lakini unaweza kukuta brand fulani metrics za awareness ziko juu sana. So it is the job of a marketer not to spend so much in just increasing the awareness. It has to be converted into the purchase decision ili ukiingia boardroom waseme these consumers are buying my brand. Sijui kama tunaelewana hapo. Na kuna metrics zipo zinajulikana na different company wanazo za kwao. During my old beer days nikiwa kama Joe Bendera miaka ile ameingia, tulikuwa na metric moja inaitwa DAFQA score. It is a measure of distinctivity, awareness, quality and something else of each of this brand, na tulikuwa tunapima kila mwezi. So you measure those by using those tools. Unakwenda boardroom unasema jamani, awareness levels zimekuwa kutoka hapa kwenda hapa. This is the result of my marketing investment. Lakini kama awareness levels ziko juu, you also need to invest your money in conversion drivers ili watu waweze kununua. So to answer the question, kila kampuni, kila brand iko katika different stages of maturity. The levels of investment will not be generic. Hata kama iko kwenye Philip Kotler au tumefundishwa kwenye research finding fulani, you need to assess the level of maturity of your companies and of your brands, then you motivate for those type of conversations. Cha mwisho kabla sijamaliza ni kwamba apart from the consideration drivers and the conversion drivers, you also need to look at how are you striking the balance between who are you marketing to. Nimesikia siku hizi mambo mazuri sana, tuna influencers, tuna kila kitu. Je, have we put metrics to assess effectiveness of these influencers katika core objective ya business? Sio tu awareness. Usimwangalie kutokana na kile anachokifanya ukasema huyu ni fashion designer then atakuwa ni influencer. Sio kweli. You must select how you use that influence of yours. Na ukiangalia katika consumption theory, consumer ni mtu mmoja, anaweza asiwe anayenunua. There's an actual shopper ambaye ndio anakwenda kwenye shelf kununua physically au anaingia online. But there's a customer who is a member of the channel of distribution ambaye yeye ana facilitate hiyo product kufika pale. So I'll have some few minutes to talk about that. Hiyo naweza nikaiacha. Kwa hiyo you need to know hiyo message yako unaipeleka kwa nani? Kwa sababu kuna mtu anayekwenda kununua pale. So there's a differentiated message kwamba anayekwenda kununua, kwa mfano sukari, ananunua product fulani, anayenunua yule, there's a differentiated message. But there's someone else ambaye yeye akiwa aware anasema I want this. Lakini kuna huyo wa katikati ambaye ni customer, yeye ananunua hapa, anauza hapa, kwake yeye is all about is about the margins. So I recommend for you guys to be very clear. The selection of message must be so segmented to know who is your target user of that message. Whether you use a platform of digital or any other medium, should be very specific to the target audience with a specific action ambayo ita trigger top line or bottom line of the business. Naomba niishi hapo kwa sasa.
Makofi hayo hayajatosha. Hivi nilikuwa nimekosea nikisema kama kuna Hall of Fame inabidi tumuingize kwenye Hall of Fame. Nilikuwa nimekosea? Hawa nimepatia. Sasa inaonekana marketers tunatakiwa tuwe ni madaktari wa kampuni husika. Tuna diagnose kampuni husika, lakini mwandiko wetu inabidi usomeke. Maana madaktari huwa wakati mwingine, nazungumzia madaktari wa hospitali, sio doctor, sio madaktari wa hospitali. Akiandika vitu havisomeki. Ukiwa ni marketer ambao mikakati yako, mipango yako haiendani na mahitaji ya chapa au taasisi, utakuwa kama daktari mwenye mwandiko ambao hausomeki. Brother Mafuru amegusia kwamba katika kuingia kwenye boardrooms, mazungumzo, numbers tunazoongea lazima ziendane na hali halisi ya biashara. Na ili ujue hali halisi ya biashara, inakulazimu wakati mwingine ukae na the technical team. Sio wakati mwingine ukae na sales team, the technical team, kwamba tatizo letu, I'll speak on media let's say. Tatizo letu sio content. Tatizo letu kwenye mikoa 5 kati ya 20 hatusikiki. Au kuna wakati umeme unakatika, wanaotuhost kwenye minara hawajaweka generators, kwa hiyo kila siku ikifika muda wa chachandu, radio inakuwa iko off. Kwa hiyo ukienda kwenye mkoa husika unakuta ratings zetu zinashuka that time. Now without knowing that tutaanza kukimbizana watu wa content. Kipindi leo tena segment labda ina tatizo, lakini it might not be that. It might be the technical side. Unaweza kuja upande wa pili in terms of I think kuna wakati nilibahatika kufanya kazi na my brother Mafuru, tukaitwa kwenye conference call, na baada ya keynote speaker mtaenda kupata vinywaji. Kwa hiyo msiondoke, nisije kawa nimevunja protokali hapa ikawa shughuli. Kaka, naomba nikurudishie microphone. Naomba nishukuru the panel na tuwapigie makofi jamani. Hayajatosha, makofi hadi waondoke. Makofi hadi washuke. Endeleeni tu. Makofi hayaumi. Haya, mimi nipo. Tunaweza kutafutana.
Asante sana. Makofi tena jamani. Mpaka washuke. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to call on stage Director General for Tanzania Tourism Board, TTB, Ephraim Mafuru, kwa ajili ya closing remarks. Naomba ukaribie kwenye stage, ambaye ndio mgeni wetu rasmi kwa siku ya leo.
Ndio mgeni wetu rasmi.
Karibu
kabisa
sana.
Kabisa.
Makofi tafadhali.
Makofi jamani.
Jamani, mambo vipi? Unajua unapoitwa mgeni rasmi, unajua tunaifanya inakuwa too formal. You know, in the world of marketing, we try and simplify things, just get into the work done, get excited and have a bit of fun. Sasa tukianza mgeni rasmi, mheshimiwa sana na nini kidogo hizo bado sijazizoea. Kwa hiyo naomba mtanisame kama nitafanya tofauti kidogo. Kwanza, I feel very honored and privileged to stand before you this evening. First and foremost, as a marketer seeing fellow marketers with smiling faces from morning until now, with my great sisters with us here tonight, this evening. Awaichi, Nafura, we have been in the game with them for so many years. Baraka, our good friend, has been in that brand for many, many years, and they have contributed a lot to the industry. Kwa naomba niwashukuru sana kwa wale ambao mmekuwa kwenye game kwa muda mrefu. And when you sit with the upcoming marketers, our job is to develop what we call succession planning. I've been so honored to sit on the two sides of that fence. One being a marketer, trying to penetrate those boardrooms, and now as the Director General of the Tanzania Tourist Board, being on the other side. Konaomba niwatie moyo. It is very possible. It has never been so easy, but it can be done. Kuna wakati it gets very bumpy. Wakati Robin anaongea about those phone calls with the group office in London, trying to convince them, first and foremost, to deny one of the innovations they were bringing to the market, which I call it, they were taking an innovation down our throats, which for me, I knew it will not work in this market. It was so difficult, but we managed at least to convince them. But one other living example, which I feel very proud on the background, just seeing success of that brand, is the Serengeti Light today. One of the fastest growing beer brand in this market, but I can tell you for sure, we created the liquid, the label, the packaging, pricing, and even the campaign, but it was rejected because it was an innovation from Tanzania declined by group office in Nairobi. We sold it, they said, forget, it cannot work. We were given a group brand to be launched in this market, and I can tell you for sure, within 6 months, that brand died, failed miserably, and we lost so much money, more than 500,000 pounds for an innovation which failed. To cut the story short, some of us left that business. Here comes a new MD, a new marketing director. They said, by the way, there was an innovation there. It was created, and here's a campaign. Why don't you launch it? They'll put in the market. Success is story today. They're making so much money with that brand called Serengeti Light. So I just wanted to reassure you that it can get bumpy, but keep going. I think as marketers, a lot of people have said, Baraka just cemented very well, that when it comes to marketing investment, it's not only about the numbers, but sitting on this side of the fence and say, for me, the bottom line should be the numbers, but let's have our conversations to what proportions can we invest in the consideration drivers against the conversion drivers so that the business can continue to grow, and then we sustain our business. So in which levels, there's no generic answer. You need to do an assessment yourself. How do you influence the boardroom conversations about the levels of investment depending on the maturity of your organization? You don't know how to do it, it's fine. That's why consultants are there. There are different ways of assessing the maturity of your brand. You can do a brand audit. I don't know what nowadays you guys use, but I think consultant can help you to give you the right stage of maturity of your brand and help you design strategies around with relevant levels of investment to convince your business to approve your marketing budget. Don't go there to say, bwana awareness ni lazima sana bwana. Hiyo hutashinda nakwambia kweli. It's difficult because businesses must survive. Shareholders, they want the return on the investment that they put in the business. So that said, that was a bit of an opening. There are some few slides. I'll just need to share with you a practical example of what we call digitization of a commercial strategy. A lot has been said here since morning about role of digital, inafanyikaje, opportunities zilizopo. Lakini I want to bring in a bit of a dimension on how can you digitize commercial execution so as to do both. You drive consideration, but again, you also influence bottom line of the business. Wakati Joe Bendera anaongea kwamba I was privileged to work in group office in South Africa, nikiwa head of sales kwa nchi 7 za Africa. I was given a challenge of developing a sales organization, but re-engineering how we sell sugar, because sugar was being considered as a commodity. Sasa being a commodity in most of the African markets, our job was how can you convert what used to be a commodity into a brand by engaging your consumers, shoppers, and customers in a way that will influence both top and bottom line of the business. So different countries were at different stages, but we managed to develop a route to consumer that is relevant for the maturity of that country, ikiwemo kutengeneza brands za hiyo nchi ili ziweze kuuza vizuri kwa hao consumers. And I'm so proud kwamba kwa miaka minne ndio kaa pale, we were growing at more than 20% annually, including some two last figures of $51 million growth as group, and then $52 million of my last year, and then I came back home, and that's why I'm here. So I'll try and share some slides ambazo zinaonyesha what we did at group office, na nitatumia mfano wa Zambia. I don't want to use the Tanzania figures kwa sababu sijapata pre-approval, nisije nikashtakiwa kwamba you are now becoming a spokesperson of Kilombero Sugar Company. So what we did for Zambia is similar across the market, was first to analyze what is the business challenge that we have. So if you see this slide, before I went to group office, or we established the group office and the group sales structure, sugar was being considered as a commodity. Being a commodity, wana assume inajiuza yenyewe, similar to Tanzania, sukari inajiuza yenyewe. Sasa what we did there was first and foremost is to assess what is the problem. And what we saw most of the market, there were very few buyers, ambao tunaita distributors. Wao walichokuwa nakifanya, they were actually buying the entire lot, similar to Tanzania. Top 3 customers were buying 85% of the sugar, wanaiacha kwenye warehouse ya Kilombero, wanakwenda mtaani wanauzia wale sub-wholesalers and wholesalers, wanakwenda Kilombero wanaichukua sukari, they make their margin. Average price that they get by then was $550, equivalent to 1.1 million. So in kilo terms, sema sukari ilikuwa inauzwa shilingi 1,100 pale getini. Ikifika sokoni inauzwa shilingi 2,000 wakati ule. So someone somewhere was making shilingi 900 faida for doing nothing. Yani anailipa Kilombero, anakaa kimya, alafu anaiuza kwa mwingine, anaenda kuchukua pale, they make 900 shilling per kilo. That was the game they were playing. 3 top customers. Similar to Zambia. So if you go to next slide, tuka assess kwamba what they were doing, Zambia Sugar was selling to only 24 customers. Sukari ilikuwa kama haina brand, inaitwa tu sukari. Lakini we digitize now our market assessment. That's where now the role of marketers comes in to say, apart from requesting for marketing budget for advertising, you need to solve the core problem of the business in order to influence conversion drivers, which is the actual purchase. Tulikuwa tunauza watu 30, tukaangalia sokoni kuna 494 sugar selling stores. Lakini Zambia Sugar was only selling for 30 customers. They're actually 24. So what we did, we said, we will now influence the sugar flow to more customers beyond the 24 that we had in Zambia Sugar. To do that, we digitized our market mapping, we identified where they are, we knew the level of sugar they were selling, and we said, can we quantify the size of price that we wanted to do? That was a very nice science of combining your sales experience, your marketing experience, and bringing digitization of the activities that you do in order to influence the business growth. Next slide, please. And another one. So what we did as a sales team and a marketing team, we said, let us define where to play, and then we'll develop strategies on how to win. So what we did, basically we said, we will divide this market in terms of what we call first mile and then last mile. Next one. So the first one, the first mile is all the value chain members who influence the availability of your product in the marketplace. And then the last one is the actual final point when a shopper engages with your product. By knowing that, then we said, okay, we will now develop differentiated approaches to influence each of those value chain members. Next one. So as a group, we created what we call a commercial operating model, which sometimes we call it an accessibility model. Najaribu kuwatoa kidogo kwenye the world of awareness, which I've dwelt for more than 24 years, but I want you to bring into value addition to the business and the core problem that the business is availing. So we created this accessibility model, which for us has two levels. One is the affordability. The other one is about availability. But those two combined makes accessibility. So for any brand to be consumed, any product to be consumed, it must be affordable in terms of what pack sizes, what type of differentiated price points that you have there, different formats. And if you are in the world of the beer or the financial institutions, you also need to look at what type of product are you going to create for them in each of those consumer segments. And I know each of these companies that you work for, they have differentiated ways of doing what you call consumer segmentation. So there's no generic way. Each company has their own. And then on availability is about it must be available. And Ruben spoke something very nicely, that if you're in the media industry, it's not about just being available in one market. Maybe there are other factors in the other side that may make your awareness not to be there or your program not to be heard. So you need to assess all that as a marketer, come to the table with more facts than anyone else so that you gain confidence and believability that you are adding value to that business and not just being perceived, as what Baraka said, as a spending department. I've been fighting this for many, many, many years, that marketing is not a spending department. We are an investing department, investing in the greatest asset of this business called a consumer. You can buy equipment or machines. You can outsource production and manufacturing, but you cannot just outsource the engagement with your consumers. That is your core. You must own it yourself. Next one, please. So because I know I'm sitting between a long day and a long weekend, I'll try to be a bit quick. So when Mark was talking, I think he touched me about something to do about storytelling. I'll also try to use these few slides to tell the Ilovo story without advertising Ilovo, but as an example to cement the core theme of the session today. So in the world of marketing, it's all about influencing consumption. So what we created at Ilovo, we said, for true consumption to happen, there must be people somewhere, and these people must have a disposable income. They must have money to spend. And then your product must be accessible. And for accessibility means it must be affordable. They must afford it to pay for it, and it must be available. If you're not available, no one will buy you. I go to the shelf, I'm looking for a certain product. If it's not on the shelf, my campaign is not helping. I remember we got some challenges when I was brand manager Guinness in the early 2000s. We had fantastic campaigns with Michael Power, this global ambassador of Guinness. And I tell you, that campaign was so special. We shot these campaigns very expensive. But when you go to the shelf, there was no Guinness because the customers were saying it's not moving. So you also need to try and strike a balance. You also advise on this side, consult them to make sure that it's affordable, it's available in the right pack format, in the right price point, and then it will be purchased. So let's go to digitization. I'll go a bit quickly here. So the challenge at hand is how do you make sugar accessible to the African continent in different type of trade segments for different type of consumers to buy it and they can afford. So we decided to go digital. We said instead of using paperwork in the call sheets, we had to digitize. So we did market mapping. We created what we call sales resource management tools. And then we had to do some metrics to measure effectiveness of our salespeople. We did a bit of competitor intelligence also to assess what they do. But again, we said, let us develop a quality scorecard. Because it's all about quality, because some of the consumers, they buy quality for what we call affordability at its best. Next one. These are some of the metrics that we measured. So through digital platforms, we had to develop how do we measure effectiveness of our salespeople and how do we measure effectiveness of this brand as it is being consumed in the marketplace. Next one, please. Those are some of the dashboard that we created. It helps you to automate some of these processes but again, to give you some nice reports and sharing some of the trend lines. You see, where do you come from? Comparison of last month, last year, this time, compare it with competitors, so that when you have your story in the boardroom, people will see that you are helping them to make informed decisions instead of just going there to beg for a marketing budget or investment. Next one, please. So these are some of the results. I don't need to go to too much, but from 24 customers, in the span of 2 years, we were able to service more than 1,111 customers in the entire value chain in Zambia. And we were even able to know who are they. We knew exactly where are they, what volume they sell per day, per week, per year. We knew exactly price point and margins that they make. We were able to influence that. Because like the Tanzania story, from 1,100 to 2,000, 2,200, sometimes you say, you know what, enough is enough. If you see the Tanzania picture here, we moved from, I remember it was from 30 customers, but top 3 buying 85%. We moved it to 171 in 1 year. And Kilombero Sugar Company grew by more than $12 million in year 1, $10 million year 2. The guys who wanted to close the shop and leave the country, they decided to invest more money because of what they saw as a transformation in Tanzania. Then they invested 571 billion Tanzania shillings, which is the expansion which is happening now. And I thank God that that was the opportunity for me to be handpicked from Tanzania to South Africa, that for what you did in Tanzania, come and do for group. Yeah. Next one, please. So some of the numbers about performance for Zambia, I think you can see some of the volume that grew from 151 to 181,000, which is 19.5% growth. Number of trade sales growth was there, revenue big time. And I've been speaking to the guy, the commercial director in Zambia, who I supported from group office. Last year, Zambia Sugar sold 256,000 tons. Now see, from 151, we started off the journey in 2017. Last year, they sold 256,000 tons of sugar in the domestic market. It was a combination of knowing your consumers and customers, developing differentiated pack size, marketing them to the actual person who makes the decision, whether it's the actual consumer, which is more about awareness, the actual shopper who makes the purchase decision on the shelf, and the customer who is there as an intermediary in the value chain. So it's your job as marketers to fully understand and influence all the members of the value chain for you to influence growth for both top line and bottom line of the business. Next one, please. So I'll not go to the details, but one insight I want to share with you here. When Zambia was selling to 24 customers, they had the upper hand to negotiate terms. So they were forcing to buy sugar on credit. So when they buy on credit, they force you to go and borrow to the banks. And I know Bendera will be very happy when they see customers buying to add on capital, but when they sell on credit, they finance the interest. So in Zambia, they had a huge debt of $17.3 million of worth of data, which was held by those customers. But you can see, in only a span of 3 years, it went down from 17 to $6.4 million. So that helps the business not to borrow more, to save on the interest, and then have more profit to the business. So those are the conversations that I urge marketers to think beyond awareness drivers to what matters to the business at the level of their existence. Next one, please. So this is a picture of what we found out as a result. So from not knowing where the customers, the consumers, the shoppers are, to be fully aware of where they are. We have done this one, and they are still using this model, which we created in 2017. You know, we divided Zambia into two. So we had the northern part and southern part. We had all those regions. We know the number of resellers, the potential volume. Even when you fell short, you know exactly which region, which reseller, which salesperson is not doing the job. It's through digitizing performance and measurement of effectiveness of your salespeople. Next one, please. So my last one for the story that I have shared is, as marketers, I think for me, is about for all of us to grow and be able to reach into those called C-suites is about how do you influence business growth. And I leave you with some 4 things that I have always believed in my career. One is all about performance. That survival in an organization is all about performance. I know some people say, I know so-and-so, oh, I have been here for many years, but it's all about performance that will make you survive and grow and be able now to jump from one side of that boardroom to the other side. The other one is all about influencing growth. I know there's a bit of a timing issue. Sometimes some of us were lucky, you jump into a business and you're like things just flow. But I think if you show deliberate effort to influence the growth of that business, then you survive. It's all about showing value addition to the business. Assess the level that this business is, and then be part of the solution to take them to a next level. And that's what I call value addition. It may not necessarily be the volume, the revenue, or the numbers game. It may be the health of your brand. It's about the perception in the marketplace. I remember coming to Vodacom in 2005. I'm sorry to use this example. We had a white lady who was a PR manager. We had a Tanzanian who cannot speak English who was managing marketing department. You go to a press conference launching a product for 1,000 shillings, speaking in English. Press conferences were in English. I said, you cannot do that. These are Tanzanian consumers. So day 3 of my existence in Vodacom, we had a press conference at Sabasaba. We were launching what we call a Vodaduka. I told my marketing director, you know what? We will not speak English. We will speak Swahili. It was the first press conference that the day after we had 7 front pages, 7. It had never happened for more than 6 months. That story made the MD to fire the PR company, said, if you need this business, get a Tanzanian to speak Swahili to the Tanzanian audience. She was gone, and there was another one neighbor, she was gone, and then we had Tanzanians working for those Tanzanian brands in PR department to drive awareness of Vodacom. So the rest is history. Vodacom, by the time I left, were making more than 1.5 million Tanzanian shillings every single day. So the other one is basically what I call personal development. Continue to invest time to learn and develop yourself. What you are doing today, I will encourage you to do more of this. I'm not saying because I'm the chairperson of TMSA, but it's all about the value that you get by developing yourself. Things change. When you were doing advertising, we just used all the traditional ways. There was no social media by then, but nowadays, social media is a big thing. So learn how to effectively use social media so that you gain that skill set, know how it works for your brand, navigate to establish the right relationship associated with your brand, like what Mark said, that it's all about having the right story for your product. Don't create the wrong stories because your friend is an influencer. Because I've seen it before. Because so-and-so is a friend of mine, I go, have fun together, then I give them business for my brand. It's not about that. I had one of the great marketers, I don't need to mention names, but he was sponsoring things that he personally liked, not what the consumers want. Think the consumer first. Think about how do you connect the lives and aspirations to them, then create a story that resembles themselves, and that story must be true to yourself, to that brand. Because a Toyota Corolla can never be, the Rolls Royce of the world. If you camouflage yourself to pretend you are that, you will fail miserably. And that's when you go to the boardroom, people tell you, hii kampeni yako feki. So be true to yourself, be true to your brand, establish the right stories for your brand, which they are unique and you can own. And lastly, is all about acquiring the right skill set, acquiring the right experiences, and then you need to have a good, positive mental attitude. I like when Bendera said, as a marketer is now in HR, for you to grow, sometimes it's all about acquiring the other skill set and show value in your conversations. I know for sure I'm not trying to say leave marketing, go and now become like an engineering design or something. No. Find something that will add value to what you are doing. So, that said, jamani, slide zangu zimeishia hapo. Sasa naomba mniruhusu nifanye kazi niliyoitwa kuifanya leo. Asanteni sana. Now, because I work for government, and because I work for the brand called Destination Tanzania, I wanted to change slightly and share with you a country video, just to show what Tanzania is all about in 2 minutes, and then I'll do that speech that I was supposed to do. Can we have that video, please?
Tanzania is one of the most beautiful countries in the world, inhabited by warm-hearted people. The experienced travelers, the unforgettable beauty of nature, wildlife, and beaches. Away from the crowds, back to the essence, the spirit of Africa. Simple and inspiring. Tanzania unforgettable. Coming to Tanzania is to visit the unforgettable. From one attraction to the next, each scene is more gripping than the last. Unforgettable, breathtaking landscapes are the order of the day. A never-ending wonderland that truly indulges the senses. With its award-winning national parks, game reserves, mountains, forests, waterfalls, lakes, islands, and endless beaches, you are simply spoiled for choice. Take in the country's long history, see the splendor of its cities, and indulge in its amazing food. Have an unforgettable experience in its world-class hotels and conference facilities. From the time you arrive to the time you depart, the unforgettable hospitality of Tanzania and its people will surely leave a mark in your heart. Tanzania is home of the spectacular and the epitome of beauty. Fill your life story with beautiful memories you will never want to forget. Visit Tanzania. Tanzania unforgettable.
Asanteni sana. So moja kati ya majukumu ambayo tutafanya going forward as Tanzania Tourist Board, this is a generic video. Tumefanya assessment ya kujua what's the source market of the 1.8 million tourists waliokuja Tanzania last year. There are more than 6 countries from Europe, lakini hatujawahi kumarket in Asia. So a deliberate effort going forward, tunafanya vitu vinne. Segmentation of tourism products, tutafanya zoning ya hizo source market kuweza kuzijua which one are they ambazo ni new. So Asia is one of the one that we focus. We have created a video like this whereby Her Excellency the President, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, Dr. Hussein Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar, and one of the influencers, a movie star in China called Jingdong. We have launched, they have developed and shot a very new film. That guy called Jingdong, an influencer mkubwa sana huko China. So we have created that film in Chinese because we know, and that's now coming back to the number, which my brother Baraka was saying. As a destination marketer, when you choose source market, you also need to look at, do these people travel? So we set back and say, okay, in Asia, the two biggest countries that we have that are densely populated than anyone else is China and India. So China is 1.4 billion people. So what we did as part of the storytelling I wanted to share with you is before COVID, there were 150 million tourists from China to other countries. Last year, 129 million Chinese traveled. But out of 129 million travelers from China, it's only 44,000 who came to Tanzania. That is 0.034%. So our business case, which we are selling to the government, which the government bought 100%, is we have a specific strategy for China. So initially, Her Excellency the President shot this film. We translated in Chinese. We went to launch it in China, talking to the people of China, having the influencer to be in the launch function, and then he spoke on the podium about his personal experience to come to Tanzania. And we visited 3 provinces, and some of these provinces are very, very big cities. Beijing, 24 million people. We used television station in China, speaking Chinese and showcasing that film, and did activations. We bundled with the Tanzania tour operators. So 34 tour operators traveled with us to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. The B2B conversation they had have agreed that definitely they will work together to influence Chinese to come. Direct flights from China to Tanzania, which never exist. And of course, unfortunately, our neighbors across the border, they have daily flights from China. And we don't have, with a 60-year relationship between Tanzania and China. So something was not working. It will work now. We will make that work, and we'll get Chinese to come. So that's how you can use influencers also to bundle the product of yours or your brand in their source market and work with them. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to read that final speech that was happily created by my friends. I'll try to make it short, not to bore you with these speeches, because I'm trying to adopt the world of speeches written by someone else. Anyway, jamani, kwa heshima na taadhima, naomba nishukuru kuwepo hapa. It has been an absolute honor for me to meet fellow marketers, and for sure I know my job is also to inspire young marketers, because some of us are almost going out now in the world of marketing, but also in this world of employment and do other things. So we need the younger marketers to come on board. So special thanks to TMSA, of course Clouds and Smart Codes for really putting this together. And I know this is the second edition. As I always say, I am very delighted to be part of this second edition. And I know it's a platform that will shape development and governance. And it's a nice combination of having people, I call them theorists, they're academicians, but some of them have actually come to practice. So when you meet people who have practiced, then you come up with something very, very nice. And sessions like the one that Robin has actually run, to really share the experience and Q&A, people sharing their stories, gives an opportunity for young marketers also to see that. So a very nice combination of the marketing and ICT for the beauty of our industry. I know it is fastest growing. I'm now told that we have more than 5.5 billion users of digital marketing, but I think the key question remains that we need to integrate both the insights that you get with how do you make informed decisions to grow your brand. That becomes very important. Having those insights from digital space is one thing, but how do you use to influence business decisions is also very, very key. So it is also important to understand that the dynamics within the digital marketing and how we can continue to adjust the balance between traditional and digital. So that balance should be informed by use of data, but also the investment that we make require careful strategic choices so as to justify return on that investment. It is our expectation that after this forum, you as marketers will make or embark on the philosophy of proper science in arriving to the decisions that you make, instead of just being seen as someone who is spending without having a return on investment in mind. So some of the key questions that you need to ask yourself is, what are the trends that shape the digital space? You also need to look at how can you optimize those type of trends, and how are the consumers use that media of yours? Because nowadays, you also need to assess how they use that media. So the media usage becomes very key. It can tweak the tactics that you use to engage them. But you also need to look at what type of tools that you use, because not every single tool can work across. I was sharing with my sister there when I heard about someone using one influencer throughout. And I was thinking, okay, so what's the messaging there? I'm selling building materials. I'm going to Tegeta. This guy is a reseller of those tools. What do I talk there? When I go to a manufacturer of those building tools, and then I took my influencer with me, or when I go to a site whereby I'm getting construction workers there, they use those tools that are bought for the construction of the site. Do we have differentiated messaging? Do we equip this influencer with differentiated messaging to suit different audiences? You cannot have one message fits all. That's why the bottom line should be differentiated messaging to suit different usage, with a selection of the platform or medium to be used effectively to have the message reach to the audience. So you guys need to consider upgrading your skills, use of consultants who have that experience and proven track record to use those type of proposals and incentives that are available for you. I know for sure some of the old practices can be abandoned, but I will use this word carefully. Some of the facts that have proven track record to work, my advice is don't just fix them, because you don't need to fix something that has not been broken. So if something is broken, then I will understand. But some of the facts remain the same. I was sharing with one of the artists. She traveled with us to China, and she was performing somewhere there's not even 300 people. And I was looking, that does this really justify return on that investment? And then I explained to her how we were managing events and sponsorship in this country and having big concerts like Rick Ross Tanzania tour in Dar es Salaam, 54,000 people at Leaders Club paying. But nowadays, we go to some venues in Masaki, when you have 1,000 people who celebrate a big concert. I think you guys need to up your game. There's something we can do. The biggest glamorous shows we had, the Vodacom Miss Tanzania, and I don't like to bore you with what we did before. I think it was a great connection to the consumers and built those brands over time. So decisions that we make as marketers, they must be relevant for brand growth and also influences business growth. So I know I will not be fair if I don't comment the efforts made by our government. So Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan and the entire government have put in some very nice policies in place. And I was in Parliament yesterday when the Minister for Finance read his budget speech. There are some very nice incentives for investment in IT infrastructure and incentives to bring in equipment that will transform digital space. So make sure you read that budget, understand the available incentives, influence your businesses to use those incentives so that you can be able to acquire the right tools and enablers for you guys to do your job in the digital space. Lastly, before I close, I wanted to thank all the sponsors. I was just looking there and say, Cloud Media Group, well done, and asanteni sana. Naomba tuwapigie makofi jamani. Tanzania Marketing Science Association, Smart Codes, APC, Fem Marketing, Hill Water, I'll also have my bottle there, Johnny Walker, Guinness, and Cellcom. Jamani, mchango wenu katika event hii, naomba msiuchukulie kwamba tumedhamini tu. Remember, having all these people here since morning up to now, they are gaining something of very crucial importance in their career and in the businesses they do. So you have contributed towards growth of their career and also their businesses. So niwashukuru sana na niwaombe muendelee kushirikiana na Tanzania Marketing Summit Association in all of the future events. Baada ya kusema hayo, naomba niwashukuru sana kwa kunipa nafasi ya kuja kuongea na nyinyi. Kama mfanyakazi wa serikali yenu inafanya kila njia ya kuongeza ubora wa bidhaa za Tanzania na kuongeza ushindani ili Tanzania iweze kusimama vizuri. Tumesikia jana ya kwamba kuna ushuru umeanzishwa wa zile bidhaa zinazotoka nje ili kuzipa nafasi bidhaa za Tanzania. So when production grows, you guys must up your game to position them nicely and compete in the global scale so that as the businesses grow, you also grow, we grow our industry. Nawashukuru sana, niwatakie jioni njema.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mafuru. Asante sana sana. Na thank you. Na mwisho kabisa kutokea Clouds Media Group, naomba nimwite Ruben Ndege to just say a word of thank yous ili tuweze kumaliza kwa siku ya leo.
Unaona issue ya branding. Kuna sehemu naitwa Nchakali, mara naitwa Ruben. Inabidi ifike sehemu ni staafu jina moja. Sasa itabidi mfanye rebranding kwenye social media, nijiandike Ruben Ndege. Ndugu zangu, kaka zangu, dada zangu, wadogo zangu, Watanzania wenzangu, wageni waalikwa, mgeni mheshimiwa, Prof TMSA, washirika wa kibiashara na wapenzi wa the marketing fraternity in Tanzania. Naomba nichukue nafasi hii kwa niaba ya group Joseph Kusaga, kwa niaba ya director nzima ya Clouds Media Group, tunawashukuru sana 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 kwa muda wenu. Tunawashukuru sana kwa nondo zenu. Tunawashukuru sana kwa kazi kubwa mnayofanya, kwa sababu sisi uhai wetu ni kujenga ushawishi kwa jamii ya Kitanzania, na ushawishi huo tunauza kwenu kama washirika wetu wa kibiashara. Bila nyinyi kuwepo inakuwa vigumu sana kwa sisi kuwepo. Kwa hiyo tunategemeana, na ndio maana tupo kwenye hii safari pamoja. Ni safari ambayo tulianza na wengi walikuwa labda hawaelewi kwa nini Clouds Media Group inaingia kwenye kitu ambacho in essence kina chukua kidogo budget kutoka a traditional media house. Lakini kama mmemwona Mina hapa mbele, Mina japo ni mfanyakazi wa Clouds, lakini she's an entity by herself that generates revenue by herself by virtue of being a brand ambassador na brand influencer wa chapa mbalimbali. Na ni kwa sababu mfumo tulionao as Clouds Media Group unaelewa dunia inapoelekea, na unaruhusu brands within our brands kushiriki na kuweza kukuza brands zingine. So niwashukuru tena Dr. Tanzania Marketing Summit Association kwa kutuamini sisi kama Clouds Media Group. Nishukuru team ya Clouds Media Group, team ya masoko na mauzo ya Clouds Media Group, ambao kwa mara ya kwanza Dr. alipokuja kufanya kitu tofauti, mchongo wa Big Joe, wakati huo kutoa nafasi ya mafunzo na matangazo ya biashara kwa biashara ndogo na zakati Tanzania, akawa na wazo la haraka. Na kwa kuwa DNA yetu ni kufungulia dunia wa Tanzania, hatukusita kushiriki. Tunaomba tutoe ahadi kutoka mwenyekiti, kutoka Director of Business and Development, kwamba ushirika wetu na TMSA ni wa kudumu hadi siku ambayo TMSA watasema basi imetosha, ndio tutaacha kushiriki. Nitoe shukrani za dhati kwa sponsors wote waliojitoa kwa hali na mali. Nitoe shukrani za dhati kwa washauri wote wa jinsi ya kuboresha, wale ambao wanatuambia sehemu ambazo tumekosea, kwa sababu mnatutia hamasa ya kuhakikisha next year we do better. To all the speakers, naomba tuwapigie makofi all the speakers ambao wengine wametoa siri za ndani ambazo zinaruhusiwa legally. wametuletea hapa vitu ambavyo katika hali ya kawaida hatungevipata. Ndugu yangu, I would have never thought you're a goat farmer. Nilihisi wakati nimeona jina nikajua leo tunakuja kuambiwa kuhusu banking, kuhusu, lakini ametoa kitu ambacho wengi labda tuna biashara zetu ambazo tunafanya pembeni, lakini tumepewa challenge ya kwamba ni jinsi gani hiki unachojifunza kwenye kazi yako ya kila siku unakitumia kwenye hiyo biashara yako ndogo. Asanteni sana sana sana. Mungu awabariki, kazi zenu ziendelee kubarikiwa. Huko mnakotoka mrudishe shukrani zetu, na kwenye familia zenu pia mwambie tunawashukuru kwa kutowapigia simu sana na kutoa distract. Mungu awabariki tena na tena. Asanteni, na kama sijakosea ni muda wa kuwaita washirika na sponsors waje hapa mbele tupige zile picha zile. Si mnajua zile picha ni lazima Sisi kama watu wa content ni lazima tupige picha ya ushindi. Kwa hiyo naomba all the sponsors, na tuanze na sponsors kwanza. All the sponsors tunaomba jukwaani kwa heshima na taadhima, msinichoke. Tunaomba jukwaani tupige picha ya kumbukumbu, picha ya shukrani. So Cellcom, Hill, Water, Fan Marketing, Smart Codes, njooni tafadhali. APC, mje please tufanye chap chap. Johnny Walker, kama kuna wawakilishi, Johnny Walker Guinness from SPL, tunaomba. Makamerameni hapa ndo nataka kuanza kutuongoza sasa. Kwa hiyo tusimame kwenye mwanga katikati. Naomba jamani, kwa heshima na taadhima, sponsors njooni. Au wameondoka jamani? Sponsors, mpo? Msiogope jamani, tunaomba. Tuwasumbue kwa mara ya mwisho tu kidogo. All sponsors, please come on stage. Take up your rightful space. We are here because of you. Bila nyinyi, we would not be able to do this. Smart Codes, please. Ndugu yangu Bruno, au hayupo? Hayupo? Basi. Nimeambiwa ile ni group. Hapa ni Smart Codes. Safi. Mnaomba msogee kwa kule ili picha ziwe nzuri. Tusogee, tuendelee kusogea. Kamerameni, mna nafasi moja tu ya kudirect. Hapo tumekaa vizuri Tusimame hapo sasa.
There's one more coming.
Yes.
TMSA.
TMSA.
Yeah, TMSA. Yes.
Au tusimame nyuma, wengine warefu tusimame nyuma. Mina njoo kwa hapo. Wakikata picha mimi nikatwe ubaki. Wewe unaonekana. Imetosha? Una uhakika? Basi tufanye picha moja ya kurelax, hii ya kiformal sana jamani. Hebu mjiachie kidogo, yani picha inakuwa formal ya swag. Kidogo vitu tofauti jamani. Msiogope, aziendi mbali hizo picha. Zitaishia tu. Asanteni. MCs niwaachie. Mimi nimemaliza.
Asante sana.
Asante.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Asanteni sana kwa kuja, asanteni sana kwa kuwa hapa. This was the Tanzania Digital Marketing Summit 2024, second edition, Digital Octopus. My name is Mina Ali, nimekuwa naye Henry. Until next time, goodbye.
Goodbye, thank you. Also, check the QR codes that were made by Smart Studio. They are there on your table as table talkers. You can scan and you can actually view all the amazing photos that were taken today in this beautiful event.